Before we get started today, I wanted to talk about our sponsor, Dr. Taylor Bosley over at Precision Wellness Group. I've been on hormone optimization since 2018, but up until recently, I never felt like I had a personalized plan that actually catered to me. After getting my labs done, Dr. Bosley spent over an hour going over every aspect of my labs, not just my hormones. He then addressed some of my lifestyle factors like diet, sleep, exercise, and even what time I ate. He formulated a specific plan that was unique to my needs and even caught some pretty important vitamin deficiencies that I didn't even know I had. I've been struggling with an injury, and he was able to get me on a peptide that's been extremely beneficial as well. So if you're ready to make some serious changes to the way you look and feel like I did, contact Precision Wellness Group. I'll leave a link in the description below. Now let's get the show started. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall podcast. This is going to be a doozy, and I'm extremely excited. Every time we film, it's like another movie for me. It's just these things are excited. I met Greg. Well, it's only been a couple months, but I found Greg Coker probably about a year and a half ago. I found your Audible book. I was actually just looking for a new Audible book to listen to, and yours popped into my feed. And I thought, man, what an awesome vantage point to be able to hear about some of the things that have gone on overseas from a helicopter pilot.
Yes.
And I listened to that book, and it did not disappoint. For those of you watching on YouTube, the book's called Death Waits in the Dark, 6 Guns Don't Miss. We're going to cover that book here extensively during this podcast and Greg's story. So I just want to say thank you for taking the time. I know you're busy. You got all kinds of stuff going on, but I really appreciate you taking the trip and being willing to sit down and talk with us.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'm honored to be here, and I'm excited. This is going to be pretty cool. I've been looking forward to it.
Yeah, so. Same. Well, before we get started, everybody gets an intro, so here's yours.
Oh, goodness.
At 165 feet above the Iraqi desert, Chief Warrant Officer 4 Greg "Gravy" Coker was leading a routine close air support mission when a Russian SA-16 heat-seeking missile slammed into his AH-6 Little Bird attack helicopter. In the span of heartbeats that followed, falling at 2,700 feet per second, engine on fire, aircraft almost out of control, Gravy executed a perfect auto-rotation landing that military forensics teams would later study to improve pilot survivability. He crawled from the wreckage with a broken neck, broken back, dislocated shoulders, blown knees, and a cracked helmet from slamming into the doorframe. But that wasn't the hardest battle Greg Coker would face. This is the story of Chief Warrant Officer 4 Gregory Scott "Gravy" Coker, a man whose DD-214 reads like the greatest hits album of America's most classified operations. 22 years in the military, 15 years with the legendary 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, the Night Stalkers. 11 combat deployments, 1 to Afghanistan, 10 to Iraq. First into Iraq on March 19th, 2003, 2 days before the official invasion. Chief Coker has been awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross, Bronze Star, Purple Heart, 17 air medals, and 16 of them with a Device for Valor, and a bunch of other medals, but he will swear those medals belong to his crew chiefs and co-pilots just as much as him. From 2001 to 2008, Gravy and his tribe were America's tip of the spear. The pilots who flew Delta Force and the 75th Rangers into the darkness were death-weighted, hunting the deck of cards, taking down high-value targets, bringing surgical precision to America's most dangerous missions. They called themselves knuckle draggers, but they were artists of warfare, making their MD-530 little birds dance through hostile skies while providing surgical close air support. But here's the thing about warriors who've been and seen too much. The war doesn't end when you come home. It follows you into your marriage, your relationship with your daughters, your 2 a.m. phone calls to brothers who are losing the fight against invisible enemies. On June 26, 2015, Master Sergeant Leon Hansen, a retired Delta Force operator, Greg's closest friend for over 2 decades, took his own life. Leon was the scholarly, charismatic giant who could make anyone laugh, who called Greg every year on his birthday. Gone, just like that. Greg has refused to let Leon be forgotten, and neither will this podcast. Today, from his ranch in North Texas, where he hand forges knives with the same precision he once used to deliver death from above, Greg Coker fights a different battle. Armed with his faith, his book, Death Waits in the Dark, 6 Guns Don't Miss, and an unshakable commitment to his tribe, he's donated well over $106,000 to veteran nonprofits, refusing to take a penny from his book because approximately 40 veterans take their lives every day and Greg refuses to let his brothers fight alone. This isn't just another war story about helicopter pilots and combat missions. This is about what happens when the toughest warriors on Earth come home and discover their greatest enemy was waiting for them in the quiet spaces between heartbeats. It's about faith under fire, brotherhood forged in combat, and the price of admission to America's most elite fighting force. From standing on the 50-yard line with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders to crawling into a burning aircraft to save his co-pilot to those midnight phone calls that start with, "I can't take it anymore." This is Greg Gravy Coker, Night Stalker, warrior, author, husband, father, and a man of God. And this is his story. Welcome to the show, brother.
Wow. I don't know who that guy is, but I want to shake his hand and hug him.
Yeah, that was a good
Man,
one.
thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Humbled.
Thank you, man. We're humbled to be in your presence. Let's take it all back, man. Before we dive into your story, I want to look back at the young Texas kid and the man sitting here today. What would surprise most people about that transformation?
Oh, goodness. That's a tough question, man. Why we got to start so hard?
I love it, man. We got to get all these, knock all the cobwebs out.
Yeah. So transition from, I guess, kid to warrior. Well, I was raised by warriors and wolves. And, yeah, they were just hard men. They were tough men. And my father wasn't around from the time I was 8 years old. I didn't start a relationship with him until I was 25. So my uncles, friends, and those were the ones that mentored me and loved me and taught me how to be a man. They taught me core values and what to appreciate. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Let's start at the very beginning. Where and when were you born, and what was your childhood like growing up?
Well, Dad was in the Air Force at the time, 1960, and he was stationed out in Lompoc. There was a missile base there, and then Edwards Air Force Base. So we lived in Santa Maria. I was born there, and no, I'm not a surfer kid or any of those kind of things. But so mother was from Central Illinois. They had met in 1956 at a USO dance. Dad was up there to school or whatever the case. They got married, and then they divorced in 68. Mother moved us back to Central Illinois. And, yeah, that's where I lived until I was 17. The day I graduated high school, my truck was already loaded. I headed south back to Texas.
What was the pull to Texas?
Family and heritage, legacy. Yes, it was. And growing up, I worked for my Uncle Jim. He had a great big farm, cattle, corn, wheat, hay. And that was just, that was the life that I lived. And I didn't like the place where I grew up. And my grandmother lived down south. She was actually in northwest Louisiana. And I'd been down there a couple summers before that and visiting. And so, yeah, I wanted to go down there. And I really wanted a rodeo and cowboy. So what better place in Texas? And, but yeah, I'd grown up riding horses and checking fence and taking care of cattle and nursemaiding cows and babies. And so, yeah, that's what I did. So that's where I went.
Your dad, with his Air Force service, how did kind of growing up in a military family shape your early understanding of service?
Yeah, that's a great question. That one, I was a child of the 60s and 70s. So, one of our 2 or 3 channels, it was the Vietnam War. And growing up around Air Force bases, I can recall, Dad taking me out to the flight line on the weekends or whenever when I was a little kid and watching F-4s and just all kind of jets taking off and going. But watching the Vietnam War on TV, I was just infatuated with these whirlybirds, these helicopters, that could hover, and of course gunships, the old Cobras and the Loaches. And so I think that as a young child, as a young man, that I was drawn to that. And plus being around the military, my early years, and Dad being a 30-year, veteran in the Air Force that was the pull, I would have to say.
Awesome. Tell us about your grandfather, Major Lovell Doc Neal.
Oh, Doc Neal. So he was quite a character. So when he and his best friend in 1914 went down to, I guess they had recruiters back then, and enlisted in the Army. And he was 14 years old. He was a big guy. Of course, he didn't tell them that. So they went off to France, fought the Germans, came
14
home.
years old.
14 years old. True story.
My, have the times changed.
Yes. And so he went over there to fight the Huns, came back, finished his education, went to medical school, became a doctor and a surgeon. And it was funny, they said that, back in those days, he was naturally left-handed. Well, in school, that was a sign of the devil. So they tied his hand. They would tie your hand behind your back and make you learn to write with your right hand and do everything with your right hand. But later on in life, as a surgeon, he was ambidextrous. So he's a very, very good surgeon. Then Pearl Harbor Day, 1941, the Japs attacked, and he found an Army regiment, volunteered, and was the regimental surgeon from 1941 until 1946. He stayed in Germany, but he went through North Africa, Sicily, Italy, and fought all the way through France. He was on the third wave on D-Day. And a little bit of a cool story. So my wife and I, Edie, we went to Europe for our honeymoon in 2018, and we went to Normandy. That was our first stop. Well, Paris, and then we went out to Normandy. But I always wanted to walk that beach and knowing that I would cross his tracks, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, man.
If that's silly or
No, I think it's nostalgic.
But yeah, so yeah, Doc did that, and then he stayed after the end of the war to help medically with wounded Germans and all those the other folks that had been injured or came out of the camps or things.
Did he ever tell you any stories?
No.
Didn't talk about him.
He died before I was born.
Oh.
So all the stories came from my grandmother, my uncles, my mother. So yeah.
Wow, what a legacy.
Yeah, but what was really cool he died in 57, but 1956 he received a letter from the Department of the Army signed by a one-star general scolding him for lying about his age. Hey, some little old lady sitting in the corner somewhere is like, wait a minute, Lovell Neal. Wait, he lied about, he was only 14 when he enlisted. And yeah, true. True.
You've mentioned your brother from another mother, Bull Johnson.
Oh.
Tell us about that relationship and how it shaped your wild years.
Yeah, Bull and I met when, I don't know, we were probably 19 or 20. His father had served in the Air Force, and our fathers knew of each other. But yeah, so we kind of grew up in that, that time frame, and we cowboyed together. We worked on ranches together. One of the most intelligent men I'd ever known. To this day, I believe he has a photographic memory. I mean, he can talk neuroscience to a surgeon or, a guy living on the street. I mean, he's that diverse. But yeah, we've been brothers for many, many, many years.
You worked on a ranch. I think I have a photo of you from like 79. What did that ranch life teach you that carried you into your military career?
I guess the biggest thing is priorities and survivability, being on your own. I wintered, that was the IX ranch, and I wintered up there one year, and I lived by myself. I mean, it was out in the middle of nowhere, and yeah, so I took care of cattle. Always had 3 or 4 colts to ride, to break and start training them. But yeah, I think setting priorities and just being situationally aware of your surroundings, because if something would have happened to me, I'm on my own, man.
That's a great
I'm
point.
on my own. And I do recall one cool morning, I had to cross this creek, and I didn't think it was very deep. And of course, I was on my horse, and I don't know if he stepped off in a hole, or the next thing I knew, man, I was underwater. And I just kind of held on to the rein with my left hand, and I slid my legs back, kicked my feet out of the stirrups, and I was praying that he would pop up because there was no air. I mean, I was submerged, and sure enough, Old Lucky was his name. And we popped up out of the water, and he swam to the shore, and it scared the crap out of me.
Oh, man.
But yeah, Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, taking care of yourself and being aware and setting priorities.
You were involved in rodeo, calf roping specifically. How did rodeo prepare you for a high risk, high adrenaline world that you eventually would enter?
Well, the sport of rodeo is inherently dangerous. And I mean, from bull riding to bulldogging to riding bareback horses, a lot of travel. So, I traveled from East Coast to West Coast rodeoing and met, some of the finest men and women that I'd ever met in my life. It's a culture that, is somewhat lost. The Western culture, the cowboy culture, and we had a saying: everybody wants to be a cowboy, but a cowboy. But it's 7 days a week, 12, 14 hours a day. It's just hard work. But I enjoyed being on the back of a horse. I mean, I was at peace. It was, and I kind of transitioned that into my helicopter. We traded our horses in for helicopters like the old Cav guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good life. It was a hard life. And yeah, it helped mold and shape me as a young man.
This is kind of where your story takes a fun little turn. And there's some stuff that people may not know about you. You weren't always headed for military service. In fact, you almost went to prison. Tell us about those wild years.
How in the world did you find out about that? That's pretty well-kept secret, man. I don't know if I would, and I always told people, because I had several guys press me to put the story in the book, and I was like, no, man, I might want to run for office one day, or it might be looked down upon.
This is a fun one.
Yeah, so me and a couple buddies, and we had done our research. We'd gone to the library and looked about this, but it hadn't been done. I think it was 1937, and it was two brothers from El Paso, Texas, had held up a train. So our thinking was, hey, man, and it was just all in fun.
Like good cowboys.
Yep. And we're like, man, we'll be on the front page of every paper in the world. This hasn't been done, and since 1937. And so yeah, we planned. It was out of Amtrak. So the old Amtrak train would stop in Marshall, Texas. Okay, drop off passengers, pick up passengers, and head west. So we gathered up. I'm sure there might have been a few refreshing beverages involved.
Yeah, that's where all the best plans come together.
Yeah. Yeah, so we were horseback, had our slickers on, and probably about 200, 300 meters from the station, we had pulled some cross ties, and we were going to pull them across the tracks, light them, because the train would be just barely moving, and no weapons or anything. But yeah, we were all kitted up, and then I think it was either a deputy or the sheriff. Somebody had found out about it, and so them and about, I don't know, 8 or 10, it seemed like 20 or 30 cops that they showed up and kind of ruined our party for us. And yeah, they put us in jail and spent the night in jail. And next morning we went before the judge. And of course, back then, and he told us, he was like, I know you boys are good boys. You just need some guidance. But you had two choices. So you could go to prison or you could go in the military. So we all raised our right hand.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I went in the Army. The others, one went in the Air Force, and I think the other went in the Navy. And yeah, so that was that was well planned, but not well executed, I guess you might say. But yeah, we didn't make the newspaper.
Tell us about that day in court. Paint that picture. You're standing in front of a judge who's about to change your entire life.
Yeah, I was scared, and I think on the law enforcement and the justice side, they all knew where it was going. They wanted us to, straighten up and not do stupid stuff like all young men do. And it was funny that, so 9 years later, I came home on leave. I was in the 160th, back when we had phone books. And I looked this judge up. He lived in Longview, Texas. Looked him up, drove to his house, knocked on his door. Door was open, screen door, and here he came walking to the door, and he stops about, I don't know, not too far, and he goes, "The train robber." I said, "Hi, sir. How are you?" And he goes, well, long story short, I sat there about 3 hours on his front porch and talked to him. And he says, I knew you guys are good guys. You needed some guidance, and God had a plan for you, and I just helped God execute that plan.
I love that story, man. That's
really
awesome.
cool.
It shows how, a little bit can go a long way and affect a young man's life,
What affected mine?
What do you think would have happened to Greg Coker if you had chosen differently that day?
Oh goodness, I'd be dead or in prison. Yeah, I was pretty rough and rowdy as a young guy. So, yeah.
What was the military ever on your radar before that?
Oh yes, yeah, always. Of course, again, Dad and I was I was at a crossroads, and I loved the cowboy life, the way of life, and I loved rodeoing and roping, and I was also a bulldogger. I bulldog with Gary and Jeff Green. Gary was one of the best bulldoggers that ever lived.
What does that mean, bulldogging?
Steer wrestling.
Ah.
So yeah, you're in the left hand side, and then you have a hazer in the right hand box, and then a steer in the middle, and they let the steer out, and you run your horse about 35 miles an hour up beside that steer and jump off on top of him. Wrestling, nothing dangerous about that.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, well, the bull riders always used to tease us, or like, you guys think we're crazy. Well, who in the right mind would jump off a horse running 35 miles an hour? Yeah, but
is there obviously there's an art to it, but how do you
technique, and
do you like grab him and hold his head and twist him and make him fall?
Yeah, this hand, so you'll ride up, and this all happens in just a few seconds, but for my technique and what I was taught from Gary and Jeff, I'd ride up beside him. This hand I would start at his tail, and as I ran, this arm hooks under the right outside horn, and then as this arm hooks, you grab the inside horn with this hand, and then the horse will just pull away, and then your feet will come out in front of you, and then you just skid him to a stop, and then you really hit that nose hard, and you twist this horn, and then whoop, up he goes, and on the ground, the clock stops. So that's bulldogging.
Good Lord. So when you joined the Army, was it like the judge said you had to do it that day, or
that day?
You literally joined that day. Was there like a recruiter or something waiting?
Yeah, right down the street. Yeah, I went down there and told him I'm ready to go to the Army. That's my only choice.
What was your initial MOS?
11 Bravo.
Oh, really? Sir.
Yeah, I went infantry, but I wanted to fly. I mean, for years and years, as a kid, as I transitioned in this part of my life, but I always wanted to fly helicopters. And I didn't have a college degree, so you have to have a college degree to go fly fixed wing in the Navy or Air Force or Marine Corps. So in the Army's program was high school to flight school. You could literally graduate high school and then start flight school, that summer, go to basic, and then go to Fort Rucker to flight school. And I actually had 2 of those in my flight school class. They were 18 years old. And it just, they couldn't even drink a beer.
You were 25 years old, which is kind of older than most recruits. Yep. How did that age difference affect kind of your experience initially?
I had more maturity. So I like to think, I'd lived life, and I'd lived a hard life, and I'd worked hard. I had good core values, whereas, a 17, 18-year-old kid, they don't have any of that. They leave mama or graduate high school and go enlist. But yes, sir, I think it gave me an advantage being a little bit older and having life skills and having a bank account and a checking account and, just simple things like that. 1986,
man. I mean, that's old school Army. How was basic training for you compared to you'd already been a cowboy living on a ranch? I mean, that's
yeah. Oh, I was so excited. I was married at the time and living on a ranch. I lived in a 12 by 52 foot trailer house, and the house was right there by the horse barn, and I made $600 a month. Yep. My first paycheck in the Army was $638, and I had health insurance. So I was like, win-win, man, this is cool. Hey, they gave me clothes to wear, told me where to be, when to be there, hot chow, and all the bullets I could shoot at the range. I was like, man, this is good. And initially, I wanted to go back to school, so I had signed up for GI Bill and got that going. And I talked to Dad, he's like, hey, I said, I really want to fly, He says, well, you're on the right path, try the Army out, see if it's for you. And man, I knew first week, this is where God wants me to be. So
you showed up to the 101st Airborne.
Yep.
3rd of the 327th Infantry. What was it like going from a potential outlaw to now you're an Army infantryman, discipline, structure. What was that like for you?
Yeah, it was an easy transition for me. It was a hard transition for the younger soldiers. And, from my first sergeant down to my platoon sergeant, they knew I was older. They knew I had experience. So, I was given more duties, more responsibilities being, an older soldier at 25 and 26. Yeah. Yes, sir.
When did you first realize you wanted to actually fly helicopters in the military? When you I know you'd always wanted to do it, but when did you finally realize like this may be an actual reality?
Yeah, I would say in basic training. And I went and took the FAST test when I was in basic training. And I talked to my drill sergeant about it. Gosh, I can't remember his first name. Last name was Dufour. But he was a cool cat. He was a great leader. And I talked to him about it. I said, "Hey, this is my plan. I'm gonna apply for flight school eventually." And he explained, "Well, you need to take a FAST test." It was flight aptitude selection test. So he let me go one Saturday, and I went and took the test, passed it. So that was the first step. And then I knew once I got to Campbell, you got to do a Class 1 flight physical, and then you have a packet that's about that thick. Back in those days, there weren't computers or anything like that. So everything had to be handwritten, hand carried, letters of recommendation from, field grade officers, your command group, a field grade aviator, and folks like that. So,
how did you get those letters of recommendation? Did you know people in the field, or you just had to hustle for them?
No, it was from my direct command. And then I'd been introduced to Randy Jones. He's a legend in the 160th. He was one of the original B Company Gunberg guys. And he was a neighbor to my boss at the time, Major Perry. And so Major Perry made that connection. So Randy was a W4 at the time. So that's how I got my field grade warrant officer letter of recommendation. Yeah.
29 years old, you're headed to Fort Rucker for flight school. How did it feel walking into that environment to finally realize, like, man, you've dreamt about this thing and it's now in front of you?
Wow. I hadn't thought about that in years, man. Yeah, it was excitement. It was anxiety. It was, man, I got to perform. I can't fail. I can't fail, man. I just can't. And of course you hear about, the failure rate and people that get kicked out because they can't meet the standards, or they can't fly, or can't do this or that, whatever. But yeah, I know that in my heart, and I prayed and prayed and prayed about it, hey, God, just, lead me down the path that you have for me, and just help me do the best I can do and be the best I can be. But I always strive to be the best. I don't care if it was, digging ditches or riding a horse or doing a check ride in a helicopter. I always wanted to do the best and be the best. So that was my mentality as I started. And I had told myself, I'm going to be the gray man. I'm going to keep my mouth shut, my ears and eyes open. But it didn't work out for me in that case. I was tagged so they're broken down into what's it called back then? WOIC or something, warrant officer basic course, so that was like 7 weeks. That's where you learn to be, a warrant officer, learn how to write, and you'd be surprised that, the people and some of these guys were E6, E7s and couldn't write, but I'd help them. Like, hey, no, man, let me see that. And yeah, so I wanted to do well, and I wanted to perform, and man, I don't know where I was going with this story.
No, I mean, I was just asking, what was it like to be there to kind of realize this dream was taking fruition?
Yeah. And it was a dream come true. And I was like, okay. Oh, so I told myself, I just want to be the gray man, do my time here, do well. But so there's A company, B company, and C company is how it used to be broken down into. Well, I got tagged as the candidate commanding officer for all three companies. So I was in charge of my flight school class, CCO. And then I had an XO and then a first sergeant, candidate first sergeant, candidate XO. And then I was the CCO. So yeah, I was like, man, why is this plan going awry? I just want to go fly, you know?
Well, obviously somebody saw something in you.
Yes. Yeah. My senior TAC, he was a really cool cat, and gun pilot, flew Cobras, and evidently he saw something in me that, you know, I could lead this band of merry men.
Yeah. People don't realize how challenging flight school is. What was the most challenging part of flight school for you?
It's very high stress. It's physically demanding, and you know you're studying and learning something new, aerodynamics and aeromedical, the physiological effects of our body, what goes on. Aerodynamics, man, they just got emergency procedures. So every spare second of your time is spent studying. You study. But then, you know, they'd make you go to bed. 10 o'clock was 2200's lights out. Of course, you know, there were always some of us over there in little study groups. Guy was having troubles or whatever the case. I can remember, you know, and your lockers are everything's got to be polished and shined. Your drawers have to be set up a certain way. Your hangers have to be set up a certain way. Your uniforms, your bed. I mean, everything is based on attention to detail. You have to as an aviator. It's an inherently dangerous job, flying these machines. And for me, I wanted to be a gun guy from day one. I said, I want to go blow shit up and shoot people in the face, man. I ain't kidding. And most of the other class, they wanted Black Hawks or Scout Track, you know, or something like that. And the Apache it hadn't come on board yet, but it was getting ready to. So Cobras is the track that I got selected for. And then later on, throughout my career, I got to talking to one of our flight docs, and somehow we got on flight school and the selection process for the aircraft. He said, he says, Greg, you have to have an IQ of 130 or above back then to get into guns. Because not only do you fly, but you have all these weapon systems also. So I was like, really? He goes, oh yeah. He said, not too many people know that, but
Yeah, I didn't know that.
That was part of it. And you do, I never will forget, I was thinking about this driving down here yesterday, but you do this, they put you all in this booth, you do these algorithms, and you got a headset on, so the radio's going, and this is how they select you for one of the phases, how they select you for the aircraft that you're going to fly. And you have controls, and they'll flop the controls. So, you know, aft cyclic's really going down and forward cyclic's going up, and right is left and left is right, just to see how your brain, you know, operates. And then you'll get radio calls, and you do what the radio call told you to do, and flip all kind of switches. And I just can't remember all of it. I've had way too many head injuries, but yeah, it was really cool. But yeah, it was extremely challenging. I mean, you had to be physically fit. And fitness has always been critical for me, because if you're fit, then you're going to be able to operate better under stress and under duress. So, yeah, I've always been a PT animal, and, you know, it's always been important to me. And even as I got into, you know, the special operations community, you know, hey, our customers, I still call them customers, but the guys that we supported, so they're physically fit. Fitness is very important. It's critical to them. So I need to be fit. I don't want to be a liability on the battlefield. I want to be an asset. And I don't care if it's dragging somebody or shooting an M4 or whatever the case. But that's how I always thought, and I strive to be the best.
Was there any part of flight school where you thought, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it, or I'm not going to be able to get this thing that I wanted?
Yeah, I did, man. There was one day, it was a check ride day too, and we were flying.
Can you explain to everybody what a check ride is?
Yeah, so you have different stages in flight school, and your flight aptitude is measured in a check ride. So an instructor pilot sits in the other seat, and you have maneuvers, you know, from pre-flight to startup to hover to take off to talking on the radio to the tower or ground or whatever the case. But everything is measured during that flight. And then you'll have to do maneuvers. You'll have to do, land to a confined area, do an auto rotation, do a hovering auto rotation. So what we do is simulate the engine quitting. And then there's procedures that you go through to safely land the helicopter. So hydraulics out, stuck tail rotor. Those are just a few of the things. And this particular day, I smoked. I think I had a sinus infection. Half of us were sick, and it was check ride day. And man, my first standard auto rotation. So you come in at 1,300 feet, Fort Rucker at the stage field, and you roll the throttle off and then execute the procedure. So you lower the collective, fix your pedal, cyclic gets put in a certain place. Then you enter a standard rated descent, a standardized auto rotation. So it's just like a powered off landing. Okay, the rotor keeps turning, tail rotor keeps turning, but you just don't have an engine. So you can land it. It's kind of like an airplane. They can glide, but a helicopter, you just go right straight to the ground. And man, I messed up my first auto rotation. Just terrible. And I got a pink slip. And a pink slip in flight school is a failure to meet the standard. It could be death to you. If you get 3 pink slips, you are out in flight school. Man, I got a pink slip that day, and it just crushed me. I mean, it crushed me. Because I had done pretty well up until that point, but I just had a bad day. And my IP at the time, the guy that I flew with, he was just a dick. and I get it, but I think he was having a bad day too. And so the next day, hey, so you sit down after your flight, every flight, you do a debrief with your instructor pilot. Hey, you did this, and this, but you screwed up this, and this. Tell me the bad things so I can fix them with any AAR after action review or debrief, and then later on in life in the unit, oh man, they're just brutal. They're 2 hours of brutality, man, because we don't care about the good things. We want the bad things so we can fix them because people's lives depend on it. Mm-hmm. It does. I mean, seconds count, minutes count. So he recommended, tomorrow, another check ride, and I had another IP, had a different IP. Man, I couldn't sleep. I was nervous as a doggone cat in a room full of rocking chairs. And I was like, okay, man, I'm going to go nail this stuff. I can do this. I've got the ability. I've got the knowledge, and I nailed, and you do an oral too. So before you go fly, they talk about emergency procedures or, hey, let's become a drop of hydraulic fluid today. And let's take me through the I'm like, oh man, you kidding me. That'd take an hour. Orals I've had orals last 4, 5, 6 hours. Talk about airspace and where you can fly, it just goes on and on and on. As a military aviator, even as a civilian aviator, you're responsible for a lot of information. And it's not that what you keep up here, but you need to know where to go find it in this book or that publication or on this map or whatever the case. So, yeah, man, you're responsible for books and information that fill this room. Without a doubt, especially being a gun guy, because now we got weapon systems. So what's the ballistics of a 20 mic? How many rounds of minigun fire? How do you reload the can? How do you load the gun? What's the capabilities of a Gal 1950 cal and on and on and on? What's the Hellfire missile or TOW missiles or, so you have even more, not only flying the machine, but now you've got weapon systems that you have to be an expert at. You have to, because the commander depends on that warrant officer. You are the tactically and technically proficient expert for that commander, and that's your job. So next day, come in. He didn't even do an oral. He's like, come on, Greg, let's go fly. It's really cool, dude. And so we jump in Huey, cranked it up, called on the radio. We just flew right to the stage field. I did one auto rotation, landed just perfect. He goes, let's go home. I was like, roger that, sir. He goes, awesome. Hey, let me fly. Because the IPs don't ever get to fly. Yeah. It's always a student flying. So he took the controls. Yeah, we flew home.
March 1990. Your father pins your Aviator wings on you. Describe that moment. What did it mean to have your Air Force father pin your Army wings on you?
Well, I outranked him for one because he was an E9 chief. And no, I was emotional. I was proud. And I got to be careful about pride just because of what God says about pride, being prideful, but that's not what he is talking about. Okay. It's boasting and not being humble. And, I am humble. I have humility, but it was a very proud moment for me to be there with my father. And, I got at by the command, because here comes this, he was a command chief. And they're like, hey, we need to know about these VIPs. And then I had another friend as a 2-star general that showed up. I didn't tell them about that. I forgot, man. I was excited. We're getting ready to graduate.
Who was he?
General Fricks. Yeah, General Fricks.
Like a
I
family
met
friend,
him at the 101st. And when I was a private, I'd go he was the assistant division commander as a 1-star. And I'd cut his grass on the weekends. So that's how I got to know him. Cool guy, great soldier, great leader, warrior. But so he came to my flight school graduation.
That's pretty cool.
Major Nagy, he came. He was another one of my commanders and the guy I worked for in the 101st when I was enlisted. But yeah, Dad was kind of a big deal, and the general was a big deal. And I was like, sorry, sir, I forgot about that.
You were assigned to Korea flying AH-1F Cobras with the 17th Air Cav.
Yep.
What was your first impression of the Cobra?
Man, I love that airplane, or that helicopter. We called it the tandem-seated, air-conditioned chariot from hell. And it was cool because it had air conditioning. All those other guys, they didn't have AC. But, yeah, it was a gunship, and I loved flying it, especially in the front seat, because it was, if you're familiar with the F-16, that cockpit sets up, above that plane. It's just the world. You don't see anything else. Well, that's the way the front seat of the Cobra is. It's just you and air, And yeah, it was really cool helicopter to fly, and I loved flying it. It had a 20 millimeter Gatling gun, tow missiles, and then 19 shot rocket pods, 2 each. And yeah, man, it was history. It was Vietnam birds, and we had one aircraft. You could look down into the tail boom and you could see patches from Vietnam where they'd patched bullet holes in her. And we had another one. The last 3 of the tail number was 666.
Oh, Lord.
And we called her the Beast. And I always flew her, but she was the fastest helicopter probably in Korea. But I don't know why, but that thing would cruise at 165 knots. I mean, it would haul ass. Whereas a normal one, 140, 145. And, but yeah, I enjoyed flying them. We flew the border between North and South Korea on the DMZ. That was our mission for 517 Cav. We were up there at Camp Mobile, Camp Casey, and 2ID. And a funny story that, so I got there to Camp Mobile, and I've been there about a week, and the commander, Roger Barrows, hey, sir, if you ever hear this, please get in touch with me. Just one of the coolest guys I'd ever met. Great commander. Oh my gosh, we had fun in Korea. But he calls me. He's like, Coker. I said, yes, sir. He said, get in my office. I was like, what's up, sir? He goes, what did you do? I said, I've only been here a week, sir. I've been in my room studying. I've done. He goes, well, chief of staff's secretary or whatever's on the phone asking for W1 Coker. And I was like, I don't know, sir. He goes, well, here, talk to him. So I got the phone.
Chief of Staff from 2ID?
Yeah, second ID. Colonel Ralph Hagler. So Raging Ralph Hagler had been my commander in the 101st.
Oh, wow.
Brigade commander. Colonel, he was the Ranger 2nd 75th commander when they jumped into Grenada.
Oh, wow.
Yes. He's a legend, man. He's like, Coke! I was like, what's up, sir? Well, he had just got there as chief of staff at 2ID. So he's like, I'm coming over. I'm sending my driver to come get you. I said, roger that, sir. But he had written me a letter of recommendation for flight school.
How did you get to know him?
His brigade commander. And I worked up at brigade when I was in the 101st. Yeah. 1st Brigade, 327th. Yeah.
Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, he was a really neat guy. Yeah, he'd call me up. It's like, hey, come pick me up. I was like, roger that, sir. So I'd jump in a Cobra and fly over there single pilot and pick him up, put him in the front seat, and we'd go fly.
Cobras, you had a front seat and a rear seat, right? And the rear seat was the gunner?
Tandem.
How
Both can shoot the guns, but only the front seat can shoot the tow missiles.
How do they decide who flies in what seat?
Generally, the pilot in command flies in the back seat. So, and then you have dual seat PICs or pilot in commands. So you're checked out when you do a check ride. You'll do back seat and then you'll do the front seat. So you go through all your weapons and, some guys just, they want to be backseat PICs. Well, that's cool. Well, I wanted to be a dual seat PIC. So I did and became a pilot in command in both seats, night vision goggles.
A lot of people that don't understand that world, they don't understand when you graduate flight school, that's kind of like the beginning.
Oh, that's just a license to learn, dude. That's just a license to learn. That's it. You're dirt under a snake's belly, man, for a couple of years, and at least probably till you make W-2.
Yeah, because you still have to go to your unit, then you have to do all these other things to get, combat certified and, to be
gunnery certified. And,
pilot and commands. There's just it's a lot of training that people.
A lot of training, a lot of studying, and actually so I flew with Kevin Detlefson, the Leopard. He was my IP and just an amazing IP gun pilot leader, and he took me under his wing. He mentored me and taught me how to fly that machine. He was an absolute excellent pilot, and so in Korea, you had to have 25 hours of flight time before you could become a pilot in command. So at 23, I had 23.5 hours because a check ride's 1.5 hours. So that would give me 25 hours. He goes, "Hey, I'm putting you up for PIC." I said, "No, you're not. No, man, I'm not ready." "Yeah, you're ready." And the commander agrees, Captain Barrows. I go, "No, sir. No." He said, "Yep, I'm putting you up for your check ride." So that paperwork goes to 8th Army, down in Seoul, to the senior pilot for Korea, which is called a STANS, or Standardization Instructor Pilot, SIP. Those dudes, they're the Yodas of Army aviation. The SIPs are. So this came across the desk of, I never will forget his name, Mr. Manajesic. And he looks at it and goes, "Wait a minute, a W1 with 23.5 hours? No, I'm going to go do this check ride for him." And I was like, because his nickname was the Hammer. So he shows up, he calls, "Hey, Greg, I'll be up there tomorrow, we'll do some flying." And I was like, "Oh, dude, no." But I just stayed in my room. I studied. Well, that check ride lasted 3 days. 3 days. It was, flying, flew the DMZ. We did gunnery, did night vision goggle, and dual seat. Because I wanted to be a dual seat PIC. And oh my gosh, man, he ran me through the ringer, and as it should have been, because it's a lot of responsibility flying an armed helicopter, against a known enemy, and we could get called any time for an incursion.
Yeah, you're in a foreign country.
And there's still a war going on in Korea. So yeah, and I was listening the other day to a podcast, but about them coming across, it was some failed SEAL mission in like 2016. I'd never even heard about it. But they were talking about that, and I was like, crap, we had 1 or 2 a month incursions, North Koreans. They're special operations guys coming across the border.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Getting gunfights with the infantry guys that were up there guarding the border. And, of course, we get called, "Hey, you guys got to launch. We got a gunfight going on." "Okay, roger that." Never got to fire a shot, but at least we were on station, and we were there for close air support if they needed it. Yeah, it was good. It was a good time. I did not like the country, but it was a very, very good place for a brand new gun pilot to start, because you had mountain terrain, you had urban terrain, you had overwater, we had snow. I mean, so you got to learn how to fly in all those conditions. Very, very dangerous mountains. One time Perry Scicchetti and I were flying another W1. He was in the front seat. We were coming back from the DMZ, and we'd fly back through this. It's called Phil and Mike's Pass. It was in the mountains. And I looked down, and there's a nice little confined area. And I said, hey, I'm going to come around. It was like December, mid-December. And, of course, everybody's missing home and wanting to be, with their family at Christmas. And I come back around. I go, hey, man, those are blue spruce. He goes, what? I said, Christmas trees. He goes, really? So I land, get out, me and him get out. We cut a Christmas tree because we didn't have the ammo can in the front bay there. So it's a great big space. So we cut a Christmas tree, put it in the ammo bay, closed it. And then we cut some little, trees and stuff, shoved them in the helicopter with us. And I take off, man. I get home, we land. Oh, here comes Captain Barrows. In his Jeep. He's like, come here, dumbasses. I go, what's up? She's, come here. Well, come to find out, one, it's illegal to cut a tree in the country of South Korea. Two is like a $20,000 fine and 5 years of jail if you get caught cutting a tree, because I guess they were all destroyed during the war. And so they had these spots all throughout where they were trying to grow trees. So he made me in sketch mode take that tree and bury it. We couldn't have a Christmas tree.
That's hilarious, dude.
Oh yeah, that and the mind of a bored GI. But I was like, oh man, the guys are gonna love this, And if you're familiar with blue spruce, they're beautiful. They make beautiful Christmas trees.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
What did you learn about yourself as a pilot during that Korean tour?
Oh, goodness. Well, responsibility would be the first thing because, now I'm the responsible guy in this helicopter and my co-pilot. And, situational awareness, taking care of my aircraft, taking care of my crew chiefs, taking care of my armament guys. We call them dogs, armament dogs. And yeah, just the whole team, the whole tribe concept, and, try to be a good leader and help these guys and, do a good job for the commander. And because eyes were always on us, always on us. We did a big mission one time for Troca, that's Third Rock Army. And I'll just say this about South Korean Army, man, they're some of the hardest dudes I've ever met in my life. I mean, they're harder than woodpecker lips, dude. Good soldiers, good warriors. And so the commander was a 2-star general of Troca, I believe. Anyway, so I got to sit and talk with him. We had our debrief, and everybody was kind of milling around, and he had called me over. And very well, I believe he was educated at Harvard, been to command general staff here in the States, very educated, very intelligent man. And I asked him straight up, I said, hey, sir, I said, why are we here? He goes, well, I'll tell you why you're here. If you weren't here, here's the scenario. America decides to leave, okay? The last soldier steps off and gets on an airplane, and it takes off. Within 10 minutes, South Korea would attack North Korea. That's why you're here, to keep us from taking North Korea.
Really?
I said, no way. True story. Yeah, that's what he told me. But I had a really good conversation with him. Really neat guy. I don't remember his name. But yeah, I was very surprised to hear that.
Yeah, that's interesting. How do you think flying that Cobra prepared you for what would come later on in your career?
Well, one, being a gun bird. One of my great moments, I guess, or proud moments was, so they have Top Gun competition for attack helicopters. So Korea had theirs, they have it in the U.S. So Kevin and I, my IP, we were in Top Gun, and it's a whole man concept. You do PT tests, you got to go shoot your pistol, your rifle, and then your helicopter. And I won Top Gun that year in Korea. So that, just being dedicated to your craft and being a professional gun pilot, fighter pilot, and, being a good Army officer and soldier. Yeah. So, and I was fortunate in the 101st because I had outstanding leaders and NCOs. I did. And from, colonel to captain to first sergeants to platoon sergeants again. And just great leaders, some of them Vietnam vets. I never will forget Master Sergeant, oh man, I got his name in my phone. One of the first things he taught me, he was a hoot, Vietnam vet. He goes, all right, Private. He goes, I want you always to remember this. If it's not locked down, tied down, or guarded, it's yours. And I said, what, Master Sergeant? He goes, if it's not locked down, tied down, or guarded, it's yours. I said, oh, okay, I got it. So I always remembered that. And that helped me later on in my career because I'd go steal shit.
Yeah. Acquire.
Yeah, acquire.
It's not really stealing.
No, it's not.
It's government stuff.
Borrowing.
For the government, yeah.
Borrowing.
What's aerial gunnery like? I know that sounds like maybe a dumb question or a general question, but I mean, like, you're flying a helicopter. You have all these different things going on, and then you've got to coordinate ground attacks, especially, you know, when you throw troops in the mix.
Sure.
Like, how hard is that really, and how what does it take to become good at that?
Yeah, oh man, I was trying to think of this. I thought about this morning, actually. It was a Delta guy. Well, it was two of them. We were sitting talking one morning. We were in Baghdad, and we got to talking about, you know, how we disseminate information, take that information, put that information together, and then execute that mission. And I was like, and they looked at me and they're like, bro, you guys, you AH guys, you gun guys, you're the masters, okay? You're flying a helicopter. You're listening to 5 radios. You have to find friendlies, find the forward line of troops, find the enemy, put that helicopter in a position to successfully make that engagement. You guys are the masters. And sometimes we would talk about, I'd talk with Pat McNamara about this. We started this conversation in 2005 at the United States Army, All Army Firearms Championships. Pat and I one evening sipping on a Guinness, and we talked about, what's the word they use? I just, doggone it, I forgot now. I'm sorry, man.
Don't worry about it.
Just lost it. People use it all the time, and I can't stand it because our human brains aren't capable. Multitask, okay? Multitasking. Our brains can't multitask. It's impossible, scientifically proven. So Pat Mack and I, sitting there one evening, and he says, hey, we task stack. Our brains stack these tasks that we have to complete. We can't do multiple things at one time. The brain won't allow it. But we prioritize in our brain in nanoseconds, okay? And that's kind of where that conversation with the Delta guys went about, you know, how we operate and what we do and how we do it. And, you know, and they're like, man, we don't see how you guys do what you do. And I says, oh, yeah, by the way, it's a single-engine aircraft, and we're flying at night, diving it at the earth at over 100 miles an hour, wearing night vision goggles. Yeah. Like, dude, you have to stop.
Yeah, because night vision kind of takes away some of your depth perception as well.
Takes all of it away, yeah. But you overcome that by scanning, okay? You scan. And you can't get fixated wearing night vision goggles or in the daytime. Daytime, scary, man. I hated flying during the day.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I couldn't stand it because there's just too much information being input into your brain. Whereas at night, wearing night vision goggles, man, it's a 40-degree world. You know, that's your field of view. But you scan to overcome that. And, yeah, and it's our world, man. We own the night. So we got the technology and we utilize it.
After Korea, you came back to the 101st Airborne at Fort Campbell, but now you were flying AH-64 Apaches. Mm-hmm. How was the Apache different from the Cobra?
Well, it was multi-engine, so newer technologies, 90s technology. Plus it, had 2 engines. Great machine. I loved the Apache. I flew the A model and first of the 101st. My first commander was Lieutenant Colonel Cody, which later became Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, 4-star General Cody. I learned he was a great leader, great commander. I mean, he knew aviation inside and out. That guy never ceased to amaze me. He knew maintenance. He knew safety. He knew weapon system. I mean, that guy he was above the rest. And so, yeah, I went there, flew the Apache for almost 3 years, and first the 101st. A great mission. Of course, I got there and they had just gotten back from Desert Storm. So like March, I think, 91. Yeah, March of 91. So I was the new guy, no combat, the FNG, and new to Apaches. I'd gone to Rucker, did the transition, and then came back to Fort Campbell. And yeah, I enjoyed flying the machine. We had a deep attack mission, the 101st did, so we trained that a lot. Went out to NTC, to the desert, and just all over the western part of the United States and practiced that deep attack mission, going 200, 300, 400 miles behind enemy lines and hitting targets, just like they did in Iraq. They fired the first shots in 91. First the 101st did, those Apache team did. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
This is where you first met Jamie Weeks, who would become such an important part of your story. Tell us about meeting Jamie.
Doggone. Old Jamie. So Jamie looked just like, doggone it, he was a NASCAR. He was killed in a crash.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Dale Earnhardt. Looked just like, mustache. He was from Alabama. His daddy, Jimmy, was a legend in Army aviation, had like 60-some air medals from Vietnam. And I'd met him many, many times. He lived there in Daleville. Just a really cool guy. And Jamie and his brother, met him once or twice. But yeah, Jamie, he was in a different company, but we kind of, we're all Apache guys and we all help each other. And I'd flown the simulator with him a lot. And, yeah, we just hit it off, became very, very good friends.
What made Jamie special as a pilot? You said he could make the helicopter dance like nobody you'd ever seen.
He was probably the best helicopter pilot I'd ever flown with, ever. He had a gift. The guy could shoot, with surgical precision, which we're all held to that standard in B Company, first to 160th, because of the proximity that we would have to engage targets to the friendlies. So very close, but yeah, and I flew with him in the Apache, so, but yeah, we became good friends. And then they had a Top Gun competition in 92, and I worked my tail off and I won that Top Gun competition that year too. So yeah. And then Jamie left and went to the 160th, went to B Company. And then I was probably about a year behind him. Yeah, when I went to B Company.
How did you first find out about the 160th, or had it always been on your radar? Or?
Kind of, sort of. I remember one day I was a private. We'd just come out of the field, 101st, and we were out back. We were cleaning weapons. And I'd seen these little black helicopters a couple times, the route on Fort Campbell there was a south to north route right behind 1st Brigade that was mandatory route. So when the little birds are coming back to their hangars or whatever, you look up to them. And I was sitting there watching them one day, and old Big Sarge, he's like, "Coker, quit lollygagging, quit looking at those helicopters. They're not there, they don't exist." And I was like, "Whatever, dude." I said, "I'm going to fly those things one day." And he's like, "Shut up. No, you're not. You're stupid." And on and on and on. So I finished cleaning my weapons. And then when I came back to the 101st flying Apaches, I met a fellow named Jerry Harp. And he was in B Company, first the 160th. And it was funny, I had a roping dummy. We lived on post, and I was out there, when I had time, and I was out there roping the dummy. Well, here comes this big old dually one day, and he stops and jumps out. And he's like, "Hey, I'm Jerry Harp. I rope, and da-da-da-da. What's your name? And what do you do? And where are you from?" And so Jerry and I hit it off, and he was an old cowboy from Texas. So yeah, I started talking to him about, I said, "Hey, I'm interested in coming to the 160th and da-da-da." And he's like, "Yeah, man, just get your packet together and come assess."
What was it that appealed to Special Operations Aviation? Like, what was...
They're the best.
Was their reputation known in the aviation community?
Very little at that time in the 90s. Very, very little. Yeah, we still kept the little birds in bunkers and stuff, so, Russian satellites wouldn't get pictures of them until we moved up to the airfield. But yeah, it was classified unit, and they supported Delta. I still have a hard time saying Delta because it was, we were raised, we talk in colors. Green was Delta, brown's task force, red's Rangers. So that's how we talked, and that's how we could talk about it without anybody listening in or hearing about what they wouldn't have a clue. They're talking about a color. Okay, whatever. But, and we referred to them as customers. We got to go to Bragg and work with the customers next week or whatever. So
what was the selection process to get into the 160th to whatever you can talk about?
Yes. So your assessment, so you'll contact recruiting. And of course I was right there on Fort Campbell. So it was easy. I just went up there and said, hey, I'd like to submit a packet for assessment. So they give you your paperwork. And again, it's all hand-filled, hand-carried. It's your resume for what you have done up until this point. And for me, so the standard used to be to assess, you had to have 1,000 hours of flight time and 100 hours of night vision goggles. That was the minimum. Well, I only had like 640 hours of flight time, but I had like 230 hours of night vision goggles. Because we flew night vision in Korea, and Colonel Cody at the time, he was huge proponent of wearing night vision goggles because, we had the HDU, we had the FLIR and the TADS at the pilots, that little piece that goes over your eye. And then, but he'd always said, I want both front seat and back seaters wearing night vision goggles and there were a few times where the goggles saved us because we got in bad weather or fog or whatever where the FLIR couldn't see through it, but you could see with night vision goggles. So it was also a safety factor. So I went, got my packet, filled it out, and then they contact you and says, yes, we want you to come assess, or no, get more time, or whatever the case. So, and I was worried about my, and I says, hey, I only got, I don't have the 1,000 hours, but I got this many hours of night vision goggles. So they assessed me. They took a chance on Greg Coker. And the assessment's a week long, and it's a mental, physical, mental operation, man. They break you down, they PT your butt off, then you get your mission, and then I was trying to think this morning, I think you have 18 hours to plan your mission, and then you come back in to B company, or to whatever company that you're assessing for. So A company, first of the 160th, is the MH6s, the little birds with the planks on the side. So they'll carry customers, the Delta guys are Rangers. And then B company were the gun company, were the AH-6 little birds. And then C and D company are Blackhawks, and then they have the DAPs, the armed Blackhawks. And then the other side of it is 2nd Battalion, A company, and those are the Chinook. That's the Chinook company at Fort Campbell. So those guys would go to their aircraft and do their thing. And I wanted to fly AHs. And so, yeah, you're given a mission, you're given a target, and your maps, and then, you go off and you go plan your mission, and you write a brief, and it's very detailed. Of course, I had, I knew Jerry, I knew a bunch of the B company guys, to include the platoon leader, and Mark Jones, which he's a very, very close friend of mine, later commanded B company. But yeah, so I planned my mission, and the standard for the 160th is to hit that target plus or minus 30 seconds. Plus or minus 30 seconds. And that's worldwide, brother. It doesn't matter. The ground force says, I'm going to be there at 0200. Well, those helicopters have to be there plus or minus 30 seconds. That's the standard. That's a map, a watch, and a compass. Not using all these electronics, GPS, all this other stuff. You have to be able to perform that task to standard, or you're told to leave. okay? Because lives depend on it. They depend. We live our lives by the clock. And I did that for years and years and years. So, yeah, so I came in. It was like day 6, I think, day 5. I don't remember. Anyway, so you meet your IP. My IP, that was Hal Wade. And you do a brief. So there's guys from the company are there. And they listen to your briefing. Nobody says anything to you. Nothing. They just, give you the 1,000-yard stare, and by design. And then you go out pre-flight. Of course, I'd never been in a MD 530.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, man. It's got to be a lot different flying a Little Bird than an Apache, right? Had you ever flown anything like it before?
No, nothing.
Oh, wow.
No, that helicopter, it has no hydraulics. But it's just, and you sit, side by side, not tandem. And it is little. It is a little bird. But yeah, the guys I'd fly, and we're all pretty good sized fellows, but our shoulders we're always like, get away, get over. And but
is it kind of like the difference between driving a big truck and a motorcycle?
I don't know about a motorcycle. I've never ridden a motorcycle.
Yeah, it's just like faster and quicker.
It's very, very maneuverable. Yeah. It's comparing it. The Little Bird is a Lamborghini, and everything else is a VW.
Okay.
I mean, literally. That's my analogy. So
the first time you ever fly one is the day you're flying for your assessment.
Yes.
With an instructional pilot from the 160th. Oh, yes. Wow.
On a 2-hour route. I think the minimum was 2 hours. So you fly a route. So there's standards for the route. You have to be so many meters from the line that you draw on that map using terrain to navigate with your compass and your clock. And then you have a checkpoint every, 10 to 12 miles. So you have to hit that checkpoint, identify that checkpoint within 2 minutes, plus or minus 2 minutes. And then the target is plus or minus 30 seconds. So I nabbed the route. I didn't have a clue, man, where I was most of the time, but I was close. I was close. And it was simply because in Korea, and then First the 101st, they were big on navigation, on the maps using a compass and time driven for the ground. They don't have the tight standards the 160th has, but I felt I was a pretty good navigator, and I actually found my target. It wasn't on time, but I did find my target. So we come off and you bump, you simulate engaging the target with your light. And then you break off, and Hal says, "Hey man, you have the controls." I said, "Okay, roger that." So, and I'm over here. I don't have a clue, but I mean, every little feedback, every little puff of wind, every little thing you feel in that helicopter. It's the last and only seat of the pants flying machine. Like the old fixed wing. You hear them talking about seat of the pants flight. Well, it's your proprioceptive. Your butt cheeks that tell you, hey, I'm going left, I'm going right, I'm going up, down, whatever the case. But yeah, I was very excited, and I was pretty pumped because I'd found my target. And I flew back. I think we did a couple more bumps. We did a wire bump, so that's a maneuver. So if you're flying wrong and somebody yells on the radio, "Wires!" Well, you bump, man. You just go vertical, so you don't run into the wires. And I think we did one of those. That was really cool. And I'd done some aerobatics in the Apache. So yeah, I love it. And so we get back, we land, we hover over to the B Company hangar, we shut down, I unbuckle, and I get out. And Hal looks at me, he goes, "You need to grow a mustache." So I'm like, "Oh man, did I pass? Did I pass it? And he says, "And grow your hair out." I said, "Roger that." So you go in for the debrief. So the guys come, at the time, I think it was a platoon leader, because we're under
the 90s, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was 93. So we're under the old TO&E, where the commander's a major. We're a big army, it's a captain. Platoon leaders are captains, not lieutenants. And because they want senior, more mature senior leadership. Anyway, so we get in the debrief, man. I just get hammered, just pow, 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 pow. And I'm just like, man, I'm so sorry, dude. I just want to be here, I just want to go shoot in the face. That's all. So they finish that. There's no positive feedback. None. It's all mental. It's all design. It's like the Delta assessment or the Ranger. It's all done for a reason, man. It's by design. All they want to see is that you're not going to quit. That's it, dude. And it's in your heart and your soul that you want to be here. Our motto, Night Stalkers don't quit. We don't. I've seen men live and die by that motto in SDQ. So I kind of leave. So they release me. And then the next morning you have your board with the regimental commander, your IP, and then there's all the psych, because you do a very intense psychological evaluation while you're there. The psych's there, and then these other dudes that I've never seen, and I'm just like, oh man, no. And it's your formal board. So you're going to go in, you report, you're in Class A's, your dress uniform. It's early in the morning. You've been up all night. Of course, again, they want to make you tired. They want to stress you. They want to psychologically break you just to see how you're going to react. So the first two guys in front of me, man, they didn't make it. They didn't get selected. I was like, oh, dude, and I'm sweating bullets. So I hear him call my guys. I think the recruiter, he's like, Mr. Coker, you're next. So knock on the door, enter. They yell out. And so I open the door. Here's all these dudes looking at me. I march right behind my chair, report to the commander. CW2 Coker reports, sir. Says, Mr. Coker, and then there's a pitcher of water and a glass on the table. And it's like 110 degrees in this room, dude. I mean, by design. And I just start sweating bullets. So I'm standing there. And it was Colonel, gosh, I don't even remember now. He asked me, what's the most important thing in this room? And I was like, that American flag right there, sir. He goes, take your seat. So sit down. Now it's just boom, boom. Why did you do this? Well, you said this. Well, you didn't hit your target on time. Blah, da, da, da. I mean, for an hour at least. I don't know. Time is irrelevant. And I kept looking at that glass and that pitch of water. I was like, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't do it. Don't do it. And the flight surgeon starts on you, and then the SIP starts on you. You hadn't even seen him. And then the psych, he starts, well, you answered this way, and it's just, it's rapid fire, dude. And so I'm, pretty cool and calm. And one of them, I think it was XO, he says, Mr. Coker, what do you want to fly? I said, sir, I'll fly hot air balloons if that's what you want me to. And I couldn't believe I said that, man. But I wanted to be there. I want to be with the best. I want to be the best. So they finish, and then you report, and then you exit the room. And then you stand there and wait, because they're in there talking, hey, are we going to take this guy? Da, 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 da. So a few minutes go by. And it says, Mr. Coker, report. Knock on the door. Open the door. Sir, CW2 Coker reports. Take your seat. And I took my seat, and they're all just looking at me. You could hear a pin drop, dude. And I'm like, man, here it comes. I didn't cut it. And the commander puts his feet up on the desk. He goes, welcome to the 160th, Greg. I was like, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And they all started laughing, and they're like, dude, you did this. You're stupid, but you're trainable. We'll train you. And, but yeah, it was a very proud moment for me, and a lot of hard work, very emotional. But again, you just earned your license to learn. And man, does school start. It starts. It's the hardest job that I've ever done in my life. I've never been colder. I've never been hungrier. And I've never been hotter. I've never been more elated, very proud to be a part. And I'd ask myself most every day, what am I doing here? I'm walking among these giants. I'm walking among Delta Force Commandos and Rangers and 160th Legends. How? Why? Okay, I'm just here for the ride.
You and I were
Not
talking.
really. I mean, I was very, very serious, very dedicated. Everybody works their tail off. You're treated like worse than dirt, man, for 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. You're just a nobody, dude, because you got to earn your keep. You got to earn your place. You got to earn their trust, okay? Especially as a gun guy, because, again, a lot of stuff going on. We're coming in and shoot targets with live people running around, helicopters landing, all kind of things going on. So,
What was that transition like going from big army to special operations?
it wasn't difficult. It was very different because they would always say that it's big boy rules. It's big boy rules. You're responsible for your actions. Don't mess this up. Don't go do something stupid. I mean, whereas in big army, it's very structured. Hey, you be PT at 0600, we're going to have a brief this time. Go do your nuclear, biological, chemical, go do the weapon, but it's not like that in special operations. You have your area of responsibility and you're responsible for that, and it's expected to get done to standard. So yeah, a lot of responsibility, and there's, really no adult supervision. You're on your own, and especially as the new guy. And I was the fridge. So that's what you get called, but you had to take care of the refrigerator. Just little things, pubs, publications, hundreds and hundreds of aviation civilian pubs. We kept a library, worldwide library of all these maps and publications. And of course you had nuclear, biological, chemical, you had weapons, you had additional duties that you also were responsible for, not only as a pilot, but the other thing with the 160th is your job is to fly. If I wanted to go fly every day, 10 hours a day, I could do that because that's my job. And we'd go to the range 3 times a week and shoot because we're held to a very high standard for shooting. I've shot 12 meters in front of friendlies in combat because they trusted us to shoot the target that we intended to shoot, okay, not have a fratricide or blue on blue or whatever the case. But yeah, so, and then you spend the next 18 to 24 months, it takes us that long to teach a dude how to shoot. Okay, this helicopter is completely different from anything you've ever flown. Again, there's no hydraulics. We used to say, these are my hydraulics, that the biceps on each arm.
Yeah.
But just a fun helicopter to fly, very stable. But you have to learn to shoot, one, and then you get to the company, you're a BMT, a basic mission trained pilot. So you have to fly with an IP every flight. You go to the range and shoot, and you're just all over the place. And, guys ask, well, how do you aim this thing? You know how we aim?
That's all I was asking you last night.
Yeah. So it's a grease pencil mark. We all carry a Army issue grease pencil in our kit, on our vest. And every guy's different. It depends on, how tall you are, how you sit in that seat, or how short you are. So it takes a little while to figure out. It's called a pipper. And we put a grease pencil mark on the windscreen, and that's how we sight. And I could put a rocket in a window 400 meters away. That's the standard you're held to. Okay. But we're the best attack helicopter pilots in the world. Those guys, bar none, they are the best. But we shoot a lot.
So you would literally just put a grease pin mark on the windshield. Yeah. That's good God.
And there's, like, for me, so I'm left eye dominant. That's one thing I had to, and I'm a shooter. So, and I did, realize and see after time, I'd ask a guy, hey, do you shoot? Do you shoot competitively, or do you just go out and shoot? Oh, yeah. Well, there's definitely a difference. Guys would pick it up quicker. And especially miniguns, so you'd start to pick up the tracer in your peripheral vision, and you just make that fine-tuned adjustment before the bullets even get there. So the following bullets, they'll be right there at 300 meters, man. Those minigun will be right there. Oof. But guys would, like some guys would take a tape measure, measure up and then over and then put their grease pencil mark. For me, it was over to the inside of my left pedal because I'm left eye dominant, and I was 18 rivets up on left or right seat, and they're all the same. So and then I'd count and be up over and put my pipper right there. I was like, yep, I'm good to go.
That's wild.
And everybody's pipper was different. I mean, some of them would have, just a big circle. Like mine, I'd have a stadia line here and a stadia line here just to help with windage and, different things that I'd picked up as I learned to shoot that helicopter. Yeah, it was cool. And guys, they couldn't, like, use a grease pencil mark.
I'm still like, I mean, that's, as advanced as we are as a country with all the things that we have. And that's.
Dude, we tried it all. We've tested it. And one time, some engineers had brought some kind of sighting system, and Uncle Fred Horsley, says there's no faster computer than the human brain, boys. We'll stay with the grease pencil. And he was right. He really was.
Are they still using the grease pencil today?
I guess so, yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Dude. That's cool though. I mean,
I've had the world's best shooters come. I'd bring them to Campbell to train. Robbie Latham, Benny Cooley, Mike Voigt. I mean, multiple world championship shooters. And we'd bring them in to train us on pistol and rifle stuff. And then I'd always take them to the range, be like, because I shot competitively. I shot competitive 3-gun, and then I shot USPSA. So a competitive pistol. And later on 3-gun, multi-gun. And they're like, how do you guys aim this thing? I was like, come here. I was like,
let me show you this grease pencil.
And I was like, shh. And they're like, no, because Jerry Barnhart, one of the world's greatest shooters, he'd sit there in that seat and he goes, I don't get it. It doesn't compute. And I said, well, it's repetition.
It takes 18 months, Jerry.
It takes 18 months and multi-millions of dollars worth of ammo. Yeah. Yeah. And we shoot a lot.
Can you kind of describe the weapon systems on a Little Bird for people who don't understand like military aviation? Maybe paint that picture a little bit.
Sure. So our standard configuration in the AH-6 are 2 M134 Dillon Arrow miniguns. Okay. And our guns, I don't know what they're configured to now, but when I was there, they fired 4,000 rounds a minute per gun, okay? And I think later they changed the gear to shoot 3,000 rounds per minute. But the AH guns shot 4,000 rounds per minute. So 2 guns, that's 132 bullets per second of 308, 7.62 rounds. And those were we had a plank that ran through the cargo area of the aircraft, and then the miniguns hung on the inboards, and then we carried 2 7-shot rocket pods that are 2.75-inch folding fin arrow rockets, so a total of 14 rockets. And we could configure, later on, we got the GAL-19. That's a 3-barreled 50 caliber Gatling gun. We'd carry it on the left because it's just so heavy, because we're very weight limited. So our priority are gas and bullets, because we support the ground force. So how long can we stay on station, and how many engagements can I make? So, and then again, as a gun pilot, you have to learn to manage your ammo, because it's very critical, especially in a long-term gunfight. So I could get 14 to 15 engagements, okay? Minigun rocket. I can shoot single rocket, I can shoot single gun, I can shoot duals. It just depended on, and that was another job of mine, to weaponeer the aircraft for the target at hand. Was it soft target? Was it buildings? Was it personnel? Was it light armor? So I would configure the weapon system, but our standard was always dual miniguns and dual rocket pods. Okay. And then M4s.
Yeah. We'll get into some of those stories. Those are some fun stories.
Yeah.
Does the aircraft, once you put all that armament on, obviously the weight changes. Does it change the way you fly the aircraft?
Well, it does on power. Okay. So it limits, we have a max gross weight. The J model, the old AH-6. So we were limited to 3,995 pounds, 3,950 pounds. So full minigun, full rockets, full gas, we weighed 3,900 pounds. So we're limited by the capability of that airframe, how much weight it can pick up. So in combat, I probably took off at 4,200 pounds many a night, because it was based on what the ground force needed. There was a gunfight going on, whatever. So, but the helicopter will do it. It is one badass little helicopter.
In the 90s, there wasn't tons going on, but I think I mean, obviously we had Somalia, Desert Storm. Was there a bunch of combat vets in the unit?
Oh, yes. Yeah, there were Somalia, the Mogadishu guys were, they had just gotten home when, I was still in Green Platoon. Yeah, they just gotten home, brought Mike Durant home. And, and then, like you said, there hadn't been much. I mean, there had been Grenada, Panama in 89, and then Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and then Mogadishu in 93. But very short, very not long-term events, combat actions.
What kind of lessons did you guys learn from those guys that had been in Mogadishu, from the Little Bird side of the house?
Yeah. Oh man, there were quite a few lessons learned, like our FARP. So a FARP is a forward arming refueling point. So our crew chiefs and our armament dogs would put together our FARP. So it was gas, it was bullets, and it was rockets. Okay. So if we had a known location where the battle or where the target was going to be, then our guys would put together the FARP package. And we also had a FARP company. So they were dedicated FARP guys. Okay. Fuel, ammo. And, so they could push that package forward closer to the battle, so we could get gas and ammo just, in just a few minutes, and turn right around and get back in the gunfight. So that was one of the big, how we operate the FARP, the decisions made, where to put that FARP, and we will usually get some Rangers, platoon of Rangers, to come with us for security. So they're secure, but our guys are trained to the same standard they're trained as far as shooting, CQB, land nav, all those type of things. They're the best NCOs and soldiers in the Army that we hired. So that was one. Of course, daytime, it's just bad, man. It's just bad things happen in the day. That's why they call us night stalkers, not day stalkers.
Yeah.
But we have to go when the boss says go, whether it's daytime, whether it's nighttime. So, especially on high value targets.
Yeah, and Mogadishu was kind of like the first well-known DA. I mean, I'm sure the unit had done other stuff, but direct action wise, with the blocking, and it went bad. But I mean, that kind of the aftermath of what happened in Black Hawk Down. Did you guys start changing, maybe TTPs based on what had happened, or
no? You can't control what the enemy is going to do.
Yeah, they're going to say
you can't. I mean, I can attest to that. So, no, not that much. I mean, our standards for shooting, our standards for call for fire, that stuff was, I mean, it worked. And the AH guys, man, they saved a lot of dudes.
Oh, yeah.
They saved a lot of dudes, and they killed a lot of bad guys in that 18 hours, probably 4,000 or 5,000 bad guys.
Yeah. You joined B Company, the Six Guns. Tell us about that culture and kind of what made the Six Guns special.
They're all jackasses. I mean, I'm not kidding, man. We're all a bunch of knuckle-dragging jackasses. But we're gun guys, and, and I would tell new guys that would come in, I was like, listen, here's our job. This is our mission, to go shoot bad people in the face. That's it. We support the ground force. That's it. If you have a problem with that, we need to know right now. No, I don't have a problem. Anyway, but yeah, they were kind of the stepchildren of the regiment. Nobody would come by and visit us. When the Sykes, they'd stick their head in our door and then run away. Like, Doc, come here, man. No, get out, go away. Yeah, we were B Company.
Were you guys just known as like the Wild Bunch?
No, not really. But we're gun guys, man. We're gunfighters, and we're just a different culture. And, and I would tell guys, hey, when God knits us in our mother's womb, this is in the Bible, our path is already laid out. Yeah, we'll drift left and right throughout our lives, but God will, he'll get out the old Louisville Slugger and say, Greg, no, get back over here. Yeah. So it's in our DNA. It's how God made us, and he made us warriors. And he put us here on this earth to fight our nation's battles. That's our mission in our life. And some guys, they couldn't grasp it. They couldn't get it. My tenure in B Company, I probably saw 8 or 9 guys go away because they couldn't fly the machine. They couldn't shoot. They'd get sick in the fur ball. I mean, literally, when there's 2 H's on station, man, we're shooting and breaking. It's just, they call it the fur ball. I mean, we're upside down. We're trying to maneuver and get in there to where we can make the shots. And, but no, it's, yeah, in Iraq, we had 4 teams, and our team was called Team Jackass. But that's just how we are. That's how we're made. And bottom line is we fix the enemy, and we go shoot them and kill them.
Where does the 6 guns don't miss come from? What's the origin of that motto?
So the 6 guns came from the rehearsal for the second hostage rescue attempt in Iran. Okay. It was Sergeant Charlie Beckwith, Colonel Beckwith. And after the failed attempt, Colonel Beckwith went to Congress, says, I want Army pilots flying my Army Delta Force. Roger that. So that's when they put together, this was his concept, I believe, was like 78, 79 for the unit, and then 80 after the failed attempt. And then 160th was formed. I think it was Task Force 1. I think originally it was like TF 158, and then it went to 160th. So they're out west training for the second hostage rescue attempt, and 2 AHs land. Colonel Beck was standing there, and these gun pilots get out. They're just dirty and dusty and been training for days and days. And Colonel Beck, because we had 2 miniguns, he goes, all right. He says, you guys remind me of the old gunfighters, the old West, carrying 6 guns. You're 2 miniguns. Said, I'm going to call you guys the 6 guns. So that's how we got the name. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. You spent 15 years with B Company. That's a long time with the same unit. What was it about that brotherhood that kept you there?
Man, the tribe. There's nothing stronger than your tribe. I don't care if you're law enforcement, firefighters, Army Special Operations, Army, Marines. Yeah, man, you fight for the guy on the left and the guy on the right. That's it. When bullets start going downrange, it's not about flag or mom or apple pie. It's about your brothers on the left and the right. And you're going to go home, and you're going to take them home. They're going to bring you home. Absolutely. Every time.
The company only had, at the time, I think like 24 operators total. How does being in such a small elite group affect the relationships that you build?
Man, we were always fighting each other. But it was inter-company. We're all type A+ personalities. We're aviators. I mean, it's probably the worst recipe to put a group of men together that you can have. Your aviators, your gun pilots, your gunfighters, A+. The psychs coined the term, there's A personalities. We're A+ in B Company. But yeah, man, we loved each other, and without a doubt, but we're always going at it, dude. Who can be the best? Because the best of the best is there. When it came time for promotions and your annual, your officer evaluation report, well, crap, everybody's the same. So how does that commander, put one guy ahead of another guy? I mean, I always told the old man, our commanders, I was like, man, I feel sorry for you, sir. But if it was promotion time, then you got a top block because they knew you were going to the promotion board. I mean, we didn't care about that stuff. We really didn't. We didn't care about evaluations. We didn't care about awards. All we cared about was going and shooting people in the face, man. That is it.
Yeah.
as our mission. And we loved it. I loved it.
Yeah. One of the things I thought was awesome about your book is you really gave, you really talked about your relationships with the crew chiefs or the armament dogs.
Yeah.
Why were they so crucial to your success?
Well, it's their helicopter, man. If the crew chief, if he doesn't have that helicopter up to spec and up to standards, well, we can't fly it. And if the armament guys are lollygagging and the guns don't run or the rockets don't shoot, well, then we're screwed. So, yeah, I had utmost respect for those guys. I love every one of them. They were the best in the world, and it was I'd always kind of sit back and watch. We'd land at the FARP in training or in combat, and it looked like an Indianapolis 500 pit crew or a NASCAR pit crew, man. I mean, they just, boom, they're on that helicopter, and under 3 minutes, we had full gas, full rockets, and full ammo, and we were taking off, brother. Yeah. We'd do a hot offload off a C-130. We'd push it off, and we were built up and flying away, man, in 5 minutes.
Wow.
Every time. And we'd always race each other. We'd see who was best, who was fastest. That's just how we are.
Did you stay like in a team? Like, did you always have the same co-pilot and the same crew chiefs?
No.
So it's just as a company, you guys would swap aircraft.
Yeah, just whoever was around, or we always had to maintain a quick reaction force, okay, at Fort Campbell. So if something happened, C5s would land, we'd load and go. And then the other group or two, they'd be TDY training somewhere in the world. So I averaged like 296 days gone per year.
Wow.
TDY or in combat. So yeah, we're doing overwater training, we're doing mountains, training with other units. We'd be at Bragg training with Delta, one of the 3 Ranger battalions, doing gun smokes or doing hot offloads, and yeah, we're always training. That's what makes you the best.
All right, everybody, listen up. If you're dragging through life, low energy, no sleep, can't build muscle, or just don't feel like yourself anymore, you need to hear this. Dr. Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group in Southern Pines, North Carolina, isn't your average doctor. He's a former Green Beret Special Forces medic who deployed to Afghanistan, went on to become an ER physician, and after going through his own hormone crash, built a medical practice dedicated to optimizing the health of both men and women, and he's doing telemedicine in 30 different states. While other clinics rush you through a 15-minute appointment, Dr. Bosley spends a full hour figuring out what's actually going on. Reach out to Dr. Bosley and his team at www.precisionwellnessgroup.com/contact. Mention Vanguard 20 to receive 20% off your initial consultation. Fuel your momentum with real medicine and real results at Precision Wellness Group. Kind of as we go next into, I really want to dive into kind of what it was like training, because we are still pre 9/11, and your Mogadishu is still, Black Hawk Down, that's still fresh in everybody's mind, and were you guys picking up things on the radar in the world? I mean, I know you're a special operations unit at the tip of the spear that needs to stay ready, but do you feel like you guys were training for particular missions, or was it really just to be totally well-rounded?
Totally well-rounded. And we always had a saying, the train never stops. Never. And if you ain't hanging on, you're going to get left behind. So training is very critical, and we train differently than any other units out there, okay? We always live fire, okay? There's always live people running around on the range or wherever Mount City we're at or whatever area, but we always shoot live ammo. Always. Rockets, minigun, coming in, assaulting a city that's been built at Fort Benning or up at Fort Lewis with 275 Rangers, or out at Bragg in one of their shoot cities. But we just train differently, and what it does, it helps us, and we found this because us new guys, when we went into Afghanistan in 2001, there were no combat vets. We were all cherries, brother. But it helped us in our debriefs, and we analyze everything. We're very, very analytical. And we have to, because we want to get better. If we do something wrong or we make a mistake, then we need to fix it right then and there. And it makes us better at what we do. But yeah, man, we spent a lot of time training over water, and I loved flying over water. The other guys hated it. I mean, they hated it. And I asked one time, it was Fred Horsley. I said, why do we spend so much time doing over water flights? He says, well, that's a good question. He said 70% of the world's population is within 300 miles of a shoreline. I'd never thought about that.
Nor had I.
Yeah. So, yeah, we go to ships. I hated staying on ships. I hate ships, period, man. But anyway, but I loved, because we fly at 25 feet over the water at night, single engine aircraft, night vision goggles.
How, I guess I keep going back to it in my head because I've spent a lot of time under night vision. How do you get your depth perception with night vision and a helicopter, especially when you're talking about 25 feet and, landing, and how does that work? Because, in a little bird vice like a Black Hawk, you have crew chiefs who are looking over the side and telling you, hey, you don't have that. So
no,
how do you really train for that?
You train. And we found in brownout landings. So in the deserts where it's very dusty, and, people refer to Afghanistan, Iraq, desert sand. It's not sand, it's dirt. And it's like powder, if you can imagine that.
Like pulverized powder.
It's been there a million years, or whatever. But so in the little bird, as we're coming in, the Delta guys and the Rangers would be like, man, how you guys landed it? We can't even see you. I said, I don't know, dude. At 10 feet, I close my eyes and I just push the collector down until I feel the ground. I said, no, I'm kidding. But there's actually, if you look right out the door, right there by your left or by your right foot, we call it the bubble. And so you find a bush or a rock or a plant. Another thing we might do is we'd take a water bottle and we'd crack an IR chem light, infrared chem light, put it in, and then throw it out. And that gives us a reference because we don't have any depth perception under night vision goggles. And we'd find that, and you just fly that helicopter right to that point. But as you get within, 3 or 4 feet of the ground, you have it's clear right there. It's just the aerodynamics, or, we couldn't figure it all out, but we call it the bubble. So I would fixate on that point, and then I'd just fly the helicopter right to that point, boom, and land. But you got to do hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those. And after I retired, I met a fella. He was the SAC for DEA Aviation, and their aviation headquarters is right there at Alliance Airport in Fort Worth. So he was a shooter, and we shot competitively together, and he'd come out and shoot at my range, and a really cool guy. And then I think it was about 2010 or 11. Well, they were deploying to Afghanistan.
With the fast teams.
Yes. And he asked me, he says, would you please just come talk to our helicopter pilots about the environment? I said, absolutely, brother. Well, I took it even further. I called regiment, told them what I was doing. I got our whole TTPs, our SOPs, and I just handed it to their IPs.
Good for
and
you.
I said, listen, guys, the most dangerous thing you're going to do is take off and land. It's not guys shooting at you. It's not dudes trying to kill you. It's the environment trying to kill you. And they took that to heart, and I said, I highly recommend you guys go out west, go to Arizona, somewhere where it's very dusty, and, do your daytime. Do 20 or 30 landings and approaches, and get that thing on the ground. Find the mechanics. Feel that helicopter, because they fly little birds too. They fly 530s and Black Hawks. I said, Black Hawks, you got 4 sets of eyes out there looking for you. And a little bird, you got one set of Mark 1 eyeballs, and that's the guy flying the machine.
And a grease pin.
Yeah, and a grease pin.
I love that. I think that's one thing that will really stick with me in this interview.
No kidding. Like, it does everybody.
I mean, and watching the videos last night with you of just, some of the videos of you guys doing the things you do, and it's just like, wow, man, the whole might of the military with all of our technology, and it's like
AI
still
and
goes
drones.
back. Yeah. It's kind of like, land nav for those of us that are old school Army. We've gotten overly reliant on all
GPS.
These mechanical stuff. People, unless you're in special operation, like guys don't know how to read a map. Like, oh, my plugger's not working. It's like, fool, pull the
batteries are dead.
Pull the map and the compass.
Hey, dude, get your freaking lensatic compass out and shoot an azimuth and let's go.
Well, before we end up on a tangent, I kind of want to draw back to some of your training. So your first real taste of special operations came training with Delta Force at Fort Bragg. What was that like for you? Were you aware of kind of what the unit did? Or
oh, absolutely. Okay. As a kid and as a young adult and then a young soldier, I read everything I could get my hands on about special operations, and there wasn't much written, not very, very little, but and I knew who they were, mad respect for those guys, best operators on the planet, best shooters on the planet, bar none, professional. And my first gig was with C Squadron. We did a gun smoke out at Fort Bragg, and what that is we take 2 H's out there and we do call for fire training with the operators, each team, the fire support guys, and we'll spend a week, 10 days out there shooting every day, doing call for fire, doing day, doing night, different scenarios. But it's to help train their new guys, because we have a standard call for fire. Hey, you, this is me from my position, 310 degrees, marked by M240 tracer, whatever the case, marked by laser, fire for effect, roger that, go in, reattack, or whatever the case. And then, probably the biggest part, one, is teaching the guy to shoot that helicopter. And it takes us 18 to 24 months to teach a guy how to shoot with the precision that we require. Okay. So in that time, we're also working with the different units. So everybody operates differently. Delta operates their way. The Rangers operate their way. And then other colored special operations units or government agencies that we'd work with. So we have to learn how they operate. So it's constant learning. It's constant training. Plus, we have environments. So we have to go train over water. We got to go train in the mountains. We got to go train in the desert. We got to go train in urban. Urban's the toughest that there is, man. It is, because you navigate in there. There's bad guys around every corner. The winds are just everywhere. So, a lot of situational awareness in the urban environment. So the other aspect of it is navigation. We're kind of talking about that. We are experts in navigating where we got to go to, be it over water where there's nothing to look at. So we kind of got to be expert weathermen, because all weathermen are liars, right? I
think all you got to do is say
it's sunny in 68. Dude, it's snowing sideways. Yeah. Look out your window.
All you got to say is there's a 10% chance of rain and you're covered.
Yeah. Yeah. So literally, we become very good weather guessers, is what we call it. But you have to, because our life depends on it. We may not have a weather forecaster with us. Most time we did. And they were Air Force guys, Special Operations Air Force weather guys.
We had one on the podcast, actually.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one. Anyway, so, but navigation, again, our standard is plus or minus 30 seconds. And we have to do that without GPS, without electronics. It's our map, our clock, and our compass. And you have to make that standard. And we make up stuff. So one of the things that I always love to do is, so you'd have lead. We always go with 2 ships. We never do single ship missions. You always have a wingman. And so lead would have the route on a map, 1.5 to 2 hour route, checkpoints. Well, trail would have a blank map, okay? And he'd have to draw the route on that map as we flew it.
Really?
He'd have to do the checkpoints, identify the terrain for the checkpoints, put a time there. I mean, it's tough, man. And a lot of guys, they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that cockpit.
Because if everything else fails, the ground force is depending on us to get there, plus or minus 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So we have to be able to get there. And, judging your airspeeds, judging the wind, do I have a left crosswind? Do I have a tailwind? Do I have a headwind? Can I make up time on this leg? One instance, we were training in the mountains one night, and the first guy, he got way behind. Well, I was second. So we hit his target. He got way behind, man. And I had a TOT, time on target. So we pulled off of his target. We're flying down this valley, and I'm looking. I was flying with Russ Shoop. And I said, Russ, dude, I'm not going to make the time on the route. He goes, what are you going to do? I said, you see that mountain right there? He goes, yep. I said, we're going to jump it, because the route went down a valley, off the end of that mountain, and then back up the other valley. So we jumped the mountain. I made my TOT. Yeah. So I was thinking outside the box. Okay, that's what the commander pays us to do as professional special operations aviators. Yeah, but train, plus all our additional duties, plus going to the range and shooting, plus going TDY to train in different environments and with different customers. So
I talked to another guy, a friend of mine who was in the 160th, and just doing my research for your podcast. One of the things that I think a lot of people don't understand is how much preparation and planning goes in on the air side before you ever even launch the helicopter.
Oh yeah. And, they always say, the ground force guys, that the 160th, they're the best planners and briefers in the world. And we are. We plan down to the gnat's ass, man, but we have to. Yeah. We have to. Not only do we plan, because Murphy always raises his ugly head. Always. So we have contingencies. Contingency after contingency. So what if, this goes bad? Well, this contingency will work. Or this one, then we have this contingency, or we have this contingency. So we're always contingizing, as Jamie Weeks would always say. What's the contingize plan, boys? Yeah. Okay, Jamie. But
yeah, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. Man.
Yes, always. Yeah, but our planning and briefings are just, man, it's crazy. It's cool to watch them.
This is where you met Master Sergeant Leon Hansen, Delta Force operator. Tell us about your first meeting with Leon.
Oh, goodness. So we were doing a gun smoke. He was in B Squadron. He was the fire support NCO, the fire support sergeant for B Squadron. And, so we were doing a gun smoke. Leon was new. He came from 275 Rangers. He was a fire supporter for them. And, man, we just hit it off. We went out, briefed, and, of course, got introduced to Leon, and just one of the most intelligent humans I'd ever met in my life. He was just, that guy. He was a philosopher. He was a Renaissance man. The dude could shoot. He could communicate. He could work fire support assets. It was just, he was magical, man. I miss him.
Leon was calling for fire with call sign Romeo 69. Walk us through one of those training missions, if you can remember one, or maybe just an overall thought.
Basic fire support mission, or a gun smoke is what we called them. When we'd work with the ground force, we'd go out, spend a week at Benning or with the Rangers, or 10 days or whatever. And so an average night we would plan a short route around Fort Bragg, because the focus was on getting there and shooting and letting the operators maneuver us and talk to us. And some guys, man, when they key the mic, they just lose their mind. They're like, I say, hey, just stand by, get your thoughts. Okay. Tell me what you want. And so many times, brother, in combat, in the debriefs, or later on, guys would say, man, the AH guys, they come on the radio, they're calm, they're cool. They're, hey, brother, I'm here. What do you need? What do you want? Okay, just mark the target. I'll shoot it for you. And they said it's just like, okay, we're all good. We're all good. So that, and it helps them, because, I'd get excited. Guys would get excited. Of course, the Rangers always made fun of me. They're like, hey, Gravy's here. He's on station. Fire mission over. I was like, you guys, what do you want? So then I'd fly over them. I'd fly right over them. and I'd shoot minigun and it'd dump hot brass all over them. They'd be like, ow, 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 you guys, man. Yeah, baptism by AH. But yeah, we had fun. Yeah, so Leon had set it up. We go to OP-12, one of the ranges we use, live fire ranges, and we'd have just all kind of targets out there, hulks of tanks, or they'd go buy a bunch of cars and put them up out there. We put IPSC targets. I don't know if you know what, but competition cardboard targets. And yeah, we'd do call for fire for them. Hey, troops in the open need a flat shot. So we come down and get flat. So we wouldn't, we want to maximize that beating zone for that minigun. So we want to maximize most effect of that gun on those troops in the open instead of doing an high angle shot whereas if it was a point target, a vehicle, a house, it'd get up high. So I got a really small beating zone, and then I can get the aircraft in steady state flight and then shoot that rocket. And that rocket will go right in that window or go right. And I had a good story, good Bob Horgan story. Actually, my first gun smoke. I'll get to it.
Yeah.
But Leon would, so he'd set up targets and then he'd set up a team of Delta guys, 4, 5, 6 dudes. And then they just rotate and doing call for fire. Hey, this is me from my position. Or like we do a no comms fire mission, Hey, they'll shoot red tracers. Okay, they're out of comms. They're marking the target. We'll engage the target. So. But
what is the pressure like when you're in the air and you got friendlies on the ground and you have to control your fire? I mean, a lot of people, myself included, that's a lot of pressure, man. Especially, I know like it's been obvious from day one talking to you, like you really cared about the people that you worked with and worked for. And walk us through a little bit of kind of like, how you work that. Obviously, you've talked a lot about in this podcast so far about your training. So I understand that training takes a part, but how do you really differentiate, especially when, you have a comms blackout or something like that?
Sure. Yeah, we have, so I don't know how much of this I can talk about really, but we have a way of identifying friend and foe. Okay. On the ground. And we have a light that we can use. And if we don't see what we need to see, they're bad guys. Okay. If we see what we need to see, they're good guys. All right. So, and I've got an instance. We're in a gunfight. It was D+5, I believe, with 175 Rangers. They did an airfield seizure in Mudasis. And I mean, dude, it was chaos. It was a gunfight. Rangers were maneuvering from the south to the north, and I got a call for fire. And I asked him, I said, do you have accountability? Roger that. I said, mark the target. So they marked this target. And I could see like at least 2 guys, okay? And they were way in front of the flot of the forward line of troops. So that commander, that lieutenant, that captain, he knows where every Ranger is, especially if they're doing a fire mission, okay? And then we're the final authority for pulling that trigger. We're the final check to make sure those aren't friendlies. So I bumped up, I saw it, I turned my light on, and I was like, I was 99.9%. And I had the trigger guard up, my finger on the trigger. And I pulled my finger off, I said, off cold. -2, Roger. So I came off, I just wasn't sure. Came off, I extended, and I came at him at a different angle. I turned my light on, and it was 2 friendly Rangers. And I was like, I almost threw up, bro. I ain't kidding. But it was a God thing. I know that.
For sure.
It was 99.9. You never pull the trigger unless you're 100%. And I didn't that night. But, so yeah, it's as part of being that attack helicopter pilot, we have to know the ground scheme. We know the ground scheme maneuver better than the ground force. We have to. We have to know where every piece is on that battlefield before we shoot. And we're low, and we're right overhead. We're not sitting back there 500 meters or whatever. I mean, we're right overhead, right over the top of them, watching, listening, flying in our circles, as we call it, or they call it. And then we're ready to respond to a call for fire. So if they get bad guys or something, hey, this is me, fire mission over, roger that. So then we start to maneuver. We get in place where we can make the shot, and then we maneuver in. They mark the target, and we shoot the target.
Man, that sounds it sounds awesome.
It's crazy, man. It's pretty stressful.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
There's a lot on
I mean, yeah, you talk about, multitasking. That was kind of a good vignette.
There's no such thing as multitasking.
Yeah.
It's task stacking.
Yeah. I mean, there's just so much going on. You're listening to multiple radios. There's people on the ground. You're flying. You're watching for obstacles. It's night.
Yeah.
You have night
wires,
vision, depth.
bad guys shooting at you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you get focused because of the way we train and how we train, and we train with that ground force. We're all brothers, man. We know each other. A guy gets on the radio, I know who it is because I know his voice, and because I worked with him for years. Yeah. And, I always said, I'm here for you, bro. You're going to go home tonight because I'm going to shoot every motherfucker I can. I'm not kidding you. And one night, the Delta commander, we were hitting a target. This is 03, early days. He goes, Gravy. I said, yes, sir. He goes, please don't shoot everybody on target tonight. The boys want to shoot some guys. I said, okay, sir, roger that. Yeah. But we're there to protect the ground force, man.
How was training with, Delta Force, an elite special operations unit? How was that different than working with the regular Army as far as, training coordination and all the different things?
Just the caliber of soldier and their standards and how they maneuvered on the ground. I've done a 3-hour mission and not one word was said on the radio, not one. And we executed flawlessly. So that's the standard in which you get to up at special operations at Delta with the Rangers. And it's not a hit on anybody else. It's just, it's money, and it's money.
Yeah.
And what we are given to train with every year. So, yeah.
What did Leon teach you about being a warrior? What made him so special?
Man, he he read all the time. He was always reading something. History, back to the Spartans, back to the Romans, Civil War, Vietnam. And yeah, he'd helped me so many times in my warrior walk, in my excellence to be the best fire supporter that I could be for that unit. And yeah, he was always full of knowledge, or he had a different idea. He's like, hey, what if we attack this target this way? Okay, well, let's look at this. Let's break it down. Let's analyze it. He had a better idea. Yeah.
Did you do a lot of mission planning and prep with him because he was the fire support officer?
Yes.
Like, it goes back to that planning thing.
Yes.
So you spent a lot of time with him.
Yes. Yeah. Most of our time is spent with the fire support NCO or fire support officer, the FSO. Yes. Yep.
During some of those training missions, pre 9/11, did you ever have this sense that you were preparing for something big, or did it just seem pretty routine?
No, it was our job, and we had to be ready 24/7. We have to be prepared because we didn't know what was going to happen. And yeah, we had probably in that 90s era before 9/11. Yeah, I can think of 3 real world missions that we did not execute, but got knocked on the door.
Anything you can talk about?
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
Well, we're about to pull the pin on the grenade. Let's get on the good stuff. September 11th, 2001.
Changed everybody's life.
We were just talking about that last night too. Yeah. Where were you when the towers fell?
I was in the gym. I was running on the treadmill, and there was the guy that ran, and I went late. Of course, we had a range that night, so I think it was around, I don't know, I don't remember what time it was, but I was getting my run in on the treadmill. Nobody was in the gym. Everybody had been there and gone. That's when I like to go when it was quiet. And the guy that ran the gym, he walked in, and I kind of glanced over, and he was ashen. His former SEAL, old SEAL, Vietnam SEAL. I looked at him, and he kept walking. He says, hey, Greg, he says, I think you need to see this. He reached up and turned the TV on. And I looked. I go, That's the Twin Towers. It's clear blue. It's 22. And then I stepped off to the side, so I wouldn't fall on my face on the treadmill. And I was standing there looking. I was like, he goes, I think a private plane hit the tower. I go, no way, dude. No way. And then number 2 came. And I was like, oh my God. I got chills. My beeper goes off. Deedle, deedle, deedle. We lived by our beepers. I looked at it and I was like, I got to go, Chief. See you later, brother. So ran out, jumped in the car, drove out to the hangar. Our compound's on the north side of Campbell Army Airfield. We're off by ourselves. And we had a group in Europe training. We had a group in New Jersey training. And we were the quick reaction force that has to stay. We have to have somebody at Campbell all the time. And get to the company. Paul White was there. He is our OPSO, Captain White. And I was like, dude, what? He goes, dude, a plane just hit the Pentagon. I was like, oh man, we're under attack. He goes, yeah, we are. So we kind of watched the TV for a bit. Crew chiefs came in, and we started prepping our gear. We started laying it out, getting ready for a load, got the aircraft, got all our gear, kit, ammo, everything got ready. And then we kind of come back, and then Paul and I went down to the regiment. We went and we had a briefing with JSOC, as I recall. And then we met with battalion commander. We kind of did some updates. We checked on our guys because they had shut down all airspace all over the world. I was like, man, are the guys going to get back, or how long can we get clearance? I mean, it's the 160th, dude. But nope. And then we went back to the company, made sure everything was ready. We were ready to load, dude. C5 landed. We were ready. The whole package was ready. We had Blackhawks, Chinooks, and Little Birds, A Company, BCO. And everybody's just busy doing their jobs. And we had no clue, what was going on, where it was going on. Then we got a phone call. It says, hey, we're going to Afghanistan. They already knew kind of who did it. Osama bin Laden was behind it. And that was his last known location. So we started pulling maps because we were just, we're trying to pull information. Dude, we need maps. We need this. We need country stuff. And so intel, we're always asking for intel. And because we can't do our jobs without it. And then we Paul and I kind of sat down, and of course we canceled the range that day, and we're like, what if? And, so we just started whiteboarding stuff. Okay, well, what if we go north? I mean, we had the map of Afghanistan up. We had surrounding countries. Okay, if we go into here, we can operate here. What about here? What about da-da-da-da? We're just war game, man, because we had no information. We had no intel. So we're leaning forward in the foxhole and just trying to get an idea and a strategy as to what next or what if. So nobody knew, man. Nobody did. So, yeah, that was kind of our day, and then we were there all night, and again, waiting on word, waiting on information. I think we went home late that next morning for a couple hours, packed some stuff, civilian clothes, because the 3 shop had called and said, hey, you and Paul are going to Bragg, so roger that. So, the next day we flew to Fort Bragg to start planning, and that's when, the Delta Force commander, Colonel Schwitter. Yes. Colonel Schwitter, interesting fellow. He was on Desert One. Yes. With Colonel Beckwith. He's the last American soldier to get a battlefield commission. And he retired as a general. So he was commander of Delta at the time. And B Squadron they were the up squadron. So here comes Leon, Colonel Schwitter. Hey, Coke, what's up, buddy? Hey, we're going to go shoot some bad guys. I was like, yeah. Because we were all pretty angry. I mean, we watched the towers fall. We watched our Americans perish in that terrible, terrible day. And we were pissed. We wanted to go get some. And Colonel Schwitter and Leon, we had a meeting, kind of an update brief, as I recall. And then Leon says, hey, me and the old man want to talk to you. I was like, oh, geez, what I do now, you know? And Colonel Schwitter says, Greg, and their FSO, their fire support officer, had just left. And it was just Leon. He goes, I need an FSO for the task force. Okay, sir. I want you to be the FSO for the task force. I said, no, sir, I'm an AH-6 driver. He goes, Gregory, I know, but I need an FSO. Roger that, sir. I'll take that position. I'll do the job. But I was honored that, you know, the commander of Delta Force and Leon said, hey, Coke's the guy. That's who we need. That's who we want.
Was that like splitting your brain from wanting to fly and shoot versus
absolutely plan? Oh, I was poopy faced and cried and kicked dirt and, everything else. Because, dude, I wanted so bad. And like I said earlier, none of us had been in combat before. Just, you know, my analogy is imagine a professional football player, a professional MMA fighter. They train, you train for years, and you never get to play a game, dude. Ever.
This was your chance to play the game.
Dude, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Be careful what you wish for. But, yeah, so then we had another brief. We had a big brief. Then B Squadron came in, and, we started planning. We were starting to go from big picture macro to that micro. You know, where are we going? Well, this country won't let us come because for whatever reason. Well, they're Muslims, and we killed Muslims in Somalia, so they don't – I was like, whatever, dude. We'll just go take that country, you know? So we finally, a couple of days, then it was decided that we were going to go to Masira Island off of Oman. And that's where we had set up. That's where we operated out of for, golly, several months. And that's where the force was going. Yes, sir.
You started keeping a journal on 9/11. What made you decide to document what was coming? I think that's super awesome, but it's not something a lot of people do.
No, it was, I mean, it was later that day. I just kind of went off into a quiet corner of the hangar, and I just got on my knees and I prayed. I prayed for our country, and I prayed for us. And I knew God would, you know, let us perform to the best of our abilities. He would watch over us. And it just kind of, I don't know if the Holy Spirit or whatever, but, you know, he's like, hey, you need to capture this. And I love to write. And so, I grabbed one of those old Army green, you know, notebooks and the big ones, and I started writing, you know, and I dated it. And I wrote in it every day, man, for 8 years, every mission, every thought, everything. Yeah.
Make sure that's
every
in a
good
safe.
Things, every bad thing. Yeah. Oh, it's in my safe. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, there's some classified stuff in there. But it was just a capture for me. You know, one day, or my grandkids were like, God, man, Grand Chief did what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the mood like among the Night Stalkers? Was there excitement, anger, determination?
Excitement. I mean, we were all cherries, dude, all of us. Yeah, it was extremely exciting. We loaded up on the C5s, and, dude, we knew we were going to war, you know, and nobody knew for how long. So, there was excitement. There was fear. Not fear, scared. Yeah, we were all scared.
Sure.
People had asked me over the years, they're like, well, dang, Greg, didn't you have fear? No. God says, fear not, for I am with you. I know where I'm going, bro. But I was scared shitless every freaking night, man. I'm not kidding. I was scared. But, I mean, those things that happen to us physiologically, gosh, this combat chassis, bro, your combat chassis, their combat chassis, we perform, man. Fires that brain, adrenaline dumps, cortisol, all those great chemicals, and we perform. We do the task at hand.
You know, it's funny, you and I were sitting out late last night, kind of watching a video, and at the end of the video, you know, we're watching the towers get hit. Mm-hmm. I remember you and I had this kind of somber moment, and it's like, man, that moment changed the rest of our lives and all of our friends, you know,
and
for
our
those
kids,
of us. Yeah.
our families.
And
You
it's
don't know the shockwave. People don't realize that, bro, especially for us, for the warrior class. They don't.
Yeah, and my story is unique, although a lot of people don't know it, but I had literally just cleared CIF on, you know, the base that I was stationed at. So I'd literally just got my ETS orders. I'd had a rough go on my initial tour in the Army, and I had literally just cleared the Army.
Sure.
Drove to my house, got a phone call from my sister, and I turned the TV on as the second tower was getting hit.
Oh, dude.
And at the time, I mean, our unit was, I missed stop loss by 30 minutes. So it was
my gosh.
very unique.
Yeah. I want you to start writing, please.
That's
And before you know it, you'll have a book. You don't have to publish it. It's for your grandbabies, and it's your legacy, man. It's for everybody out there that watches us. Write your story. It doesn't have to be a book. It has, you know, it's for your kids, your grandkids, your great grandkids, but it's your legacy, and keep it, because you're my hero. I was going to ask you too. Remember, I says I'm going to ask you, why are we here? Why am I here?
Well, for a lot of reasons. The first reason being, one, I heard your story, and the way you told your story in the book, not only was it exciting, adrenaline, I felt like the courage and the passion and your love of country. One of the things I love about Greg's Audible book is that he narrates his own book. So you're listening to the guy who wrote his book.
Thanks, Kyle Lamb.
And there's there's just, I can feel when you're talking about the different stories, whether it was our country, whether it was combat, whether it was your personal struggles, how real it was to you. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we'll get to the back half of the podcast, but you went through some real struggles post-transition, and just the way how you were open and honest. And I feel, you know, you and I talked about it last night. We're not alone. There's a lot of people that have struggled. A lot of people have been on this podcast, you know, hit that transition, and some do well, some don't. I mean, we'll talk about Leon later.
Sure.
And I just thought you are a great ambassador to our tribe.
Wow. Thank you. I'm honored, man. I'm humbled.
But I thought, you know, not only is the history of what we're going to talk about, a war, important to capitalize on, and to share with the next generation, but also to talk about the guys that we lost so that their memory survives.
You bet. Say their name every day.
Yeah.
Every day. And I should be interviewing you. We'll set that up.
Well, you're the first person to squeeze off a question on me at the podcast. So
okay.
Well done, Greg. Your first combat deployment was to Afghanistan. Describe that journey to war. So you talked a little bit about, you know, the prep, and I don't want to go into too much details because I you know, the enemy doesn't need to know too much, but you know, what was it like? You guys get on the island, and now, you know, shit's about to go down.
Yeah, man. There was so much excitement. It really was. We were honored, we were angry, and we were prepared to go to war. We really were. And just watching the guys, you know, watching them offload the C5s, watching them offload the Hawks, the Little Birds, and I mean, everybody knows their place. And the first thing that hit me was the heat. Whoo, man, it's Africa hot here, boys.
Yeah, man, the Middle East is no joke.
It was 2 a.m, and it was probably, I don't know, 108, 110 degrees F at 2 a.m. And but what was ironic, I'm a huge historian. So in 1980, that's the island that Charlie Beckwith and Delta Force launched from.
Oh, wow.
For Desert One. Yeah, that was kind of cool. That's kind of eerie. Yeah. But yeah, so, I mean, we got busy, task at hand. Everybody has their duties. We got the Little Birds out. We had some buildings where we put them in to hide them. Of course, the Hawks and stuff, you can't hide them. But, you know, we're still pretty protective of the Little Birds, of A and B Company. So we got those all scored away, got our kit together, PCI, pre-combat inspections, weapons ready. You know, the birds go on with everything on them, the guns, rockets are in the back of the aircraft, ammo is in the cans on the aircraft, they're gassed up. I mean, we're ready to go, dude, as soon as we push off. And we got all settled, and I can't remember. anyway, we had an update brief, and then, the old man was like, hey, just go do what you need to do. And I mean, every one of us went and worked out. We did. We found sandbags, and some of us went and ran, and, we're doing push-ups, and just doing what warriors do, how to best mentally prepare for what we were about to partake. We had no idea, man. None.
So when you guys are prepping and planning, I mean, again, I don't want to dive too far deep into this, but did you guys have a general idea of what the mission was, or was
Yes.
it? Okay.
Yes, we did. And the mission from the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, was find, fix, and destroy the enemy. The enemy is defined as Al-Qaeda and Taliban. That was it. And any lines of communication and anybody on the roads after curfew, it was a target. Yeah, man, the ROE was easy. I like to say, because I asked the JAG guy, the JAG officer is our attorney. They're lawyers in the military. I said, hey, sir, JAG, what's our ROE? What's our rules of engagement? He goes, there is none, Greg. And I was like, right on.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yes, we do have rules.
Yeah.
But he was telling everybody, if it's moving, it dies. So
October 19th, 2001. Man, that's not even
hit night.
That's barely a month after the towers fell.
Well, I'd been operating way before that. I went out. I had an AC. Are you going to get into the AC 130 in my duties?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, let's talk about, I wanted to go, October 19, 2001, Objective Gecko.
Sure.
You said this was the longest air assault operation in history. Set that stage for us, man.
Oh, goodness. Okay. I can set the conditions. So I was given we were Task Force Sword, TF Sword. And now keep in mind, 5th group, they were up north, okay, and pushing south. And our plan was to hit south and push north. So crunch everything together. And 5th group was up there kicking ass, man, taking names. And I knew a bunch of those guys. I worked with them. I shot with them. I trained with them. But our focus was the southern desert, Kandahar, all the way to the west, okay? I think Lashkar. And yeah, so we started mission planning, and Colonel Schwitter came to me and says, hey, Greg, you're getting a dedicated AC-130U gunship. I want you to go up, set the conditions, and I want you to pick the route for the Chinooks to fly Delta Force into that target at Gecko. Roger that, sir. Gee, no pressure. I was like, Leon, I'm going to kick your ass, man. Well, and then the ship had shown up, the aircraft carrier. So the Delta went there to the Chinooks, and the DAPs, the Blackhawks, went out to the ship. I can't remember when, but they were there at Masura for a little bit. And then Ranger Bat, some of them went out there, but most of them stayed there at Masura because they jumped into Rhino. That was the other objective, and that would be our FARP, our Forward Arming Refueling Point, for hit night. So I started into September, 1st October.
So you're already flying sorties.
Yes, and we engaged. We came home empty every night from that AC-130, dude. We shot everything, armor, personnel. Man, I had the best crew I'd ever worked with.
Can you explain to our listeners what an AC-130 ship is?
Yes, it's a C-130 transport aircraft that has been transformed into a gunship. This particular model was the U model. There's A model, Spooky, Spectres. The U model was the most technologically advanced at the time. Their optics, their fire control system. And then on the left side of the aircraft, they carry a 25 millimeter Gatling gun, a 40 millimeter Bofors cannon, and a 105 millimeter howitzer at the back of it.
It's America, baby.
It's America, baby. And there's a whole lot of firepower, man. So we would fly up, we'd take off. It was a 3-hour flight to work every night, every day. And, funny story. So I think our second mission, so we take off. Well, they have to tweak, okay? They have to get all this fire control and these cannons and these guns. they bring them all together. So when the pepper's on the target, that round is going to hit that target. So what they do is pretty cool. So they drop a bottle of chem lights out, and we're over the water, we're over the ocean, and they start to shoot it, and then they really tweak and fine tune those sighting systems. So I asked the AC, the aircraft commander, Swede was his name. Man, that dude, he is so cool. I said, hey man, I said, has anybody checked, for like any submarines or, we're out here shooting in the middle of the ocean and everybody's kind of gathered. He's like, oh heck, Greg, I never thought about that. I said, well, next time let's check, and I'll draw a box. Okay. And that's where we can tweak. We'll call it the tweak box or whatever you guys want to call it. But I was like, wouldn't that be hell? They shoot a 105 and a big oil flake comes up. So yeah, so that's what I did the first couple weeks. And again, to set the conditions, to gain intel, fix the enemy, and then I planned the route for the helicopters to fly up. So yeah, over 1,000 miles.
So every night you're going out with this AC-130. Where are you guys getting your targets from? Guys that are already on the ground, or?
There was nobody on the ground, bro. Nobody.
So you guys just flying over, you see a tank?
Yep. We'd see personnel, we'd see armor, vehicles on the road, because there was a curfew, and they already told them, if you're driving around, you're going to get shot. And we did. So it'd be like a refuel truck, hauling gas or lines of communication, a lot of armor, a lot of ZSU 23-4s. I mean, bad stuff for helicopters, dude. And then really recce the route hard where the helos were going to come in and hook in to Gecko on hit night on 19 October. So yeah, identified NAIs, named area of interest, TRPs, target reference points. I'd put those on my map and then make sure all that info got back to the ship, or I'd fly out to the ship on a Viking fixed wing airplane, and I'd fly out there and attend briefs or update Leon, because that's where Leon was. And I was all poopy faced when he left. I was like, man, no, dude, you got to stay with. He's like, no, bro, I got to go to the ship. I said, okay. But he went in with the ground force on hit night. So
talk to me about Objective Gecko. What was that night like? Were you doing air command?
Yes, I was in the AC-130. What a cool time, man. I mean, it was like, dude, I was sitting there on the ship for the big brief. I looked at Leon. I said, hey, bro, we're fixing to go make history. He goes, yes, we are, Coke. Yes, we are. And so we did the brief. That was the night before. And then I got on the plane, flew back to Masura. And then we did our individual crew briefs. So I had 5 AC-130s on hit night go up. We were lead. And then Delta B Squadron was going to fly off the ship. 375 Rangers. We're going to do an airfield seizure and do a combat jump into Rhino. So that was the overall overview of hit night. So we take off, we update brief, and man, we were all really excited. We were, and I never will forget. So we're going to fly the helicopter route and clear it. Make sure there's no ADA, make sure there's no enemy, all that stuff. And so we take off, and we had to refuel, okay? So KC-135 tankers, I think, let's see, what are those, like Boeing 707s been
Big
converted.
planes.
They're huge jets, and all they call is gas, okay, for these 5 AC-130 gunships. Colonel Blaber was on one. I mean, it was just cool. And so we get there, they're not there, and we're on the clock. Those Chinooks are taking off, the DAPs are taking off. We got a TOT, a time on target. Let's say 0100 in the morning in Kandahar. The target was west and south of Kandahar. It was Omar's, we call it his ranch. Okay, we thought bin Laden was there, Omar could be there, on and on. And so we wait. We're waiting. I'm on the radio. I'm like, where are the tankers? and we're all watching the clock. Now we're 2 minutes behind. Now we're 5 minutes behind. Now we're 10 minutes behind. I'm like, so I call.
Are you guys having a circle this point? Oh.
We're just doing a big circle at a designated altitude. So I call the TOC, General Daly. I said, hey, sir, where are the tankers? What? Tankers aren't here, dude. I didn't say dude.
Yeah.
He goes, hold on, Greg. Comes back. He says, they should be there. I said, well, we've been here. We're 14 minutes late right now, sir. He said, do we need to drop kick? That means, do we need to reset the time? No, sir. I look at the crew. We're good. Thumbs up. We can make it. I said, okay. Dude, finally on the radio. Female. I was like, I'm going to reach out this window and I'm going to choke you. Because now we're late. I think we're 18 minutes late.
This is the first combat.
And we ain't
operation.
even got a drop of fuel yet. So we got to hook up, get gas, and haul ass. Well, then she calls up. She wants me to identify some code word. I'm like, okay, what are the chances that 5 AC-130 United States Air Force aircraft are at this point on the earth, and you're gas, and you're at this point on the earth,
And you're late.
and you're late? Oh, I was so angry. Swede was like, I'm going to put that 105 and put one across their nose. I said, okay, brother, do whatever. So long story short, we got gas finally, and we took off. I called the general. I said, hey, sir, we're like 20-some minutes behind, but I will let you know in about an hour if we're going to have to drop kick. Roger that. Because the Chinooks had to get gas too. They can aerial refuel. They had to aerial refuel. And I mean, this timing thing is all for a reason.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I had like 80 bombers that were going to show up at TOT and do pre-assault fires. So now I'm thinking about those guys. I was like, okay, do I need to drop kick the B-1s, the B-52s, the F-15s,
So you're literally
the F-14s?
coordinating the entire air piece
Yes.
for this assault.
Yes,
Wow.
sir. Yeah, no stress.
Yeah.
None. No, I got it. I got this. And so then I call Leon on SAT. Hey, bro. He's like, what the is going on up there, Coke? I said, Air Force is late, as usual. He goes, are we going to make it? I said, yeah, man, we're going to make it. So I told Swede, I said, give me all she's got, Captain. He's like, whoa. And I go up front, and there's a TOT gauge. Each engine has a turbine temperature gauge, and that's what we kind of go by. You know, it's like the throttle, and it was in the red. You know, you run in the green, then it's yellow, and then it's red. He goes, I'm going to keep it in the red as long as I can, Coke. I said, roger that, sir. I said, don't burn her up. He said, no, we won't. So we started, I mean, the nav, I'm sitting next to the nav. We're back in the CRC, the combat booth in this AC-130. It's the optics guy and the guy that runs the sights and navigation. And I'm on an old school whiz wheel. It's called an E6B. It's for aviators, man. I'm doing times. I was like, and I was praying to God, please, God, can we just have a 5-knot tailwind? Please, God, can we have a 5-knot tailwind? We got a 10-knot tailwind. I'm not kidding you. And we stayed in the yellow and red, those engines, all 5 AC-130s. And I says, we're going to make TOT. And you could just, thank God, Coker, you didn't screw this up. Because, you know, I've got to think about the guys coming in, the ground force, all these, So we go feet dry. So we hit Pakistan, and then we get into Afghanistan, and we got watchers in the bird now, and they're just watching for fires, you know, missiles, or it's just another 2 more sets of eyes with night vision goggles. And the guy on the port side, on the left side, kept saying, we're taking fire. And I was like every 30 seconds. And I'm like, so I walk up there and I go, hey, bro. I said, what are you seeing? He goes, look. I'm looking, look under my goggles, I look. well, it's fires, it's Bedouins or whoever. And as you fly by the trees, it kind of sparkles, you know, and it looks like tracer fire or gunfire. I said, hey, bro, it's all good, man. They're just campfires. He goes, I said, look under your goggles. And he goes, oh, man. I said, I know you're a little excited. We all are, but it's all good. It's all good. So, yeah, that was one little story. And so I'm on the map. We get on the helicopter route, and we clear it. Two of the ACs break off. They go to Rhino to support the Ranger jump. And then we continue north to the objective, continue to clear. We get probably 10 miles south, and some ADA had popped up, so we engaged it. I think it was like an S-60. Yeah, like an S-60 aerial weapon system and a ZPU. So that's a 23 millimeter gun for aircraft. I mean, we're at, several thousand feet. They didn't have anything that could touch us by design. So, and I get a call from Leon. Hey, they're on time. I get a call from the fixed wing. I have them check in. So, man, this great big puzzle is just coming together, dude. And I was so excited, bro. I was just, I really was. And the crew was, we were prepared. And then so the -3 AC-130, that was Colonel Blaber. He went overhead of the objective. My AC-130, I kept us south so we could keep eyes on the route that came up a mountain valley, and then they hooked into the right to land at the target, at the objective. And then the other AC went to the north to keep eyes on up there. So anything coming in, we had them blocked. And then they had the DAPs. They had 4 DAPs. So they would do interior. We had the exterior. So, yeah, man, it was a ballet in motion.
Man, that sounds like it. That sounds just what people have no idea what it takes to.
It was days and days and days of planning and coordination. And, and a lot of the package, they were at Barksdale Air Force Base or, wherever. The B-2s at Whiteman and the B-52s here and the B-1s here. And so, yeah, all that coordination had to be done. We didn't have near the technology we have today. A lot of phone calls, a lot of, I think they called BCTs back then, video conference, telephone or whatever. And yeah, it was cool.
When Leon called for fire support with his call sign, Romeo 69, what was going through your mind?
Leon's in trouble. Yeah, you bet. I got to get there now. Mark target.
What was that objective like that night?
It was pretty quiet, actually. There weren't many enemy combatants on the target like we had hoped for, but one, it was going to be a psychological event. And it was telling the enemy, we're going to come get you. We don't care who you are or where you are, but we're coming. And we did. And it was really cool, another psychological part of it. So the operators had carried FDNY hats, NYPD hats, American flags, and left them all over that target, man, in the buildings. I mean, our presence was known. We almost had a bad accident. One of the Chinooks coming in, a little hot, main rotor blade hit the wall. And he hit hard. Did a go around, knocked the landing gear off. I won't say anymore. He did great. He did. He saved the aircraft. So he had to do a go around, come back. Well, it had jammed the ramp, the back door of that Chinook, and the guys had to take their rucks off, shimmy out that little hole into. It was just terrible terrain, concrete and rocks, and I think a couple guys twisted or broke ankles, and then Sergeant Major just throw the rucks out to them, and they get their stuff. And I think the breachers were on that too. So they would start the show. They had to hit that wall, breach it, and then flood the compound. And so I had 2 spare Chinook. So I sent the broken Chinook, I sent him to holding, brought another Chinook in to make 6 again. And then the show started. The B1s were the first to drop. And I never will forget those dudes. They just sound so calm, cool. Heart 99, this is, whatever it's called, son. We're IP inbound, Roger. And he's probably 100 miles away, Full burners, 4 B1s. Came in low and fast. They dropped first in the valley to the west of the objective. Then B-52s, I believe I had 2 flights of 4. They were pretty much wingtip to wingtip and just start carpet bombing. It was the most unbelievable sight. Yeah, Sweet was like, Gravy, come up here, dude. Look at this. Watch this. I was like, holy cow, man.
Best fireworks show in the country.
My God, I was proud to be an American. Yeah. Yeah, so worked all those dudes in, watching for the flight of Chinooks, because I called them IP inbound or RP release point inbound. So that put them 6 to 7 minutes out from landing at TOT, time on target, say 0100 hours. And everything was in tune. Last bomber dropped. The Chinooks were about 3 minutes out. I called, and and then it was just sit and watch and respond to call for fire, make sure nobody was coming in. We had some tanks start rolling in. We engaged them. We had some S-60 fire from the left. It got called, and I mean, dude, we were all pumped, man. We were all excited, and so he'd Roger that. He said breaking left, but he was and he broke right, but he meant to say breaking right. But you're excited and stuff going on. It looks like giant fireball basketballs coming up at you, but they couldn't. We were way above them, and so yeah, that happened. We engaged those and took those targets out. Then some personnel, probably 30 to 40, on a hilltop on a place I'd identified earlier. And so we shot those dudes up. We just did a bunch of shooting, man. Whatever came up, we shot it. And then the DAPs were responding to Leon. I watched, we put a sensor on his building. Every building gets a number. I don't know, it was building 3. So Leon was going in with the breach, so he could get up, get set up, and do call for fire as required. Because the fire supporter, he's one of the key personnel on that target, man. The assaulters are doing their job. They're clearing buildings, CQB, what they're doing. And then the fire supporter, man, he's got to be switched on, because if an assaulter calls, hey, man, we need fire support, and then Leon gets fire support in. So, or sometimes it'll be just direct. If he's busy, he'll push and say, hey, just push right to the AHs, or push right to the DAP, or push to the AC, whatever you need. So it just flows, man. It's because of the way we train. We train and train and train for years and years and years. And it was just cool to watch, and I was busy. And then there was Monkey. Oh, Monkey. Yeah. You want to talk about Monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had the SEAL LNO. He was a Marine fighter pilot. He was about 5'4". Never saw him. He never came to any of the planning, never came to the briefs, and he just showed up at night. I'm like, who are you? Oh, I'm Monkey. I'm the fires guy for TF Blue. I said, Blue ain't on this hit, dude. Well, I'm getting on this airplane. Well, hey, Swede. Yeah, he's manifested. Okay. Well, what's your job? What's your mission? Oh, it's fire support. Well, we got fire support covered. I don't know if you know this or not, but CW3 Coker, I'm the FSO for TF Sword. Oh, okay. And I was like, dude, really? So he gets up, and there's a seat on the starboard, the right side of the aircraft, a little jump seat, and that's where the FOCO fire control officer, he put him in that seat. He says, you sit right there. Don't say anything. Don't move. Just sit there. And he did. So the battle ensued. We weren't on target very long. The North AC started to get some action. There was some armor coming from Kandahar. And keep in mind, this is, just on the outskirts of Kandahar. And they engaged some armor, some ADA air defense artillery. We kept working our targets. I kept watching south. Our aircraft did. Our sensor guys and the FOCO, fire support guy, they all have sensors. And man, they're just, they're moving them and looking at mountaintops, looking at valleys, looking at roads, hardball, dirt roads, goat trails. We've got to keep the guys safe. And so they call for exfil. I'm like, oh, roger that. So Chinooks, they come in, the assaulters, Delta Force, and all this going on, 375, they make their jump. Do an airfield seizure, the FARP's set, I hear that call. They got 2 AC-130s with them. One of the ACs engaged enemy with their Gatling gun, and the gun blew up.
Oh,
Dude, you would not believe the hole in the side of this airplane. And they flew that sucker all the way back to Masera Island. It's one of the greatest airplanes ever. Thank you, Lockheed. But they're just bad airplanes. Yeah, it blew a giant hole in it.
what happened? The gun just jammed or something?
Yeah, I guess barrel hot round or something, and the gun blew up. Yeah, just kind of like a squib we'd get in a pistol or rifle, and bang, and it blows the barrel up. So that happened, and I was, hey, is everybody okay? Yep, everybody's good. We're headed back. Okay, roger that. Rangers have secured the airfield. The FARP's up. It's ready to go. And the Chinooks come in. They land. Assaulters are all in HLZ, helicopter landing zone posture. So they load, and they're getting loaded. I'm watching this, and I hear this voice on the radio, on the fires net. Call sign, hey, this is Monkey 22 or whatever. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Excuse my French. But it was Monkey. Well, he was calling a bombing mission. And I go, hey, get off this net. I just kind of looked over at him. Get off this net. So he didn't even hear me. So he's talking to, I think there were F-18s. Pretty sure 4 of them. And he calls the TRP. Well, the target reference point is on the route. The Chinooks are coming out. They're lifting off, coming out. And the fire says IP inbound. So that's their initial point to start their bomb run. He was going to have them drop bombs on that target reference point where the Chinooks were. Dude, I jumped up. I said, knock it off, knock it off, knock it off. Ceasefire, ceasefire. I said everything I could, and I got a Roger from lead. And I freaking tore my mic cord out. I grabbed that little son of a bitch, and I jammed him up against the wall of that airplane and just started smashing his head. Dude, he almost killed probably half the force because he had no situational awareness. He was over there asleep, man. Yeah. What a knucklehead. What a knucklehead. And I swear, dude, I was going to kill him. He almost killed all my brothers. Oh, it was terrible.
What happened at the end of that operation with that dude?
Colonel Schwitter came to me. He said, Greg, what happened on the plane? I told him. We never saw him again.
Good.
Ever. Yeah, I've never seen him. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Dude, me and Swede, the aircraft commander of that airplane, he's about 6'6" and 240, and he wasn't fat. And me and Swede were going to smash him when we landed. Dude, they said the ladder dropped, and that dude went sprinting off and never seen again. Yeah. He almost killed all those guys.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
How did that first real combat mission, man, what you just described as an absolute combat symphony. It's kind of cool to really hear. You're talking, multiple AC-130s. You're talking about, an airfield seizure with an entire unit of Rangers. You're talking about a Delta Force
Squadron
unit flying in. You got Little Birds. You got
no,
DAPs.
there weren't any AHs.
Oh no. You got DAPs. You just have. Then you have combat aircraft. What does it take to control all that? From an air platform? Is it just?
Well, in this particular, and that's a great question. Nobody's ever asked me that before. But it's time driven. Okay. That's why, the clock is so important to us and special combat operations. And again, it's how we train, it's who we train with. But yeah, it was all time driven. But you have, you have stops in there. So if this happens, then this will happen, or a contingency, this, then this. And I had sheets and sheets of it. I couldn't. Crap, man, my book was like that thick for that mission that night. I still have it. It's at home. And, so it's time driven. So once TOT hits and I clear them hot, then it's pretty much, we're letting Delta do their jobs and let those aircraft, they drop, they go up, hit a tank, or they'll go back to wherever and reload their bombs, go back to a ship if they were naval or marine. The B-1s would go home or go, to wherever. I didn't even know where they went. I can't think of that island there. I know they had ordnance there.
Yeah, I know you're talking. I know they're talking.
Yeah. And to rearm and come back on station, and then if needed, called.
Yeah. It's always wild, man. I mean, Delta Force is always the super secret, super professional guys on the battlefield. People have no idea what it takes to get them there, and all the things that get done to enable them to do that,
you bet.
2-3 minutes on target, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking days, weeks of planning, fire. So it's cool to hear, a little bit behind the curtain of what it takes, because people, think, oh, it's all magic. No, it's not magic. It's months and weeks of planning and just this.
Well, it's years of training and
that's
and how we plan and how we execute. Yeah. To get the job done.
How did that first real combat mission to compare to all the training that you've done?
And we talked about this. It was just like another training mission. Targets are targets, and you engage that target, you terminate that target, you move to the next target. You engage that target, terminate that target, move to the next target.
So it really goes back to, you guys really do train like you fight, so that when the fight comes on, it's just a normal.
Yes. Yeah.
Just a different location, I guess.
Different location, man. Yeah. Different time.
After Objective Gecko, what were the kind of the subsequent operations like in Afghanistan?
Sure. Yeah. So that set the conditions, that operation, the official invasion of Afghanistan. Then we started to infill special operations forces into the country and to seek and destroy targets using air assets, using fighters, using AHs, DAPs, whatever we could get in the country. And
yeah, because I guess once we got a foothold and took Rhino, now we can actually start putting folks there.
Yeah, it was mostly like reconnaissance. They'd go and set up, and and then I'd take an AC-130 up, and if we got a call, man, we'd go and service the target for them. And yeah, one night, I don't know if I was in the book or not, but yeah, the dude was whispering to me. He was so close to enemy. He was whispering on the radio. He's like, "Hey, Gravy," but he didn't say Gravy. It's like, "Hey, dude, I need some fire support right now. Really close. It's going to be danger close." I was like, "Roger that. Take cover. We're under cover. Just come on." So yeah, we hauled ass over and serviced that target. It was cool, man.
These are JSOC dudes?
Yeah, they're Delta guys.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, 22nd SAS, they were there. It was the funniest brief I've ever heard in my life, man. So we're doing the big brief. We had the Aussies. We had 22nd SAS, of course, us. That was the only ground force in our sector. Of course, we had 5th Group up north, man. They were kicking ass and taking names, man. Them boys were getting it on. Some of them horseback. Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Yeehaw, old son. But yeah, so we'd get them in, and I've completely forgot my train of thought. So,
No, I think I was just asking you about, what subsequent operations were like. You were talking about
so the Aussies, they're brief. So the commander gets up there and he says, good evening, sir. I'm Major Smith. And our ski maneuver is that we're going to infill and we're going to seek the enemy and pick a gunfight with the enemy. Are there any questions? Dude, the whole place. I was like, God bless the 22nd SAS. And then he says, now, if we can't find and fix the enemy, we're going to retrograde and we're going to wait for them to come to us. And then we'll have a gunfight. Are there any more questions? That was just brief, dude. I mean, the whole place fell out. I was like, man, I love you guys. Yeah, you're on it. We're going to go pick a gunfight.
What were some of the scariest moments during those early Afghanistan operations?
Losing aircraft. Yeah, losing an aircraft or an aircraft break and, have to put down an enemy territory. And, yeah, that was where all of our priorities and thoughts, and Leon and I mean, we had contingized, and we went so far as to finding a hardball road, landing an AC-130 on it, and picking up the guys or medevacing them out because we had no assets. The prior administrations throughout the years had pulled everything out of that part of the world. We had no intel, no assets, nothing. So we had to start from scratch. But we did think about that. And, Colonel Schwitter looked at us on landing an AC-130 on a highway and the guys, the pilots were like, oh, yeah, man, we can land in the dirt. We can land wherever. And, crap, the stuff had been baked for 1,000,000 years. But I almost got to go do a combat halo jump with RRD. They had asked for me to go. They needed a fire support guy. They were going to jump into Rhino and do a recce. There's 5 of them, I think, or 6. They're like, hey, we want Chief to go with us. We want a fire supporter. They didn't have one. The old man was like, roger that. I'm going to do a combat halo jump with the Rangers. So Air Force gets word, and they're like, Colonel, he goes, oh, no. We got to put one of our CCT guys in there. They're trained to, they got to perk the... I was like, hey, sir, I pulled this photo out of the runway. I said, you see that airplane? Yes. That's a 707. You know how big a 707 is? Yes. You thinking a C-130 might land where a 707 landed? Well, I guess so. I said, 2 days later, here's another photo. Hey, look, that plane's gone. I think that runway's usable. We don't need a CC. Oh, yeah, I'm putting a CCT guy. So I got bumped. Dude, the Rangers were pissed. They're like, yeah. So they were flying in. They were 2 minutes out. The CCT guys AD'd in the plane.
Oops.
Yeah. I don't know if one of them pulled the ball or what happened, but he didn't get to make the jump. True story. Yeah.
We'll never know what happened.
We'll never know. They wouldn't tell me. Wouldn't that have been cool, though?
Was it tough? Was it tough that first deployment, man, not being actually on the ground? I mean, you're seeing the whole battlefild.
Yeah.
Were you getting to talk to the guys from BCO? Did they get to do much in the initial?
No. We fought to get the AHs in the fight. And it was the command's fear of an aircraft going down, of a helicopter going down in Afghanistan. How are we going to get them out? Because we'd have to put a FARP in because we can't aerial refuel.
Yeah, because
we got to have a FARP.
Years since Mogadishu.
Yeah, and we'd have to put guys in. We'd have to jump in a FARP team. We have to jump in Ranger security. So we're putting assets, but we were like, sir, this is what we do. We've been training our whole adult lives for this. Our guys have been training their whole lives for this. Let us go. Put the AHs in the fight, man. And we all knew that, out of the love for us and the priorities and the worries of, fellas, an AH goes down, mechanical or whatever. How are we going to get you out?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Roger that. But they did get us. They did put us in. So
how long was that initial deployment to Afghanistan for you guys?
we came home the mid-December. So into September, like September 29th or 30th to like 15 or 16 December.
What was that?
But our mission was complete. Okay, we met the commander's intent, and that was to find, fix, destroy Taliban and Al Qaeda. We had done that. Okay, listen to this. We had completed our mission in 8 weeks. We wiped out Al Qaeda and Taliban in Afghanistan. 5th group in the north, TF Sword in the south. The Russians couldn't do in 8 years. We did in 8 weeks. Think about that for a minute. It's because of our technology, night vision, and just that warrior heart, man.
What was it like to come home, knowing that you had, gotten a little bit of payback for what happened to the Twin Towers?
Oh, it was a relief. But they told us before we left that, hey, you're going home to start planning for the invasion of Iraq. We're like, what? Okay, roger that. Yeah.
Had that come on the radar while you guys were in Afghanistan? Were you guys tracking some of that?
Yes. Yeah. We had a briefing right before we left that's why we were leaving. Because we were like, okay, man, let's go do something, hold on. We got a plan. General Daly, briefed us.
2003, you guys are preparing for the invasion of Iraq. How was this different from Afghanistan?
It wasn't any different. No, not at all. They had better anti-aircraft equipment, artillery. They had a very large fighting force. I mean, it's different in enemy wise, but as far as we were concerned, no, we have a mission and we'll go execute the mission. So, yeah, it wasn't that different.
There must have been a little bit of confidence too, because now you guys got some airtime. You got some hours under your belt. You as kind of an FSO too, you get to see the whole battle picture. So I can imagine that's got to give you a better understanding of the battlefield.
Absolutely. Boy, it was an education for me. Yeah. It was a learn. I made mistakes. We fixed them. Leon did. We all do, but that's why we debrief and we after action review and we fix them so we don't do it again.
Yeah.
We learned a lot of things, a lot of lessons learned.
Awesome.
We did some things pre-mission too that was, I can't talk about it, but it was some World War II shit, dude. It was cool. I'll tell you later.
Yeah. Before we dive into the Iraq invasion, let's take a quick break.
Okay. You bet.
Kind of coming back from the break, I kind of had a misunderstanding. So I thought when you went to Afghanistan on the initial invasion, that's all you did was the FSO, and I know that was one of your additional duties. But what I failed to realize is you actually flew some missions in the Little Birds in Afghanistan.
Finally, yeah.
So
I begged, borrowed, and stealed.
We definitely don't want to skip that portion. Yeah. So tell me kind of how you guys got to get in the fight.
Yeah. So we kept trying to, get the AHs in the fight. And we understood, if something bad happened, how are we going to get out? How are we going to get the crews out? How are we going to get, and we would have had to put a FARP in. So with our guys, we had to jump them in, jump Ranger security in. So there's a lot of moving pieces. And, the old man, he was looking after us. And, hey, we just don't want to take that chance right now because nobody was there. And so our first missions, we did some border stuff. We put in 2 teams of AHs, and we flew the Pakistani-Afghani border, and just hunting. We just went out and hunted, and they got in several gunfights. That I actually followed them in the AC that night, and then the second mission they went up just kind of west of Kandahar and worked, I think it's Highway 1 is what that's called. They worked Highway 1, did two turns out of the FARP, Winchester, they shot all their ammo, destroyed armor, destroyed soft targets. And then I was up for mission 3, and I flew with Jamie Weeks, my brother. Oh man, I was so excited. And
yeah, what was that like to finally, get out of the AC-130
man.
and get to do the thing?
I wanted to do my job. And so Jamie and I flew -2. We flew trail with the team. We had 2 AHs. We got infield, and we went in on a MC-130 Talon. So that's an Air Force Special Operations 130. The crews are trained in our TTPs and how to get us in, how to get us out. Great guys, great crews. So yeah, Jamie and I get our first mission together, and we're gonna work west of Kandahar in the city, and then kind of west out into the desert. We had some troop movement and some personnel movement they had picked up, and intel. So Jamie and I, oh my goodness, I was left seat, Jamie was right seat, and just so in B company, whoever's not flying, well, the other guy has his M4 up, okay? And we're very effective, so we can immediately suppress the target, we can engage targets, and then in my development of helicopter aerial rifle marksmanship, or HARM, we came up with a chart, and I can guarantee you at 100 yards and 80 knots, a first round hit, if you do what I tell you to do, based on what the chart tells you. But you have to remember, in a moving object, we have to lag the target. We have to aim behind it, okay? So Jamie and I, we push off, and oh my gosh, man, it was the darkest place I'd ever seen in my life. I mean, there's no cultural lighting. There's nothing. I was like, holy cow, man, it is dark out here.
And it's just you and a wingman?
Yeah. Me and another AH, our AH, and then another AH, and our crew chief and armament guy. But and then they get off. We had some Rangers with us, and they set up a fart for us. So we had 2 loads of ammo and then gas. We had minigun, 2 more cans of minigun, and 2 more loads of rockets. So we'd shoot, come back, reload, gas, and then go back out. That was the mission for that night. So we're up there. We push off. The pilots, we run the aircraft off the ramp, and then we jump up and we pin the rotor blades. All the 3 of the rotor blades are folded back. And then the crew chief and the armament guy, they have a pole that'll hold the blade, and they bring that blade out, and then we stick the pins in the head. So we pin it. And so the guy in the right seat, he'll pin his blade, and then the guy in the left seat, he finishes while the right seater jumps in, because that's the pilot in command. Well, that's the primary seat in military aircraft, the right seat. So that's where the starter is and everything. Civilian, it's opposite. And I never could figure out why. But anyway, so Jamie jumps in. I'm checking the head to make sure everything's pinned correctly. It is. And armament guy on my side, crew chief on his side, they put the poles away, and then they check the guns, make sure they're loaded correctly, and the rockets are already in. And they jump back, and we crank up. So we lead cranks. Again, we're trail or -2. And so we take off, and we got an asset overhead, and they call up, and they say, hey, we got some movement at your SP, your start point. So the start point for an air route's usually 3 to 5 miles away. But it's just to get our timing and direction. Pardon me. And we're like, what? So, and then they call back again. They're like, hey, there's a lot of action on your start point. We're like, what's going on? Dude, I mean, you couldn't see freaking 100 yards. That's how dark it was. And we got AMA 6 Gen 3s or Gen 4s. I mean, the best of the best night vision at the time. So we're, and you squint, you lean forward to look and thinking it'll help you. So we're getting up there, and and lead drops down low. We step kind of high, and sure enough, man, we see, I'm like, Jamie, that's 3 trucks. And look, well, it's an artillery piece. And it's pointed right at the DLS, the desert landing site where we just landed. How in that? I mean, it was just a coincidence, dude. So lead goes, hey, I'm going to fly in and do a low pass over them. And I'm like, what? No, they're bad guys. Well, he does it. They start shooting at him. So Jamie and he's flying. I got my M4 up, and he starts pounding them with minigun. We get secondaries. Lead comes back around. He shoots a rocket. He hits something. Secondaries start blowing. I'm shooting dudes with my M4. We destroy everything there. We call it in. You know, and we're like, man, this was crazy. We're not a minute and a half. We're already in a gunfight, dude. We're like, oh boy, it's gonna be a good night. And so we take off. We hit Highway 1, and we turn east, headed towards Kandahar. And we got PEQs, PEC 2s on our rifles, and there's these big pipes. They're probably, I don't know, 5-6 foot diameter that are drainage for under the highway. And I was like, that might be a good hiding place, So I'd take my PEQ with the spotlight, and sure enough, I said, dude, there's 2 dudes in there. Come back around. So call lead, hey, come back around. So I shoot them with my M4, fly right by about 40 yards, man. It's like, kick. So Jamie's like, okay, you have the controls. I said, I have the controls. He gets his M4 up, and we're flying along, and we come up on this little old house-like building, and, they can hear you, can't see us, and freaking RPG we see gets shot in our direction, he shoots at lead. And of course it goes off, and lead comes back around, and he shoots minigun, and I come back around and I shoot minigun in it. And so we just assume that we killed a dude. So we take off back down. Jamie's like, I got the controls. We generally will 20 minutes, and then we swap, because you're just spent. You're navving. The guy not flying is navving, got your M4 up, and the other dude's flying. And being dark like that, it takes every brain cell, every ounce of energy, man, to focus on not hitting the ground, not hitting a wire, not, whatever the case. But man, we're all pumped up. And so then there's some high ground to the north. Lead goes, hey, I'm going to go check out this high ground. Now I'm flying. And so there's a little draw that comes down. I was like, ooh, that looks pretty good down in here. A little bit of terrain, So I'm just kind of cruising along about 30 foot off the ground, just real low and slow and looking, doing recce. And I guess a part of me too, because the old loaches back in the day, well, they'd do that to draw fire. And then that way they could fix the enemy, and they'd flip around and engage them with their door gunner. So I'm just cruising along, man. Nice quiet night, and I hear this. I'm like, that's weird. From the left. Then I hear another. And then the third one. I go, Jamie, you hear that? He goes, yeah, I was wondering if you heard it. And then at the same time we said, RPGs. Dude, and they fired 3 more. 2 came from the right. 1 came from the left. And I'm like, break it left. And then I look over as I'm braking. Lead's shooting minigun. So they found somebody. They're probably 400 or 500 meters north of us. And we'll split like that just to cover more ground. And, we still got eyes on each other. So if something happened. And Jamie starts engaging with his M4. I see some dudes, right? There's like 4 dudes down there all hunkered down. I hit them with minigun, and another RPG gets shot. So that's 7 RPGs they shot at us in 15 seconds. And I'm like, holy cow, it's an old Russian trap. That's the trap they used to set for Russian helicopters. So Jamie says, I have the controls. I was like, okay, you have the controls. He's senior to me. And so we come back around, and I look, and I see this. It's just the weirdest thing, dude. It was a giant smoke ring, just suspended in the air. And I go, that's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Well, I look down, and there's like 10 dudes, man, loading an art. That was the smoke ring from the RPG. Oh. So I said, Jamie, left. And we all carry little commander's pointers. Just a quick way I can go, put that point, boom, he's on it. I don't have to say a thing on the radio or on ICS. So I hit it with the laser, man. Here he comes, rocket. Boom, man, fucking blows them dudes up. And then, man, they open up. There were probably 50, 60 Al-Qaeda. I guess it was like a logger point, or they were just resting, or, dude, we got in a gunfight. And we went Winchester, so that means we ran out of ammo in that little fight right there. So we call lead up. He's done shooting. We're like, hey, we got to go to the FARP. Roger that. So he comes by. Wow, we haul ass to the FARP, reload, get gas, come back, go back down the highway. And we get into Kandahar. I'm flying, and there's a great big tanker truck. He's pulling in, man. And I was like, oh, boy, yeah, rocket shot. So I bump up, push over, whoosh, shoot a rocket right behind the cab of the truck. And I mean, it blows. It's got fuel in it.
Like a movie.
Yes, like a movie. And, you talk about target fixation and, don't admire your work for too long because the ground's coming up and, stuff like that. And Jamie looks at me, he punches me with his elbow. He goes, hey, Pud, you going to break? Dude, I was like, oh boy, this is so cool, man. I was just driving into the truck. I was like, pulled off, broke. Jamie's like, I got the controls. I said, you got the controls. So we're gunfighting in there, dude. And it was a fur ball. And it was just one of the coolest things I ever did in my life. My first mission, I was like, this is all right.
Coming back from that mission that night, what was the adrenaline dump / talk with you and Jamie?
Ooh, man. Well, Jamie, he was over there. I was flying, and he's like, I'm going to have a cigarette. Oops, sorry.
Very good.
He's like, I'm going to have a cigarette, dude. I was like, sure, man. I said, make sure you cup that thing, when you light it up. He's like this. Oh, dude, that was exciting shit, man. I was like, yeah, it was, bro. Good job.
Yeah, because you figure at this point, you've been training years.
My whole life, my whole adult life.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was me and old Jamie Weeks' first mission. Very successful. Big high body count that night for Team Jackass. And yeah, we were pumped, and Lee was pumped, and yeah, we got back. And then the next one, 2 nights later, we went out again. We went west this time. We carried the GAL. We put the GAL on, the 50 cal, and then minigun rocket.
You guys shooting armor piercing out of that?
Yeah. Well, the armament guys figured out a mix for us. And it was, you know what Ralphus is? So Ralphus it's a match round, but it has an explosive in the head. So 50 rounds of Ralphus and then 50 rounds of slap. You know what slap is? Sable launched armor piercing. So the bullet is surrounded by a cup to fit the caliber of the gun. So the actual projectile, which is, what was it? It's a very hard, pardon me, a very hardened stainless steel projectile, and it's like a 40 caliber. But this thing's moving at like 4,200 feet per second. Yeah. But I got a tank kill with it one night at Mudasis in the AH. Anyway, so that's our mix for the 50 for the GAL. And man, we got on some armor and started eating it up, tearing it up. And then we flew to the west a little bit further. We got around this lake and caught some more dudes. But we never shoot completely out. We always save 10% to go back to the FARP. So if something pops up or we see something, then we got some ammo to engage with. So we'll save a rocket and, a squirt of minigun just to break contact if we have to. So we get to the fart, we reload, we get gas, come back, go keep heading west on that highway, man. Just gunfight after gunfight, dude. We were finding tents of those jackasses, and they'd come out shooting their AKs, and we put it on them. We found a bunch of armor too, like it was all Soviet stuff, like BTRs and BMPs, stuff like that. And we shot it all up. And then we're coming back, and we were crossing the highway, and there was a truck parked on a bridge, and then a big truck, like a deuce and a half, I would say. So we're like, holy smokes. So lead goes in, he shoots the truck with 50, he brakes, Jamie's flying, I've got my M4 up, and as soon as they shot that truck, man, like 20 dudes just started scattering. And we're like, holy cow. And so Jamie engages in with Minnie, puts a rocket in the other truck, and we come back around. Well, we're out of ammo, so I start shooting dudes with my M4, and then we carry frags with us. So we're going over, man. And I'm like, hey, I want to drop a frag on these dudes. He's like, get you some, brother. And we have a procedure for it, show them the frag, pull pin, there's a pin. Okay, it's out. Frag out, boom. Drop it, boom, goes off right, almost in the middle of them. It's pretty effective. And we do 2 or 3 more passes with grenades and M4s. And I'm just like, well, we got an asset overhead watching over us. And so they're watching us back at the talk. And General Daly, he goes, well, what are they doing? What are those flashes? And one of the Delta Sergeant Majors says, oh, those are frags, sir. It's B Company. They just want to kill some They said Daly almost lost his mind.
He was upset?
He was pissed. So we get back. Good mission again. Lots of body count. And lots of vehicles, armor. We get back. We debrief. And General Daly goes, B Company in my tent now. We're like, oh, no, man. Dude, he chewed our asses for dropping grenades out of those helicopters. And I go, hey, sir, didn't y'all do that in Vietnam? He says, Gregory, that makes no difference. Man, he was just like, just stop doing it. Well, we didn't. So it's effective, just like the Sergeant Major said. He's like,
so when you're flying the helicopter,
kill somebody.
When you're flying the helicopter, I'm assuming there's no doors, right?
Mm-mm. No, we don't. No aircraft in the 160th have doors because we fly so much over water, and you can't have doors on because if you go in to drink, dude, you got to get out. So
does it get pretty cold up there?
Yeah, wintertime.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, it was like 8 degrees in Iraq, so wind chills probably 10, 12 below zero.
You guys carrying like a full chest rig with AR mags?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're wearing kit. We got plates and then soft armor, and then we carry 10 magazines with us. So
that's wild, man.
Yeah. That first mission when we were in Western Kandahar. So I just handed the controls off to Jamie. I was in the left seat, and we'd keep our rifles right here, right under our arm, barrel down. And then we had VTAC slings, and then we'd snap link them right here to a cable right behind our seat. So you could just reach up, get your rifle. Well, mine had gotten snagged up in something, man. I don't know what, dude. And I was trying to get my rifle. Jamie was in the bump. I mean, there were bad guys running everywhere. And there was a group of 7 or 8. They all had AKs, and they had run up there because I had just shot that truck. And they had run up there. And I was trying to get my rifle. Jamie was focused on something that was going on over here. And I'm like, we were low. We were probably 40, 50 foot off the deck before he started his bump. And I could not get my rifle out. He's in the bump, and these dudes are looking, and it's pretty lit because they can see us because the fire, the light off of it. So, dude, I pulled my freaking pistol out, and I just dumped 10 rounds. Koosh, 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 koosh. I can't make this shit up. Jamie kind of glances over. He shoots. He breaks. He's like, damn, Wyatt Earp, you dropped 2 of those sons of bitches. I said, really? He goes, oh, yeah, I saw 2 of them fall. So that's what I had, man. I was afraid that they were going to get a sight on us and start shooting at us.
2 pistol kills out of an AH-6 Little Bird,
1911, baby.
That's wild, dude.
And I dropped my mag because it locked back, and my freaking brand new Wilson Rogers 10-rounder dropped out of the aircraft. I was so pissed.
Man.
Yeah.
That sounds like your first deployment, man. You got everything you were been looking for.
Yes, sir. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, you said that when we started this segment.
But yeah, we got to practice our trade. We were tested, and yeah, we were very successful.
What was it like to prove kind of your worth, man, to not just you personally, but your unit, BCO, these Little Birds, 6 guns, man, to really show what you guys can do? How did that feel?
Man, it felt good. Yeah, it felt good. All eyes were on us. You know, hey, is this going to be a viable asset? And just to back up a little bit, like probably a couple years after Mogadishu, there was talk about getting rid of B Company, about getting rid of the gun company and just making one big A company, Little Bird, lift company. And the commander at the time, Major Mark Jones, he fought and fought and fought. He's like, no, the customer, Delta, the Rangers, they want to keep the AHs. It's their most valuable asset on the battlefield. We proved it in Mogadishu, and we'll prove it time and time again. But they talked about taking us away. Sure did. So that was a good thing. We proved our worth.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, man. It sounds like some great stories too. And I was telling you this on a break, man. It's wild to see you tell these stories because I can really tell you go back in your brain, and I know you love what you do. Your energy and the way you talk about it is.
I get excited.
Super unique. Yeah, I remember when we were watching videos last night. Just all the different things. I was just like, man, that just seems like a cool job. I know you did a ton of work to get there, but
yeah,
just seems like
yeah, we're killers, man. That's what God made us to be, and that's what we did.
Yeah,
we did.
Let's start talking about Iraq. So you get back from Afghanistan. You guys are obviously prepping for the invasion. You guys get the word before you even rip out of Afghanistan. And
yeah, we had a little mission go on in Afghanistan in January of 2002. Not too much has been talked about this, and it was Major Greer's team. But I'm telling you, as I'm sitting here, as God is my witness, we killed Osama bin Laden in January of 2002. That's a fact. That's a fact. The rest of this stuff was political propaganda. And that's Greg Coker's theory.
Talk to me about why you think that. We talked a little bit about this, and your story you told me was pretty eye-opening.
Yeah, they had coordinated a meeting of UBL, Osama bin Laden, with 3 of the mullahs. It was out in eastern Iraq. I'm not going to say exact, or Afghanistan. Major Greer and his team, they'd been hunting the dude, and they had him cornered. And
is this up in Tora Bora?
Yes. And they had a bunch of bomber assets overhead. They'd coordinated the meet. Bin Laden came out of this cave.
When you say they coordinated the meet, did we know?
Oh, we knew it was him. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. But they wanted him to come out and us talk with him or surrender, or I don't know. That's pay grades way over little old CW3 Greg Coker at the time. But I knew the guys that were there on the ground, and I knew what was going on. And so bin Laden, and it's all on video, or they were watching them, and he came out, met with those 3 dudes, those 3 mullahs, and the plan was, if he leaves and goes back in that cave, you start your watches. In 2 minutes, you start dropping bombs. And he went back in the cave. He didn't come out. Dude, they spent 3 days dropping bombs on that mountain.
So those mullahs were meeting with bin Laden to try to get him to surrender?
Yes. Yeah. Or, peace talks, or I don't know what they're, what the higher ups that be, But that's a fact, man. That's the truth.
So he goes back in the cave and they bomb that cave for 3 days.
Yeah, 2,000 pounders, laser guided stuff. There's no way a freaking cell could survive. And he was a very sick man. He had to have dialysis every day. That goes back to another story that's in the book about the 2 George Strait Trailways buses me and Jamie flew on one night, and they wouldn't let us touch them. They wouldn't let us land. We wanted to go in and clear them. They wouldn't let us do it. Anyway.
And your idea is that those 2 buses, that was his dialysis.
Yes. My theory is those were his dialysis machines. Some of them, I'm sure he had them spread all over the place. But so, yeah, that happened. And doggone it, I just wanted to put a rocket right in the middle. We wanted to land and go clear them. But they wouldn't let us.
So you were in country in 2002 when that happened?
No, we had left. We were gone. But we had video, we had connectivity with everything that was going on in our headquarters. So they did that, and the other thing is that he was left-handed. Bin Laden was left-handed. And you look at every video, every picture of him shooting an AK or talking or walking. Well, all of us lefties, I'm a lefty, we wear a watch on our right wrist, okay? I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen with this seed, but so I talked to one of the guys that was SSE on the hit 2011 and asked him, I said, did you see his body? Well, yeah, we were, checking it, taking stuff. I said, was he wearing a watch? He goes, yeah, he's wearing a watch. I said, what wrist was his watch on? He says, left wrist. My buddy took his watch off some guy took. I said, that wasn't him, dude. I said, he was left-handed. He always had his watch on his right wrist.
You said that dude turned ghost white.
Yep. Sure did. So, yeah, I think the rest of it was all. And, when they killed him, nobody saw the body. They wrapped him up.
That was super
they
interesting.
Dumped him in the ocean. I'm like, whatever, dude. We killed that dude a long time ago. It doesn't matter. He's dead.
Yeah, you can't help but
dead.
wonder if Obama wanted another win because there was an election coming up.
I don't know, man.
And they had to keep him alive to keep the war on terror alive.
I guess so.
Wonderful.
That's my theory.
One of these days, those Bin Laden files will be open like the JFK files.
Yes, sir. Sure will. Anyway, that closes Afghanistan.
Yeah.
It's good times.
So you get back, you guys are prepping, you guys get out into Saudi, prepping to go into the initial invasion.
Yep. Go to RR, Saudi Arabia.
What was that prep and planning and then, ultimately that execution?
Well, we spent probably 6 months out in the Western United States, training and planning, deep buried hardened targets, up in the mountains. Hide sites, desert hide sites, desert mobility with Delta Rangers. Yeah, man, we trained and planned. And, they'd set up air defense mocks and we'd go and hit them. We'd do C-130 infills. We'd do all kind of stuff. And yeah, we were getting ready and they told us, so the invasion will be in March of 2003. And, the big Army, Marines, everybody deployed. Doggone, when it was before Thanksgiving, 2002. And we deployed into February, got into RR, and in the middle of a sandstorm, Shamal, man, it was miserable, dude. Oh, it was miserable. But it was us, 375 again, and then C Squadron of Delta. And, we got camp set up. Again, PCI pre-combat inspections, got ready. We did few training flights just to kind of get environmentals, get back in the groove. And then 19 March, 2 days prior to the big invasion, we started hitting targets. We hit early warning. We hit air defense artillery, guns, ZSUs. Yeah, just whatever was out there. We went hunting.
Were you guys out in 2s or 4s or?
We went out so what we came up with and kind of went back to the Vietnam days. So, and then they called them pink teams. So they had a loach and then 2 cobras or a cobra. So the loach would wreck you down low, draw fire, and then the cobras would roll in and shoot. So we went to A company and we thought, man, it'd be nice to have a FLIR ball on the aircraft. Well, we couldn't carry one because we were already at max gross weight. Plus, it would be great to have an MH with us in case an aircraft went down or whatever reason. They could land, pick us up, we could get out. Lessons learned from Afghanistan. So we developed the pink team. So it was 1 MH, 2 pilots with a FLIR ball, and then 2 AHs. So the MH would be in lead with the FLIR so they could look out, good distance, find a hot spot. We had pre-planned targets also. And he would brake, and then lead would go in, we'd shoot, -2, shoot if necessary, come back, re-engage if we had to. Plus, we had developed with the A-10s. So we had 2 A-10s overhead. We had 4 total, a team. So the A-10s would go to a designated altitude, and our most vulnerable point is when the second AH or -2 breaks off the target. They're vulnerable. Well, as he would break, the A-10 would tip. That means point at the target, and then he'd be in a dive and start shooting his 30 millimeter to cover -2's break. Dude, it was beautiful, man. It was beautiful. It worked. We tried to get the A-10 special operations capable because they were a guard unit and they were from Texas. I'll never forget their call sign was Shiner. What better beer than Shiner Bock beer? But great guys to work with. But they could, they were overhead, they were watching the whole thing. And again, if something happened to us, they could get on the radios, get calls out, hey, we got an aircraft down or whatever the case. But dude, we hit those first 2 nights, the 19th and 20th, man, we hit hundreds of targets. And we had 4 teams. We had 8 AHs out there working those 2 nights. It
Sounds like a busy fart point.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the guys were busy. And then C Squadron, they breached the berm same night, the 19th, and then they went in country and started their desert mobility and bringing hate to the bad guys.
You called Iraq a gun pilot's dream. Kind of paint that picture for us and what made it a target-rich environment.
Well, one was, enemy forces, troops in the open, desert environment, not a lot of places to hide for the bad guys. They didn't have, I prayed to jump a helicopter. Oh, gosh, I wanted to shoot down a helicopter so bad. But we found a few on the ground, nothing flying. Our Air Force and our air superiority, man, they had taken control of that airspace early, so we didn't have to worry about it. One thing that bothered me in the big brief prior to D-Day on the 21st, I asked the general, I said, hey, sir, does everybody here know what a little bird is and that we're the good guys? And, I didn't want some 18-year-old kid on a Stinger saying, well, I've never seen that helicopter. And, it was a concern of mine. Well, and they were like, oh, we didn't think about that, but we'll get the word out. So, their motto, if it flies, it dies or something like that. So, but yeah, it was cool. We'd be flying along out in that western desert and there'd be a whole battalion of Marines or a tank unit and as soon as they'd hear us, boy, here come their strobes, man, click, ding, ding, ding. They're like, okay, man, we got you. We're good guys. You're good guys. So, but, man, one shot, we were headed up to, we were going somewhere. It was like D+4 and open desert. And like a company size element had popped up, and we're flying to a target, and both aircraft, we have flechettes. If you know, I'll try to explain a flechette rocket. So there's like 4,000 nails in there. Flechette is French for arrow, but they're about that long. They got little fins on them, and this rocket, so you'll shoot the rocket, and then at a pre-designated point, the rocket opens, and all these little darts go flying to the bad guys. So the guy was flying, and I was flying, and I look, and I go, oh man, look, gun pilot's dream, open desert, a flechette shot. And so I set up, told Dash 2, he come up beside me, and both of us fired our nails, and it looked like bowling pins is the best way I can explain it. I mean, it was perfect, man. They just, yeah, 4 flechette rockets, put them all down.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
After the initial invasion, you guys moved to Baghdad International Airport. What was it like setting up operations in the heart of Iraq?
The battle raged all around us. The initial plan was, so we were gonna do an airfield seizure on BIOP, or Saddam International Airport, Baghdad International Airport. So it was C Squadron, B Squadron, 3rd Ranger Battalion, and 2nd Ranger Battalion. So we're talking hundreds of special operations. They were going to jump in to BIOP. That was our original plan. And then I think 5th Group and B Squadron, they were going to attack from the north, but we were just like, dude, this is going to be bad, man. This is not going to be good. Because about every 70 meters around that airfield was air defense artillery. And they had Rolands, they had ZSUs, I mean, all bad helicopter killers. But by the grace of God, we, thank God for the United States Marine Corps. Man, they blew through there so fast, it never happened. So, yeah, the battle raged around us. I never will forget, 8 April. 03 is when we got to the hangar, and it was a military hangar it was the military side of BIOP, and they had 2 big runways. One was, the one to the east was civilian, the one to the west was military, their Air Force. And we got in, got the aircraft put, and I sat on a big pallet of MREs watching the sun come up, and just like, gosh, man, this is surreal. This is, I mean, tank battles. Well, the 101st was right across the street from us, across the airfield. And they had 4 Apaches. This is just one of the coolest things. My old unit, 1st of the 101st. And the Apaches they'd sit in the FARP. They'd load 8 Hellfires, 4 on each side. They come up to about a 50-foot hover, and they'd get targets and launch Hellfires, dude. They'd
Just
land right back
above the FARP.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Land right back in the FARP, load 8 more, and there were 4 Apaches doing this. And it was just like, oh my gosh, man, this is pretty cool.
Wow.
Pretty cool. Yeah, it was crazy.
Early on in the war, when you're talking about, you got the Marines, 3rd Infantry. We just had a guest on who was an engineer with 3rd Infantry Division on the initial invasion. So you have all these other units. Then you have regular special operations. Now you have JSOC. Yeah. How do you, what's that battlefield coordination like in the middle of an invasion?
Man, it's, power's higher than us, but yeah, the coordination, now we're talking armies, we're talking just huge thousands and thousands of, troops, plus the Air Force and the Navy. Fighters, fixed wing assets, special operations.
Were you guys talking to like big Army aviation?
Yes. Oh yeah. Well? Yeah. There was tons and tons, hundreds of hours of coordination, airspace coordination. Yeah, man. It was crazy. It was cool to watch and cool to be a part of it and be a planner, and just watch it all come down. Then we started hunting the Deck 55.
So after the initial invasion, how long did it take you guys to get, kind of set and then transition into that Deca card mission?
Yeah. So 1920, we operated. We were down the 21st and the 22nd. And then we started supporting Delta, and we still operated out of RR, and then the Ranger battalions. So we had 275 and 375 was there. So we supported them out of RR until 8 April. Yeah, we conducted combat missions every night, and unless we had bad weather. We had 2 or 3 nights of just bad weather, and we couldn't see probably 100 yards, so we were pretty much ineffective. And it's dangerous anyway to be out there flying in that stuff. So
I've seen a photo of you with a Texas flag that your daughter had given you.
Yeah.
How important was it to stay connected to home during these intense operations?
It was very important, but we didn't and we couldn't. There was no communication with home. There was, of course, OPSEC or operational security. We didn't want somebody on a computer or a phone slipping up or talking to mama or whatever the case. So, yeah, we had no communication the whole time in Afghanistan and the first part of Iraq. There was no emails, no letters, no nothing. So, yeah.
How was urban warfare in Baghdad different from kind of the initial invasion and some of the stuff you did in Afghanistan?
Yeah, urban warfare is extremely difficult and takes a lot of planning, a lot of coordination, and nothing ever goes as planned. There's always Mr. Murphy, and then we have contingencies. So our focus again was to hunting that higher echelon. Of course, we hunted Saddam and the deck. But yeah, it's a whole different animal in the urban environment. I mean, for me, I'd get a satellite photo, of the target house, and then maps from doggone street maps. I mean, we used everything we had and we could get our hands on, to military maps, 1 to 50s to 1 to 250s. Jog maps is what they're called. And, we'd use big picture down to little picture. We'd take off from BIOP and then cover the infill of the ground force of the Delta guys. Or, if we were going just to hit a target with the AHs, yeah, you'd follow along on that photograph and you count streets and you use, major terrain in that city to navigate off of. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very intense. It's very difficult to do.
From 03 to 05, you were in Iraq a bunch, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was kind of one of the most dangerous situations you found yourself in, other than your crash? We'll talk about that, sir.
I didn't crash, man. I got shot down.
My bad.
Okay. Yes, I'd say Haditha Dam. Yeah, that was the biggest battle of the Iraqi war, was that darn dam.
Can you paint that picture of that whole operation? I'd really like to hear this story.
Yeah. So the mission was 375s. They did an airfield seizure into H1, which was west of Haditha Dam. Haditha Dam was the most strategic target in that country, even in that part of the world. And it was a hydroelectric dam, and it's where the Euphrates started. Yeah, I think the Euphrates and the Tigris. Anyway, but this dam is almost 5 miles across it.
Oh,
the
wow.
structure. That's how big this thing was. And it was like 360 foot high, and yeah, almost 5 miles across the dam. So our mission was hold the dam, and then we would be relieved the next day, or within, they said 12 to 18 hours, by an armor unit. Tanks were coming up, and we were told that the Iraqis thought we were going to take the dam and blow it up, and we thought the Iraqis were going to take the dam and blow it up. So if we'd have just made a phone call, it would have made it easy. But yeah, we wanted to take and hold the dam, and to ensure that, because downstream there were multiple cities. There's the city of Haditha, and at Haditha there was a division of Iraqi army. There were a large unit of Fedayeen, so their special operations guys were there, and then Republican guards. So a very, very large, robust Iraqi unit just south of the dam. So, and the weather was really bad. It was overcast. The ceilings were like 200 to 300 feet. So fixed wing, we couldn't get fixed wing in there. So it was just our two AHs that went to go support 375 in their mission. And then we had a few Delta guys. We had some heavy breachers because they were going to clear that dam while they were on it and gather any intel or capture, engineers or whoever was running the dam at the time. Again, being a hydroelectric, well, guess what? There were wires everywhere. Wires and helicopters don't mix. I'm just here to tell you. And so the initial assault, Rangers drove in, light contact. We had them set us a clandestine FARP out about 5 kilometers northwest of the dam. We had 4 loads there. Okay, we had gas, rockets, and bullets. So they had dropped that, and then they got on the dam. We infilled after the airborne operation and got an update brief, loaded up, took off. Started to take off. I knew the fire support NCO, Mo, and I could hear him on the radio. So where are the AH, or where's the varmint element? Where's the varmint element? Where the AHs? That was our call sign. And he was in a blocking position on the west side of the dam. I think there were 5 Rangers in that blocking position. And then across it on the east side of the dam, there was another blocking position on the very edge of it. And then the majority of the company was right there on the dam. And then the Delta guys, they had a couple snipers with them. And then the heavy breachers in case they needed to breach any place in that dam. So I hear this radio call and I hear gunfire. I hear another radio call, more intense gunfire in the background. Every time Mo, I knew Mo very well. We'd worked together for years.
Mo was with the Rangers, or
yeah, he was 375. He was the senior fire support dude for this mission, and then he kept asking, where are the AHs? Where are the AHs? More intense gunfire, more intense. So we take off, and I try to call him. We're about a 17-minute flight from the dam, and I couldn't reach him, man. I tried him on the fires net. I tried him on FD. I tried him on every freaking radio, dude, and I was getting so frustrated. And guy was flying with, he was pulling the guts out of our helicopter to get there. And I told him, I said, hey man, it's getting bad there fast. He goes, I know, dude, I've got that radio pulled up. And so finally I'm like, I look at guy I'm flying with and I go, a guy standing on the moon can talk to Houston, Texas in 1960 whatever, and I can't talk to my darn fires guy that's 5 miles away. And so finally, I just came up on sat radio, and called him. I said, hey, dude, and now, man, I can hear him screaming and yelling. I can hear incoming fire. I can hear outgoing fire. And I'm like, oh my gosh, man, these guys ain't going to make it. And Mo screams in the radio. He says, hey, I need you guys right here, right now. I was like, hey, man, we're 2 minutes out, and there's this giant lake to the north of it. So we're down low, hauling ass, and we got an MH with us too. We kept an MH Little Bird with a FLIR, and also thinking that, something happens, they can pick us up or recover us or whatever the case. And they can protect our 6 o'clock while we're working over wherever. but we didn't have a good, we didn't have a good idea of what the enemy situation was. And the last we heard, it was light. And we're like, oh man, bro, we came up over the river. The other dude was flying. I'm on the radios talking to Mo, and we bump up over the dam, and I swear to God, man, it looks like a summer night in West Texas. Fire, just tracers everywhere, bro. And I'm like, and I look at the other guy, we just start laughing, and we both at the same time, we go, we're man. We bump up, we knew where Mo was, and we push over, and a company-sized element was attacking his position, so 100 and some guys, and we shoot 12 meters in front of friendlies. That's how close the bad guys. That's how close the enemy was. Yes, sir. -2, we break, shoot minigun only, told them, hey, we're going to be danger close, roger that. But they have full faith and confidence in our abilities. -2 goes in, he shoots, and pretty much we destroy that element that's attacking that west blocking position. We break off, I take the controls, Ranger on the east side. Varmint 401, this is, Bravo 62 fire mission over. We're like, oh, dude. And I mean, it looked like ants down there. It was just unbelievable. I can't explain it. And so haul ass over there, and he's just, standard call for fire. I let him finish, and I go, hey, brother, I got you. I got your position. Just mark the target. He was like, oh, okay. It's that sigh of relief. And he marks the target. We engage another 50, 60 dudes attacking their blocking position. I mean, they were just running everywhere. And it was just engagement. We go Winchester. We run out of ammo, and probably the first 2 or 3 minutes, we're on station. So we haul ass to the FARP.
That's 17 minutes away?
No. This is the clandestine FARP. That's like 4 or 5 clicks to the north and west that they had dropped for us. And so we haul ass up there, land, we get out, load, jump back in.
Oh, so it's literally clandestine. They just drop the ammo, so you guys arm your own.
That's it. We get out and we arm our own, we dump our own gas, and we're ready to go. So we get in, we go back again, man, just fire mission after fire mission after fire mission after fire mission. Go back. We exhausted all the ammo out of that FARP, so that's 4. That we had a load with us, so that's 5 loads we've already shot.
So you landed back there 4 times?
Yep.
Oh wow.
Sure did. So now we're out of ammo, and the fight is raging. Okay, and so I get on the radio. I'm like, is there anybody out there that can bring us some ammo? Anybody? Is there a Chinook, a Black Hawk, another little bird? Everybody's busy, dude. I mean, the war was raging. And so we're like, okay, we got to go back to the airfield. Got to go back to H1, where we landed, where our big FARP was. So we did. Flew all the way back. Told Mo, it's like, hey, we got to go to H1. We're going to rearm. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Roger that. So get there, rearm, come back, engage. Whoever's not flying, got our M4 up. You're engaging targets. We're dropping hand grenades on dudes, and then they start getting mortared. So I'm like, we're kind of in a holding pattern. We go into holding north of the dam over the lake. We still got Tony Ely, my Ranger buddy. He's flying the MH, and they're north of us, just kind of watching our 6 o'clock while we're working. And I'm like, I thought about, man, maybe he could. No, I'm not going to send him single ship. Not going to do it. We kind of talked about it. We're like, no, bad plan. And so I'm looking down river, and I see this flash. And I'm like, oh, mortar. Okay, hey, I got the controls. Fly down river, and sure enough, they had a mortar set up, but there's these dunes, I guess the best way I could explain it, along the river, and they'd get behind those as cover and set up their mortar tubes, and then they're launching mortars onto the dam, onto the Rangers. So I engage it, break off, we come back, and we go back to holding. I'm looking downriver. On the other side of the river, a flash. Oh, there's another one. So the other dude, he's flying. We go down, shoot it, come back. We did that 5 times. So we knocked out all the mortar tubes for that time being, and just wave after wave after wave of enemy attacked the dam. And I'm like, holy smokes. We go Winchester, fly. Well, we wound up shooting 11 loads of ammo that first night on the dam, both AHs.
How long was that gunfight?
Till daybreak. Yeah. Yeah, Mo ordered us to leave. I mean, sun was coming up, daytime, bad. But, man, they needed us. They needed us there. I think there were 138 of us total, so 132 Rangers and Delta guys total on the dam. And it was, we heard several different stories, between 4,000 and 6,000 attacked that first night.
Wow.
Yeah, they said we killed between 800 and 1,500 enemy combatants that first night. Probably wounded as many. It was a big battle, man.
Wow.
And that went on for 6 days.
Really?
Armor didn't show up. And we're like, where's the armor unit? Where's the armor unit? Yeah, we had 2 or 3 Rangers were wounded. So that next night, we escorted a Chinook to the dam, and they kicked out water, MREs, and ammo, and then they picked up the wounded and took them back to H1. Got them all squared away. Yeah, shitty weather, bad weather.
So you guys went out for 5 straight nights?
Yes. Yep. Every night.
How many sorties were you guys flying every night? You guys were just flying all night, just refuel?
All night, yeah. Yeah, pardon me. Yeah, we'd go, check in, two aircraft on station, 100%. Roger that. Stand by for call for fire. And they'd attack. They just kept attacking every night. And then the day 3, they dropped, the Iraqis dropped like 500 rounds of 155 on those poor guys. Yep. Didn't lose a person. Nobody was wounded. Nobody was killed.
Did the dam take any damage?
No, not really. I mean, for the size of that thing, and yeah. But, yeah, the armor finally showed up. We got relieved. Yeah. And then went back to H1, recocked, refitted, and then went and covered another C squadron team that was headed towards the east. I think to Tikrit. Man, it's all blurred.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's just
what does it take to keep those helicopters running? So would you land and you guys would try to get a little bit of shut-eye as the crew chiefs are trying to patch that thing up? Or
No, we never had any aircraft issues, or we had a rotor blade shot through, but had a hole in it. But all they do is 100-mile-an-hour tape it and go on.
You guys are just flying so fast, it's kind of hard to shoot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and dark, so it's nighttime. Yeah, it was crazy. I was just thankful that we made it through, man. It was just unbelievable. And the guy I was flying with, he swore. I believe him. I was flying. I shot. I broke real hard right. And he swore he heard the bullet snap. It went. So we were like this. I was in a break, and the bullet went right through the cockpit, right in front of our faces. I was like, I believed him, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, man. What if we got ourselves into?
Those were some wild times early on in the invasion.
It was. Plus the hunt for Saddam was going, and yeah, his sons Uday and Qusay, and we finally got them. Yeah. Plus all the other stuff we were doing. Jessica Lynch Rescue, they did it. Yeah, we were originally the planners on it, and then the mission went to SEAL Team 6. Originally 275 had the mission, And then they got bumped, and SEAL Team 6 took the mission.
Did you work much at all, the SEALs?
No. No, Delta was our main objective, and yeah, we were busy supporting them.
Yeah. Sounds
Again,
like
we had 4 teams of AHs there.
How often were you guys doing 90-day rotations back then?
Yes. It was 90 to 100. So kind of, we tried to, that was another thing that the command had to figure out, because, we weren't built for sustained operations. We were built, go hit the target, come home. Now we're talking months and then years, so they had to figure out a rotation. How are we going to deal with this logistically, personnel? I mean, the whole 9 yards, man. It was a heck of a job for our leadership to.
What's it like to come and go? So, I mean, you're 90 days, dude, balls to the walls, and then you come home back to regular life.
Yeah. It didn't stop. We still had training. We still had, we had to go train with Ranger Battalion. We had to go train with Delta. I mean, it's not like we sat at home around the pool eating bonbons and drinking champagne every day. No, you continued to train. Yeah, we'd get a few days off, but personally, I felt it was a really shitty job. I mean, we had no decompression. We had no support, no, really anything. I mean, you came home, did your job, and hey, you guys, plane leaves at, 06 in the morning. So be here, be on it.
What was that like with the family life?
It was like being an outsider. Yeah. You've probably experienced it. And yeah, I was like, oh, Dad's home. My kids were little, and you try to, I guess me personally, I'd try to make up for, hey, let's go do this. Let's go. Nah, that's okay, Dad. This, be chill. We got school, or we got softball, or we're going to go ride, or, stuff like that.
My wife would always give me a hard time when I would come home from trips, because, they have this routine while we're gone to keep things going, sleep schedule. And I would show up and want to do things. I remember my wife would be like, you're messing up our routine, and you're going to leave again, or, you're going to go somewhere else, and we need this to survive. And I remember being like, oh, no.
Yeah, they had their world and we had our world.
And it's really hard to be good at both, man.
You can't.
Yeah.
It's impossible. It really is. Yeah. Things are going on and wars happening, and so now we're on 2 fronts. We're operating in Afghanistan and Iraq, and looking at other emerging targets that might pop up. So
was 160 a split between both operations, between both theaters?
Yes, sir. Yeah. And we had even spun up a couple times, and we flew out of Iraq and went to Afghanistan, did a hit, and then came back to Iraq.
Wow. March 19th, 2004, exactly 1 year after D-Day in Iraq.
Yeah.
You're flying helicopter 364. Tell us about that bird.
Yeah, 364. 3 plus 6 plus 4 equals 13.
Not a good number.
Not a good number. Yeah. Some people say it wasn't a good day, but I say it was a good day, because God was watching over us, and our guardian angels were sure guarding that day. So,
and if you'll notice, there's no chapter 13 in Greg's book either.
No chapter 13. You can look all day long. Yeah, that was by design. So we'd been hitting targets in Fallujah and Ramadi. Man, it was 04. It was the Wild Wild West. And October to November of 03, the insurgency started. Okay. So Al-Qaeda had come to jihad. Hey, let's go kill Americans. We can build IEDs and bombs and all kind of, good stuff that terrorists do. And man, we'd just been busy. B Squadron was there. 375 was there again. I kind of followed 375 most of my combat tours, but we'd hit, I don't know, 4 or 5 targets that night. And then we got intel off of a target that another high-ranking Al-Qaeda dude was going to meet at 10 o'clock in the morning, the 19th, in Fallujah. So Sergeant Major said, hey, here's what we'll do. You guys, we had a little FARP east of Fallujah out, in the middle of nowhere. And he said, you guys, you stay here, crank up, get on the radios. If we need you, we'll call you. Okay, roger that. Good plan. Because I did not want to be flying a little black helicopter around Fallujah in the daytime. Bad. So they go hit the target. They get the dude. So they get some more intel from him. There's another guy that we're looking for. He's down in Amarilla. So that's south, 17, 18 miles south of Fallujah. So if you look at the map, you go Fallujah, west to Ramadi, down to Amarilla. So that's a triangle, and it's called the Devil's Triangle. Dude, it was like every terrorist in the world was there. I mean, the Marines were fighting in Fallujah, Army infantry, special operations. We were just all over the place. Plus still hunting some of the deck. And we'd captured Saddam December of 2003. We'd killed Uday and Qusay June of 2003. But there were still other folks that we were hunting. And yeah, so that's where we were operating, and just kind of proceed the story. And so they drove off to hit that target at 10 that morning. We cranked up, got on the radios. Up. He said, hey, we're coming back. And they got back, and Sergeant Major, he says, hey, AH guys, you head back to BIOP. You guys are smoked. We're like, yeah. And we're going to drive. So the other target, the other bad guy we were looking for was in Amarilla. So the recce team says, we'll drive down there. We'll go kill this guy. And then we'll be, their MSS or mission support site was in Ramadi. So to the west and north. So they took off. We flew back to BIOP, shut down, recocked everything, getting ready, go to bed, get some chow. And guy comes running out of the talk and says, hey, recce has called on the radio, tick, 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 troops in contact. And we're like, oh, shit, man, they've been ambushed. So we're like, okay, let's go help. So we jumped in the AHs. It was probably about a 10, 11-minute flight. And I was -2 for this tour, and I had a brand new pilot to B Company with me. And he was a BMQ. He was a basic mission qualified pilot. He wasn't an FMQ. So the standards were to fly in combat, you had to be a fully mission qualified pilot. We're out of bodies, man. And our op tempo was just unbelievable. But so we run to the aircraft, get all cranked up, man, and I turned the radios on, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck. I was like, man, oh man. Just that sixth sense, I guess, just that warrior sense. And I told my co-pilot, I said, get your M4 up, and you see anybody, I want you to kill them. Roger that. So we take off, we get on station, and there's 2 Panders. So that's a 6-wheeled armored vehicle that Delta drives. And then they had 3 up-armored gun trucks. So one of the gun trucks had dual 240s on it, and then the other 2 had 50 cal Malduces on it. And then the up gunners are always the Rangers. So they man the guns in the trucks. And then, of course, you had the Panders. And you had Delta guys in the Panders. So we swoop by, make a couple engagements. There was one group of dudes, it appeared that they were coming in the low ground, trying to either get up and put eyes on them or flank them or, whatever the case. And we did some more reconnaissance, and I was just like, let's get out of here. They got the guy. Let's go home. And troop commander calls on the radio, hey, we're exfil. And we're like, okay, man, thank you, Lord. We're getting out of here. And it was about 1,300 hours local. So broad daylight. It was clear blue and 22, had about a 20 knot wind out of the north. Nice day. And I came around, lead came around. I came around and I always swooped the guys, did the old wave and thumbs up or, I love you. And I came out of there. I was in a right-hand climbing turn, about 165 feet, and this freaking explosion, man. I mean, just rocked the helicopter. And I was like, oh, shit. First thing out of any pilot's mouth is always, oh, shit, when something goes bad. And so I leveled, and just the helicopter just vibrated. And my co-pilot, he said this white hot rod about 3 meters went right by my ear, and that was the missile, probably the rocket motor. And it was an SA-16, we found out later, very advanced weapon system for Iraq. And there were assets that told us I was also the electronic warfare guy and the threat guy. So I was always talking to an asset about weapon systems, specifically SA-7s, SA-14s. Those are bad. Those kill us. And, we'd been told, a few SA-7s, the thing with those systems are the batteries. So the batteries, they don't last long. And in that triangle, okay, in the preceding, I believe it was 7 weeks, 7 helicopters had been shot down with an SA. No survivors in any of those aircraft. One of them was a Chinook. Another was a 53. There were a couple 58s, I think an Apache, and I think a Marine Cobra. So this white hot streak goes by my head, engine quits. And this missile system, what it's designed to do, it has a proximity fuse. So when it gets to a certain distance from the object, and it's a heat seeker, so it seeks the heat of the engine. So they shoot down jets and shoot down helicopters with this missile system. It's Russian. So once it gets a certain distance from that engine, it explodes and it fragments, and then the kinetic energy takes all those fragments into the engine and then through the cockpit or through the aircraft, whatever the case. And of course, it blew the engine up. I immediately, and the best way I can explain this, and I've done it 100 times, is that our adrenaline dumps. I mean, we got all these cool chemicals in our body that helps us survive. And it was like an old 35 millimeter film, and it was frame by frame by frame by frame. That's the best way I can explain it. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I was seeing. And, time just slowed down. And I'm an instructor pilot, so I've done hundreds of auto rotations to the ground. We land, crank it back up, take off, go do some more. And I leveled the aircraft. Of course, all these, engine out, audio, all these audios are going off, and I'm just like, man, just shut up. I know the engine's out. I can't hear it anymore. I was in the auto rotation, and helicopter pilots, so when we come into land or doing an auto rotation, we use surrounding environment to help us judge distance above the ground, trees, telephone poles, buildings. Well, there's nothing out there, man. So I'm relying on my radar altimeter. We have a radar altimeter in the aircraft. So I'm doing my scans. I check the rotor. I'm in trim. And I mean, a little bird just falls out of the sky when the engine quits. Like you said, approximately 2,700 feet per minute. I mean, it's just coming out of the air. And I check my rotor, and my rotor, I remember I see it at like 105%. So I bring a little bit of collective in, because if you let the rotor continue, it could eventually spin off the rotor head, and then you're really screwed. So I checked it, and then I saw it again. It was like 97%. I was like, okay, my rotor's good. And I'm looking, I'm flying like this, and you look right between your pedals, and that's where you're going to land. Okay. I thought for just a nanosecond, I have a tailwind. Well, you don't want a tailwind when you land. You want a headwind, but I had no choice. I didn't have time. And they had done calculations, and I had approximately, from the time the missile hit to the time I touched down, was 3.4 seconds, I believe. 3.4 to 3.6 seconds. So I'm going through all this, flying the aircraft, and I'm watching the radar altimeter, and I see 75 feet. So I start my decel, and that's part of the procedure, doing an auto rotation, because I want to bleed that airspeed off. I don't know the condition of the ground, so I want to really get aggressive, so I'm not going very fast when I touch down. I don't know if it's rocky. I don't know if there's, I don't know. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to really be aggressive. I'm going to decel, get this thing slowed down. And then at about 20 feet, I leveled it. And then what you do is you pull initial to kind of get those blades to bite the air. And then just before you touch down, you pull cushion. So you pull everything left, the collective's in the left, and then the cyclic, is in the middle. So I said, okay. And I judged what I was about 20 to 15 feet, man. I just pulled everything and I touched down, and I was like, man, this wasn't bad at all, And my wingman says, dude, it was the prettiest auto rotation he had ever seen in his life. But as I got close, about 40 feet, well, then you get in brown out, because it just poof, that dust and shit, the rotor system. So we're engulfed in this dust cloud. I touch down, and I'm just thinking, hey, okay, man, I got this, God. We're good. And we slid about 35 meters and went down a bit of a slope into some soft dirt. Well, when I went down, the skids stuck because of the momentum, the speed in which I was going. And I just, you want to get weight on the ground. And after I pulled initial, and then I was just pushing the collective down, get that weight to slow us down as we're sliding on skids. And, this is what I'm thinking, like nanoseconds at a time, I guess. And I'm still in frame by frame by frame by frame. And so being an old cowboy and breaking horses, you'd get a rank horse that we'd call it a dashboard, and they'd lower their head, man, and it'd throw you forward and over, over the top of their head, and you go tumbling to the ground. Well, that's that. I felt the helicopter come up, and I remember pushing back, and my co-pilot said, having kids, I threw my arm across his, like you're stopping fast in the car, you throw your arm in front of the kids. And he said, yeah, man, you threw your arm in front of me. And I was like, what is he doing? But I remember hearing the rotors hit. Pop, pop, pop. And a friend of mine was killed in a crash. The main rotor came through and cut his head off. I thought about that for a nanosecond. And then nothing. It knocked us out. I'd hit the door frame, and we rolled 3 times and came to rest inverted. I hit the door frame so hard it cracked my helmet. And the thing with aviation, with pilots in the military, if you lose consciousness, you're automatically grounded for 2 years. Yes. But we kind of pushed that down. Doc was like, were you knocked out? No, I was good, man. Okay, yep, okay, we're good here. So I kind of got oriented. And, you know, if you've ever been in a traumatic crash or vehicle accident, and, you know, you kind of get your surroundings in your head together, well, I start doing the checks. I wiggle my feet. I try to pick my legs up. I move my hands, you know, move my arms. I'm like, check package. Yep. I was like, oh shit, that hurts, you know, and I'm upside down. So I just kind of hang there for a second, and I look over, and my co-pilot's got blood all over the front of his face. And I'm like, oh, dude, did he get hit? And the little bird has a bad reputation of the shoulder harness not locking in a crash sequence. And I know a couple guys, and what happens is you kiss the cyclic. You hit the cyclic with your mouth, and they have false teeth where they hit the cyclic in a crash sequence. So I'm like, God, did he hit the cyclic? You know, I don't know. And then as I'm becoming more aware, I hear this popping sound. And it was like, first thing I thought of, and this is just crazy, was popcorn. That's what it sounded like. Pop, 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 pop. And I'm like, well, that's weird. And then I was like, oh shit, that's ammo cooking off. Oh yeah. And I mean, the cans were about full of ammo, and I'd shot 2 rockets. So I still had 12 rockets on board, and I'm like, okay, I'm on fire. I could smell it. I could hear it. I said, okay, I got to get out of here. And one of the thoughts was Black Hawk Down, you know, little black helicopter shot down. We're 300 meters from bad guys. Well, and then I could hear the Delta guys engaging. I mean, 2 of them saw the shot, saw where it came from, saw the building. And both of them, so those weapon systems, they have a smoke signature. They corkscrew, and they have different colored smoke. And we study this stuff. So, you know, it was a light gray tight corkscrew. Well, that's an SA-16. A dark, almost black, big corkscrew, SA-7. Then an SA-14 has its own signature.
SA-16, is that shoulder fired?
Yes. They're shoulder fired, shoulder launched, heat-seeking infrared missiles. So I'm like, okay, I got to get out of here. So my rifle was right here. I kind of checked everything, and I pulled my latch on my seatbelt. I was laying on my shoulder upside down. It kind of rolled over. And so I unhook my rifle. I grab it. I look at my co-pilot, and I go, hey. And he was just looking straight ahead. I said, meet me over here. You understand? And he did this. Because you don't want to get in front of an armed helicopter. You don't know if a rocket might go off or if a bullet might AD. So our rule is you never walk in front of a AH. If you do, it's a case of beer. That's just the rule. So I crawl out, I grab my rifle, I crawl to the side, and man, I see this fire, man, it's just raging now. So my first priority is security of my helicopter and my crew. So I stand up, I try to take a step, and my wingman is watching this. And I'm like, why in the didn't you land, dude? I mean, there's been several minutes now. And he's like, well, I was going to, if, you know, I made one more pass, and if I hadn't seen you guys, I was like, dude, I would have landed immediately. The helicopter's on fire, you retard. Excuse my French, but I get pissed about this. Anyway, so I try to take a step, I fall down. My right leg doesn't work. And I'm like, oh, man. I get back up, I take another step, I fall back down. I'm like, okay, my leg's broke. So I sat down, I pulled my pants up and check. I'm like, okay, that one's good. I look at this one, that one's good. And now ammo's really cooking off. And I think about the rockets. They're 17 pounders. They have 3.2 pounds of octal high explosive in it. Well, what is this thing going to do when it catches on fire? I didn't have a clue. So I stood back up. I sat there for a minute, and the docs told me I'd gotten a stinger down in the L spine, and it made my leg go to sleep. And then, after I kind of moved those vertebrae around, and I had a broken back and I had a broken neck. I had C3, C4 fractures. Both my knees were blown out. This shoulder dislocated, that shoulder dislocated. I was a mess, but dude, adrenaline keeps us going. Man, you've been in those situations, and it's just hard to explain to people. So I do a 360 degree around the helicopter because I'm like, God, man, they're going to be coming, dude. I check my rifle, clear it. I take my pistol out, clear it, check it, everything. My weapons that's just what I've been trained to do. And I didn't know it at the time, but as I made my way around, I had pulled the safing sectors off the miniguns. Okay.
What does that mean?
So the minigun has a square door that's hinged on it. You have to have that in place for the gun to fire. And they train us, if you have to leave a gun, take the safing sector. It's 2 pins. You pull it. Well, I'd pulled one, put it in my right leg pocket, pulled the other one, put it in my left leg pocket. I didn't find those until 2015.
Oh, wow.
I was going through an old kit bag up in the attic one day, and that was the uniform I was wearing. And I pulled the pants up, and I go, those are heavy. Something's in them. I reached in the leg pocket, and there was the safing sectors to both those guns. I don't remember doing it. Wow. I gave one of those to Mike Dillon. Sure did. Anyway, so my first priority is that bad dudes are going to come, and I made my way to the front. I didn't go in front of the aircraft, and I kind of hobbled back, and I was like, where is my co-pilot? So I kind of walk up there, and I scream at him, get out of the aircraft, get out of the helicopter right now. And he was in shock. His back was broken, and he just kind of looked he moved his eyes towards me, and I was like, oh God, please don't have his neck's broken, It wasn't. And so I came back out, gunfights going on. The boys are engaging targets.
How far away from you?
Oh, they're probably 250 to 300 meters. Yeah, to the east, towards the Ville. There was a little Ville there, just north of it. It was Korean Village, if you're familiar with that area. And then Amarilla was just south and east of it, the bigger city. And so I look back, no co-pilot. So I crawl up there, I lay my rifle down, and I'm not kidding, man. Fire was licking at his arm. It was just rolling, just rolling around it. And I actually, when I first went to the back of the aircraft, we carry our little rucksacks, and then we snap link them right behind us. And in there we have water, we have ammo, we have night vision goggles, and grenades, tourniquets. And I was like, man, I'm going to try to get my bag. It was fully engulfed in fire. I'm not reaching my arm in there. I was like, that bag. And so I crawl in, I reach up, I grab his latch, I pull his latch, and here he comes. Boom. Hits the ground with his helmet. And that kind of, he kind of came to, and I just grabbed him. Now the seat's almost on fire. And I grab him, and I just pull him on top of me, and I push with my heels, and I pull him on top of me, and I just kind of roll over. We're out of the aircraft. He's out. So I was like, hey, dumbass, Did you hear me? You're almost on fire, man. You scared the crap out of me. So he gets up, we kind of crawl over, and there's a bit of a defilade at the 3 o'clock of the crash site. So I said, hey, look, he was in the prone. I got up on a knee, and I said, hey, we're pretty messed up, okay? If you see something, sing out. Let's put both sets of eyes on it. Let's put both guns on it. I don't want to shoot a friendly. I do not. We'll talk about it. He just gave me a thumbs up. So I have no recollection of time, man. Time was just, I don't know.
Was he pretty badly injured?
Yeah. He medically retired about a year after that. And bless his heart. Good dude, great pilot, bad day. You know, and I hear people, I'm like, hey man, how you doing? You know, how's it going? Oh man, I'm having a bad day. No, you're not. Yeah. No, you are not. I have had a bad day. You're not having a bad day. We can fix this. We can change the time. It's all good.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm always trying to cheer people up. So I'm on a knee. I hear a truck. I go, hey man, I got a truck coming. And it was one of the GMVs, the up armored Humvees. And it stops. And again, we were in a defilade, so I couldn't really see. And I see a cap and this head bobbing, you know, he's running. I see a cap. I see beard, Oakley's, kit. I go, oh, I know him. Woo, yes. That's Chaz, Sergeant Major. And he stops and he looks at us. It was surreal. Then he takes off running again. And we kind of stand up, and he comes up to us, and he throws his arms around me, and he's like, dude, we thought you guys were dead, man. Hugs me, hugs co-pilot. And later on, a couple months later, I saw him in the chow hall at the compound, and we were talking. He goes, bro, I go, yeah, you stopped. He goes, I said, how in the hell did those Rangers get here so fast? They thought we were set, man. We were ready to fight, you know? But that's how we're trained. We're an asset. We're not a liability. And we're all pretty darn good shooters. Anyway, yeah, so we kind of laughed about that. And, you know, he checked us, did a quick visual. I mean, and we looked back. He said, we looked back at the helicopter. I did. And I looked at him. I go, hey, man, you got a fire extinguisher? He's like, bro, that thing, it's done. It was fully engulfed in fire now. And you've seen the picture. But yeah, it was just by the grace of God, dude. We made it out, and he helped me pilot that thing to the ground safely. And so Chaz looked at me, and I was pissed now. He goes, dude, I got that thing on the ground, man, on the ground. Beautiful. And I was ready to go get another one, come back and go kill some mother. He goes, Gravy, what do you want to do? I go, I want to find that son. I want to kill him. He goes, get in the truck. I said, roger that. So got in the truck. We got back to the convoy, talked to the troop commander. Here comes Doc, the medic. And, you know, our medics, dude, they're the best in the world. I trust them better than I do a physician that's been to medical school for 8 years. I mean, they're good docs. Man, he starts shoving needles in us and shit down our throats and waters and checking us. And, you know, and he I remember him making a couple looks at the troop sergeant major and the troop commander, like, you know, and Chaz goes, hey, Coke wants to go kill that and sergeant major goes, get in the truck, Gravy. So, dude, it was a scene out of, have you seen that new show, Rogue Heroes? About the 22nd SAS and Africa? It was a scene. And I used, of course, for me, the Rat Patrol. That was an old show. It was about British dudes running around in North. But we were online, 2 Panders, Pander on the outside, 3 gun trucks, and we were just wasting everything. We attacked that building. And I told the sergeant major, I said, hey, I want to go clear that building. I I want to get on the roof and just see if there was dunnage or any evidence, anything, that I could use to help us figure out what that was. And so en route, we get stuck in the mud. I'm not kidding you. 2 of the Humvees. So we're stuck. So one of the Panders peels off. I get out. Sergeant Major gets out. And there's a house right there at about the 10 o'clock at about 50 meters. And this dude in a black man dress, he comes running out of the doghouse. Little entry for all those roofs over there in the Mideast on those flat roof buildings. And he's on a cell phone. And I go, hey, I got action. The guy's on a cell phone. And Sergeant Major goes, well, shoot him. I said, roger that. So, and he goes back in and then he comes back out and I put a controlled pair in him, killed him. And then the up gunner, Smitty, he hollers out, action my 12. And he opens up on some dudes. And then I see 2 more guys. One's carrying RPG. I mean, everybody's engaged now in a gunfight. And guys carrying an RPG and an AK. I engage both of them. I drop them. Then Smitty follows up on those 2. He's got dual 240s. And, I mean, dude, I'm just like, this is crazy. Man, this is crazy. So we get unstuck. Pander pulls us out, goes around, pulls the other truck out, kind of go around it. We pull up to that building, and Sergeant Major is fluent in the language there. So he grabs me and says, come on, Greg. I was like, okay. And the assaulters, they go clear that building, go to the roof, nothing up there, nothing. And he grabs a guy, starts talking to him. They hadn't seen anybody. Grabs another guy, talks to them. He releases them. We get back in the trucks, start getting engaged again. I mean, it just didn't end, dude. We were in a gunfight for 6 hours total. And I don't know if I got the guy or not. Who knows?
Were you in a lot of pain?
Not at that time. No, dude, I was on adrenaline, man. And my neck was hurting, and I had this freaking headache, dude. I had a concussion, but I'd never had a migraine. I don't know how to explain it, but my head pounded for 9 months. 9 months, nonstop. And they gave me freaking caffeine. They gave me everything, all kind of, anyway. So then we got back in the trucks. They had called. Man, this made me so angry. So AFSOC, Air Force Special Operations Command, CSAR, Combat Search and Rescue, their whole mission in life is to come rescue downed pilots. They refused to come. They said it was too risky. I was like, you sons of bitches, man. So troop commander calls the TOC, says, hey, we got them. We're headed back. And I told him, I said, hey, can we let's go to the crash site, make sure all sensitive items are burnt or we can get them, KYs, night vision, miniguns, all that stuff. And by that time, the 82nd, they'd called them and they came and secured the crash site. And then they brought a truck in, they just scooped it up, put it in a box, and they had shipped it to a facility in Virginia for forensics because there was an agency that wanted to confirm or deny the system. Well, they confirmed it. They found a little bitty piece of metal in the right-hand gun box that confirmed it was an SA-16. So got that done. But just by the 2 guys that saw the signature of the shot, they were like, yeah, no doubt, man, it was an SA-16. Okay, got that. But we were the only crew to survive. That was the last engagement of a helicopter in the Devil's Triangle. And so we take off, we fight our way through Fallujah, down the highway, fight our way through Ramadi, because the MSS is up in the northeast corner on the river. And we get there probably about 2230 local. And I mean, I was, now I'm hurting. I'm feeling really bad. And of course, docs were stopping. He's giving us whatever. But we go through the gate. They open the gate. We roll through the gate. And I opened the door and started throwing up, man. I fell out. And just puked and puked and puked. Of course, they had two of their doctors were there, Delta's doctors. And they got on me. They got on my co-pilot, started working on us. And then our 160th Black Hawk landed just a few minutes later. And they picked us up, took us to the cache in Baghdad. Yeah.
Did you get medevaced out?
Yep, sure did. It was funny. They, we go by first name and then last name Smith. So, I'm Greg Smith and Paul Smith, and all we wear is blood tags, so no names. And the nurse says, "Are you guys brothers?" I'm like, "No, man, we're not brothers." And then our social is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then our real last 4. And so, yeah, yeah.
You ended up having 45 surgeries
46.
over the years. What was that first surgery like? Did you have that launch stool, or did you get medevaced all the way to the States?
No, they wanted me back at Campbell. And, we got stabilized and launch stool and then flown back to Campbell. And, so I sat down with all of our doctors, both battalion docs, our flight surgeons, and then our regimental flight surgeon. And we came up with a plan. And they says, "What do you want to do?" I said, I want to stay in the fight, sir. I really, really do. And I still had 4 years left. And they're like, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yeah, just fix me, man. Just freaking fix me. And I want to get back in the fight. I'm not kidding you." So they came up with a surgical plan. And I did knee, and then I did a knee recovery, back to Iraq, come back, shoulder recovery, back to Iraq. I was grounded for 8 months, and in that time, so I wasn't flying, and Leon had left, and B Squadron, they needed a fire support guy for their rotation. So Lieutenant Colonel Cole, he called and says, "Hey, Greg, would you come be our fires guy and our air guy for this tour?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely, man. I'd love to help out. And at least I get back in country and get back in the fight."
So you're working out of the Jock?
So no, I worked out of MSS, their headquarters, right there in Building 9. I think Building 8 or Building 9. Yeah, so I did that time with them, and then 22nd SAS, they needed some help, and I stayed over for a while and then helped them out with fires and air stuff, and just great operators and just great guys. Yeah, I was blessed, man. And came back, and then, I got back up flying not long after that, and I had a lot of anxiety. How would my brain react to climbing back in that helicopter? Could I do it? Can I do it? Of course, that's command was asking the same thing, and unfortunately, they didn't know what to do with me, and they just kind of put you in a corner, dude. And it's kind of a shitty thing to do, but it is what it is. And what do you do with an AH-6 pilot that can't fly? So, yeah, but I just went through surgical procedures, and then towards the end, I had a jackass colonel. He denied me medical care right as I was getting ready to retire, not too far out. So I filed charges against that son of a and I told the board, I told the 15-6 board, they said, "What do you want out of this?" I said, "I don't ever want another Night Stalker denied medical care that was injured or wounded in combat. That's all I want out of this." The guy wound up getting fired. He was having sex with one of his soldiers' wives. Yeah, there you go. There you go. But anyway, so that ended, and I had to get a 4-star general involved with my case.
To be able to stay aviation ready, or
no?
Oh,
because of this jackass colonel. is getting ready to take over the regimental command. Yeah. But got him involved, and eventually he got a phone call from him, and he got fired.
What was it? He was just trying to keep you flying? And
yeah. He said, no, I need bodies, man. I got to have bodies in aircraft. I said, I am not capable. I'm a liability, man. No, I got one more surgery left. No, you got it. And I went, I deployed.
And flew?
Yes, sure did. And the guys knew it. I was just like, man, this is messed up. But hopefully the regiment learned a thing or two from that. And since then,
47 pieces of titanium were eventually installed in your body.
Yep. How
does that much hardware change how you move and feel?
It's a struggle every day. Yeah, when it gets cold, it hurts. Yeah, I'm limited as to, what I can do now at age 65 years young. But no, I'm going to stay in the fight, man.
You've mentioned Dr. Harris and Taunton as the surgeons who put Humpty Dumpty back together.
Yeah.
What made them so special?
Well, they were, and that was after I retired. A friend of mine recommended Doc Harris. They're orthopedic surgeons. They're in Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. Very renowned, well-known orthopedic surgeons. So I went to them, and Dr. Harris, he was my shoulder guy, and Dr. Taunton was my knee and hip guy. Yeah.
Helicopter 364. It was rebuilt and returned to service. What happened to it next?
Man, it crashed. Sure did. It was the devil, dude. Yeah, it went to A company as an MH, and it freaking crashed, man, one night on a roof landing. Sure did. I hope they took it to range 29 and blew it up.
Who was flying it when it crashed?
Man, I don't remember the guy.
It wasn't Jamie, was it?
No. It was A company. It was MH, so they had planks.
2005, Bob Horgan was killed, man. He was a friend of yours. Can you talk about Bob for a little bit?
Yeah, man. Bob was one of a kind. I first met him. I was doing my first gun smoke with Delta, and he came out, was on the team, and I was giving my brief and capabilities brief. Of course, these guys, God bless them, they probably heard this 20 or 30 times, and they just let me go through my spiel because they knew it was part of our training and what we had to do. And there was a junk car probably 75 meters in front of the start fire line. And I finished my brief, and this guy's like, "Where are you from?" I go, "Texas." And it was Bob. He goes, "I'm from Texas too." He had to dip in. He goes, "You're all right." I said, "Well, thanks, man." And he goes, "You see that car right there?" I said, "Yeah, I see that car right there." He said, "I bet you can't hit it with a rocket." I said, "Let me tell you something. I'll put a rocket up a Black Bull Angus's butt if that's where you want it." Dude. And the whole bunch, man, they just busted out laughing. They're like, "This guy, he's going to be okay." And so we get in the aircraft, get cranked up, call, Bob's on the radio, call for fire. "Hey, this is me, car in the open." And I was flying with a FMQ, and he looked at me and he was like, "Don't this up, dude." I was like, "I got this, man." I put that rocket right through the hood of that car, man. That car went freaking 20 feet in the air. I was like, "Yeah, baby." He's like, "Shack, shack, shack. Good effects. Good shooting, Tex." I was like, "Roger that." Yeah, and from that time on, we became pretty good friends. And he was a knife maker, hunter, very gifted knife maker. And he's the one that developed the Horrigan Fighter. And he's got an identical twin brother, John Horrigan. He's a world-renowned knife maker. And, man, this guy, John, unbelievable. He makes art. I mean, very high-end knives, swords, hatchets. And then, so Bob developed the Horrigan Fighter, and after he died, John kept that alive, and every operator that graduates gets a Horrigan Fighter still today. So John makes them for the unit, and which is, it's Bob's legacy, and it's very cool that, he does that, and guys get to carry his name into combat. Yeah, but Bob was one of a kind. Always happy-go-lucky, I'd have to say, friendly, and always willing to help and give a hand. Yeah, really good shooter. But he was just fun to be around, fun to be with.
Were you in country when Bob was KIA?
Yeah, I was. I wasn't on that mission, but I was in country. Yeah. B Squadron. Yeah, he was with B Squadron. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah. I'll see him again one day. He was a Christian. Yeah, I'll see him again one day.
Your friend Jamie and Bubba were killed in 2006.
Correct.
How did that sit with you when you heard the news?
Golly, man. That was they're all tough. They're hard, but yeah, I was very close with Jamie and Jamie's family, his wife. He had 4 girls, and I was also I was the casualty assistance officer for that. That was really tough. And yeah, we all know that it's a very dangerous job that we have volunteered and chosen to do. And yeah, it's warriors mourn in their own time and their own space. And then they continue the mission. They do. Yeah, that one hit hard. It hit all of us hard. Pardon me. But it's, I know where they are. I know where they went. I'll see them again one day. Yeah, sure will. Yeah, it was a daytime hit. Imagine that. But
were they in 364 again?
No. It never. 364 didn't come back to BCO, but yeah, it was the European. The bomber was the target. Was the high value target. So that's why it.
What happened?
They C Squadron assaulted, got in a heck of a gunfight, and yeah, they were the second team. The first team, their AHs got shot up really bad and had to return back to Baghdad. So they sent out team 2. And for me, some bad decisions were made by the person leading that flight. And yeah, that's straight up. I did the forensics on the helicopter and did some investigation for the board. Yeah, it is what it is. It was unfortunate. They're missed. They're loved. Yeah, I'm still in contact with Major Worrell's boys. Yeah, we have a helicopter hogs hunt every year in March in Graham, and they come up and they go shoot with us and fly with us, and yeah,
super cool.
Yeah,
let's take a break.
Yeah, man.
All right, everybody, listen up. If you're dragging through life, low energy, no sleep, can't build muscle, or just don't feel like yourself anymore, you need to hear this. Dr. Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group in Southern Pines, North Carolina, isn't your average doctor. He's a former Green Beret Special Forces medic who deployed to Afghanistan, went on to become an ER physician, and after going through his own hormone crash, built a medical practice dedicated to optimizing the health of both men and women, and he's doing telemedicine in 30 different states. While other clinics rush you through a 15-minute appointment, Dr. Bosley spends a full hour figuring out what's actually going on. Reach out to Dr. Bosley and his team at www.precisionwellnessgroup.com/contact. Mention Vanguard 20 to receive 20% off your initial consultation. Fuel your momentum with real medicine and real results at Precision Wellness Group. Well, Greg, we've talked a ton about you flying, about combat, about, kind of some of the stuff you've been through, your injury. While you were, super focused on the mission, what was kind of going on at home with the family?
Oh, goodness. I really don't have a clue, man. I was focused on the mission, and I think my family accepted that. A man can't do both. You can't, not at that level. Yeah, I've thought about it a lot, and what would I have done different? How could I have been better? But My priority was my mission, my profession.
You finally got somewhat healed back up, and you went on your final 10th deployment to Iraq.
Yep.
Your flight lead. What was kind of going through your head at that time? I mean, I'm sure you're battling all these surgeries and.
Yeah, I was in a lot of pain, and I mean, I told the guys, I said, hey, I was forced. I wanted to do it, but I was also forced to do it. I mean, I still had some medical issues that needed to be taken care of, and yeah, I was a liability, man, and I told them that, and they knew and they understood, so they kind of carried me. I guess it was unfair to them. It was unfair to me, but I just, sucked it up. And
were you busy on that last deployment?
Yes. Yeah. We were always busy, man. I mean, not like 2 or 3 years prior, but yeah, we always had mission.
When did you kind of realize that your time in the military was going to come to an end?
My boss told me. Yep. Yes. I was up at regiment one afternoon, and commander walked up to me, put his arm around me, and anytime my bosses referred to me as Gregory, it was like when Mom, Gregory Scott, oh gosh, man, I'm in trouble, He said, it's time to go home. I said, yes, sir, it is. Yeah, I dropped my retirement papers the next day. Yeah.
What was
I
that?
wasn't smiling when I drove through the gate every morning. And an old Night Stalker told me many, many years ago, if you're not smiling when you drive through this gate, it's time to go do something else.
What was that? What was that like coming to terms with that in your head? I mean, you've lived this adrenaline-filled, high-pace life.
Sure. Yeah, I did, but it was my choice. It was by choice. I was a bit relieved. I really was. I'd been all I could be. And yeah, and I'd come to that point in my life where, okay, it's time to do something else. It's time to get reacquainted with my family. And yeah, I just, in my mind, I'd let them down over 15 years. Yeah, because that's how long I was in the unit.
Things were starting to crack with your wife. When did you realize that was kind of beyond repair?
2013, 14. Yeah.
How did that constant pain from your injuries start affecting your relationships?
I was an angry man. Yeah, I was not nice to be around. And then, the VA, their answer was, okay, we'll just give you a bottle of narcotics and sleep pills and benzos and wake up drooling. Yeah.
I think you told me that you couldn't separate the warrior from the father and the husband. What did that look like in practice? I mean, trying to be this and be that. And now you've kind of made this transition where you're going to be at home more. Was it hard to mentally grasp that after being gone for so long?
It is. It's extremely difficult to break through that mental barrier. And, being at the level in which we operate and being in those type units, it's a struggle, and you really have to stay focused on yourself. If you're broken, you have to fix it, try to get help fixing it. Pardon me. But, in the warrior, in your tribe or our tribes, we are our own worst enemies. We don't talk about stuff. We push it down, we push it down, we push it down. And eventually it's going to blow. And it did, and it has. But yeah, I've recovered from that since then. I've been to several treatment centers. I've been to, a 2-week inpatient. I've been to, 4 or 5. Yeah, it's helped. And, but I think through prayer and through your beliefs and Jesus Christ and your love for him, that's what's going to get you through. It did me. It did me.
How did alcohol become part of like your coping mechanism?
Oh, it's the enemy. That's the devil, dude. Yeah, I was an alcoholic. I am alcoholic. I haven't touched a drop of alcohol since January of this year. I feel so much better. I'm better mentally, physically. Yeah, it's just not good. It isn't. But that's how we suppress the pain. We suppress those feelings, those emotions. Yeah, and it's easy, man. It's legal. You can go down and buy a bottle of good Irish whiskey or case of Shinerbach and drink your troubles away. Yeah,
you said that demons, would come for you at night. What did those demons kind of look like?
Mostly, I relived the crash sequence. Yeah, on fire, screaming for help. Yeah, and it was just nonstop. I had my first dream in 21 years this week.
Good for you.
Monday night, my first dream. Yeah, It was cool.
This is awesome. How do you explain to civilians what it's like when war becomes your safe space and home becomes the battlefield?
Oh boy, that's a hard question. Well, it's our chosen profession. And as a man, it's what we choose to do. How do I say this? Oh, we push our families aside, and I would say we're selfish. We want to, we want to do what Greg wants to do, what makes Greg happy, what fulfills Greg, and being selfish towards your family. And I don't think it's on purpose. I don't think any of us do it on purpose. It's just how we're wired, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think what happens, if I can maybe put my 2 cents,
sure,
is that we spend our life doing this thing and this pursuit of this greater good is maybe what we tell ourselves. We're at the tip of the nation's spear or doing law enforcement, or whatever the thing is that we're chasing, and we become really good at it. Mm-hmm. And at some point during that quest, that we get the trauma that comes with it,
yes,
with that chosen profession. And then that trauma starts coming to haunt us. But the thing is, when we're doing the thing, for you, it was flying helicopters with a tier 1 unit, you're so busy that you're on the go. You stay on the run, so you don't have to spend time in your head. Your head becomes this neighborhood that's like a bad neighborhood, and you only go up in your head to get the things you need. But as long as you can stay busy doing the thing, whatever the thing is,
sure,
then you don't have to spend time. You don't have to deal with your family. You don't have to deal with your thoughts. You don't have to deal with the loss, the trauma, whatever. And then at some point, when that thing for you, it was flying helicopters, stops suddenly, then you're forced to deal with your family, your head, your thoughts, your trauma.
Making a living.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stress of making money. You retire, you get out, you're like, okay, now what am I going to do?
Yeah, because we lived in the system. The system takes care of you.
It takes care of us. Yes.
Yeah. So we become almost indoctrinated, if you will. Yep. I don't know if that's the right word, but, and then you have a brotherhood, right? Mm-hmm. You have a tribe. You have these people that are all working at this high level with you to do this thing, this mission. And then it's like, I always tell people, it's like being on a party bus and you're having the best time of your life. And all of a sudden that party bus stops at a stop sign in the middle of an open field, and you get off in the middle of the open field by yourself, and the bus keeps on going. And now you're like, man, what do I do?
Yes.
And so I think that transition period is something that we talk a lot about on this podcast, because, man, for those of us that are older, retiring or about to retire, if you're about to retire, it can be overwhelming and scary if you don't have a plan.
Yeah, I was scared.
And if you didn't have a plan, it's this feeling of aloneness. You feel alone, man. I was with this tribe doing this thing, a national mission.
Yeah.
And now you're like, who am I?
You nailed it. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. No, exactly. No, I see that. I mean, I think for me, I've thought about it a lot on my own, but I've also talked about it a lot on podcasts. And I think it's not something that we mentally think about I've just spent a lot of time in that space, I think, in the last year, you know, even in my own struggles, trying to make sense of it myself so that I can articulate it in a way to even try to.
Yeah. I haven't had to think about it in the last 8 years. I did think about it for 9 or 10 years after retiring. But again, you know, we're at the level in our personalities is I stayed busy. I had to make a living. I had to take care of my family and go, because that's all we know. Yeah. Hey, got any classes coming up? Yeah, I got this. Okay, let's go do that. You know, let's go. Yeah, and then I got into emergency response and teaching HAZWOP, or hazardous materials, and teaching Not on My Watch and how to keep our school kids safe and secure, and corporations and colleges. And yeah, the train didn't stop because that's how I was raised.
Yeah.
In that.
And then you realize, man, like it almost becomes easier to stay busy at work than be a dad, a husband, a father, or whatever.
Because deal with.
You're like, I don't know how to do that.
I didn't.
Mom did that, or my wife did that, or whatever. And I think that's that transition during all these deployments. And something you and I have talked a lot in preparation for this is, you know, faith. How was your, you know, relationship with God, and what were you dealing with, you know, not only through your deployments, but also in this transition period?
Yeah, it's always been strong. I mean, since I was a kid, and I was brought up in a strong Christian family. I mean, I hate using that together, strong Christian. You're either a Christian or you're not. So, but no, my faith has always been a very critical part of my life. And as a young man, as a warrior, as a father, as a grandfather, and without it, I wouldn't be here. I just wouldn't, brother. I'm just telling you. And what I know, and all the brothers that we've lost that have taken their lives, they lose hope. Well, what is hope? Well, hope's our faith, our love for God, our love for Jesus. And they lose that hope, man. And that's it.
Yeah, I think the two things, man, is hope, and then you got to have purpose.
Yeah.
I think purpose is a really big one.
Very, very critical.
We've talked a lot about too, is I think when you lose your purpose and you lose your why, it's really hard to slip off the edge.
It is.
I know you would take communion a lot before, you know, intentionally dangerous missions. What did that mean to you?
What did it mean to me? It just reconfirmed, you know, my faith, and I, you know, it confirmed to God that, yes, I am here. I am with you. I'm for you. I'm your disciple. You know, just watch over me. So, yeah, that's the blood of Christ and the body of Christ. So, you know, you are publicly showing Christ that, yes, I am a believer.
I think people knew your faith. You're an outspoken person. You're also a very warm person. And how did you deal with it when pilots would come to you about moral injury, about, you know, taking lives and reconciling that with, you know, your beliefs?
Yeah. And I had a couple instances that, you know, it bothered them, and it better bother you, because if it doesn't, you're going to go somewhere else, and you need to go seek some professional help. But yeah. And I'd talk to a few guys about that. And yeah, we prayed through it and talked through it, and majority of the time they left very positive. Yeah, very positive.
2008, man, you retired from the 160th SOAR, 22 years of service, man, 11 combat tours, you know, a lot of time in combat.
Didn't seem that long.
Yeah, probably went by quick, right? Yeah. What was it like leaving the center of the universe?
To me, it was a relief. Yeah, I was tired. I was hurting. I was ready to go. I was ready to start the next chapter of my life, because that chapter was done. I did the best I could do. I was successful and lived through some very horrendous times and beat the odds. And you know, only through my faith is how I was successful. Yes. Yeah.
You mentioned the fear about making a living and taking care of your family. Like, how intense was that? And how did you kind of navigate that process? Did you have people help you? Like, who did you turn to, or what was that battle like?
Not really. I mean, I had a plan before I retired, and that was I started my own little training company. I did tactics and firearms training, and I worked for Viking Tactics and Kyle Lamb for a few years after I retired, and it was a really good living. I had a blast doing it. I was with my tribe again. You know, we were always searching to be with that warrior type, and that's where I found that. And then I kind of moved from that. I was feedback from the family was that, gosh, you're always gone again. You're always on the road, you know, da-da-da-da. And I said, well, I'm making a really good living. Well, you know, we'd really like for you to be home more. So I took a corporate position, an executive with an oil and gas company. And I did that for 2.5 years. Hated every second of it. Man, I did. But I was home and with my children and trying to reestablish that relationship with them. Yeah.
I know ultimately your marriage, it didn't work out, and I don't really want to dive into your personal details, but how do you have this transition, right? You've had a lot of injuries, and now you have, you know, this family thing. How did you cope with all that?
Alcohol, drugs. Yeah. I took the easy way out. I did. I certainly did. Didn't talk about it. I did get help. I did seek help, and it helped me as a man grow, you know, as a Christian, as a father. And yeah, and then I started to see an upswing. That was after 2015. That was my lowest time in my life. Yeah.
What did rock bottom look like? And then what started helping you pull yourself out of it?
Well, it was August of 2015. I almost took my life. Yeah, I walked down to the range one night, drunk, high on opioids, 45. Walked down to the range because I didn't want to make a mess up at the house, and got on my knees, put the pistol to my head, and God spoke to me. He said, "Not now, Gregory." I heard those words. And I just kind of melted into the grass, woke up next morning, gun was still in my hand. And from that day forward, I pulled myself up and got my butt going because I had a new mission.
What do you feel like that new mission looked like for you? How did you find that? Like what?
I didn't find it, man. God did for me. He put me on this path to help my brothers and try to help them understand why they were thinking the way they were thinking, why they were living the way they were living. And, you know, we have to start with baby steps. We crawl, walk, and then we run. And so that is my mission today. And yeah, to disciple and to help others.
You lost a close friend, Leon Hansen, took his life.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a story we've heard too often, brother.
Yeah.
And how did that, I mean, you had talked to Leon, I think, the Wednesday before?
Yeah, we always called each other on our birthdays. Mine's 22nd of June. So he called, and then, yeah, the 26th is when his son-in-law called me and said, Leon took his life last night.
How did that hit you? Especially you as somebody who had gotten so close to the edge.
It was hard. I cursed God for days. I did. I had so much love for that man. He had so much love for all his brothers, his family, his children, his grandchildren. I'm like, why? And they don't realize the pain that they leave behind. They leave a lot of pain. And I get it. I really do. But doggone it, just don't do that. There's a way out, man. There's a way out.
If you could say one thing to him, or really look into that camera and talk to anybody who's close to that edge right now, what would you tell them?
I love you. I love you. And you are loved. Yes. We're going to get through this.
You've identified two commonalities in veterans: loss of hope and not having God. Mm-hmm. How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, just the people that I know and knew and that I was close to, and I watched this transition, and I did everything I could to intercede and to, make them change or want to change, but you can't make another person do something. You can't make them. You cannot.
The hostage has to want to be rescued.
Want to be rescued.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
It is.
I've talked a lot about that on this podcast, right? Because I think mental health is just a huge part of my life, my friend's life. It's been a big part of our platform. It's a big reason why I started this podcast. And, when I first had my own struggles and kind of came out, battling my own stuff, I was really charismatic, trying to talk to whoever would listen. And then that's when I realized, to your point, that, man, we can't save them all, unfortunately. No, and I really would spend a lot of effort and energy on people. And then I would get to a point where I realized that they didn't really want help. They just wanted to talk about it and moan. And that's when I realized, man, there's only so much energy.
Yeah.
And I really try to focus on the people that want help. And it's hard, man.
Me too.
It's hard.
Me too.
But, to anybody out here listening, I just want you guys to know that you're not alone. I think, I've said it a lot on this podcast. Greg's saying it now. We've said a lot. You're not alone. No matter how bad you think things are going. I was on the phone yesterday with somebody close to me who's just really struggling. And, the first thing I told him was, man, you're not alone. You think he's got something going on with his family. And, it's this thing that was really horrible to him personally. And when he told me the story, it actually hit close to home. It's something I've experienced in my own family. I'm just like, bro, you're not alone.
No.
Like whatever you think you've gone through, somebody else has gone through that as well.
You bet.
I think the problem is we seclude ourselves. Veterans are really bad about this too. We seclude ourselves when it was the tribe that we used to get so much from. We talked about, I remember being on deployments like, I can't wait till I'm out of the military, get a ranch, be by myself. Yeah. And then you find yourself on a ranch by yourself.
Yeah,
and you're
like, now what am I gonna do?
Yeah. I mean, and then we make excuses in our head of why we don't want to talk to people and, why we don't want to let people in. But,
we withdraw.
It's hard to get help when people don't know you're hurting.
It is.
And so
you got to let them know, man.
Yeah, you got to swallow your pride a little bit.
You got to let us know, brother.
Yeah,
please. We will help you.
Did you see anything in Leon, or was this? I mean, did you know he was struggling?
No. Yeah. No, we had just come off a really good mission, so I got contacted. It was some safety and security work in Puerto Rico. And so Leon was my first guy I called, man. He was my one IC. And then there were 3 or 4 other guys that I reached out to, 6-week job, paid really good. And yeah, man, we all came off that thing on a high. And yeah, we came back in 1st of May. So March, April, May, we were over there doing our thing. And man, it was a good trip. It was a good time. Everybody made good money. And I didn't have a clue, man. I did not.
How did Leon's death change your ideas on the veteran epidemic?
I don't think it changed anything. No, it happens every day, and not too many people are doing anything to help. Was Leon a victim? Sure, he is a victim, but I put some of it, and I'll take myself, for instance, I should have reached out to someone or somebody, my pastor, friends, brothers, or whatever the case. And yeah, I can't put my finger on that one.
Why do you think this epidemic isn't getting the attention it deserves? I mean, it was a hot topic for a while, and then it's kind of like
Yes, died. Well, it's our government. You know, they're the ones responsible for us. They're the ones that put us in those places and those times, and they need to help us. Not all of us can do it on our own. They can't. They won't. So I don't know how to fix it, man. I beat my head against the wall for 15 years trying to figure it out. Talk to congressmen, talk to senators, doctors, specialists, psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists, and nobody's got the answer. Yeah, for me, it was my faith. So God got me through it. He'll never fail us. He never will.
Rock, man.
Yeah, he's my compass, my rock.
How does the military's warrior culture contribute to the epidemic and problem?
The warrior culture.
Do you think it has to do with the fact that we're taught, you know, especially those earlier years, that, you know, what it means to be a man is to just internalize?
Suck it up and push it down. We don't need to hear about your problems. You just execute your mission and continue the mission. Yeah, I always take it back to leadership. It's a failure of leadership, bar none. It is.
I agree. You consider Leon killed in action. Why is that distinction very important to you?
Because he was fighting a battle, man. Every one of these brothers are fighting a battle. They're still fighting that war. And yeah, I refer to all my brothers. They were killed in action, man. No, they weren't in Syria. They weren't in Iraq or Afghanistan. They were in Washington at home or Texas or wherever, but they're still fighting the battle.
What would Leon want people to know about the struggles of elite warriors?
Oh my gosh, he could write a book on this. I would say, doggone it. Man, you ask me these hard questions.
I'm sorry, brother.
No, it's good though. It gets me to think. Yeah, just not to quit. Don't give up.
Amen.
Yeah. That would be his message. I'm going to punch him in the throat when I see him. I'll see him again one day.
And I know that was part of your, you know, initial push up. I know like he was a big part of your struggles as well. And you finally decided to move on. And, you know, we're going to talk about a lot of the good things you're doing to help and to give back to the community. And that's what I'm excited to talk about that stuff. I want to have these important conversations because you just never know who's going to hear this, man. And you never know what somebody's going through.
One guy, man, he's on the edge and he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet.
2 years after losing Leon, you met your now wife, Edie.
Yeah.
I know you love that woman.
She's a godsend.
What was it like to, you know, come out of this transition and these struggles and these battles, and now you're kind of on your hill up, and then, you know, you meet the love of your life, and how did that help you kind of move on?
Well, first of all and foremost, she's a Christian. And so that was huge in my life. And, you know, for me, that was something that I was seeking and looking for, was a Christian woman. And she's highly intelligent. She's funny. She is very forgiving at times, but, and we both, you know, we lived our whole adult lives being married in different situations and lessons learned. So yeah, we can transition into this new life together and make it a great life. Yeah. And with God as centered on God, which I think is very critical. It's important. Yeah.
How did she react when she learned everything that you've been through?
You know, when we met, I told her my background, where I was from, what I'd done, and she dove into it. She got every book she could read on special operations, on the psychological effects on warriors, on combat, I was just blown away. I really was. But that told me and showed me, okay, she cares, man. She loves me and she wants to help me, and what she has. Yeah, she's my compass. She's my rock. And yeah, relationships, none of them are perfect. You still, you have your little back and forth, but in the end, man, you love each other, and that's what life's all about. Life's too short, dude.
Every time you say your name, you smile. It's funny. I want to talk about your walk to Emmaus. For a lot of people that don't know what that is, can you explain it a little bit?
Yeah. So the walk, it's a Christian. It was started in the 60s, I believe, by, I think maybe the Baptists and the Catholics, but it's a 4-day journey, and you go to your walk not knowing very much by design. It's kind of like an assessment, but it teaches you to self-reflect. It teaches you to, look inward, and it strengthens your faith. It just strengthens every aspect of your Christianity. Yes.
You called it a true spiritual awakening. What happened during those 4 days?
Holy smokes, man. The first thing was forgiveness. I learned to forgive all those that had done bad things, said nasty things. Yeah, I prayed for them. I did. There was a lot of hate, and I got rid of all that. It's called your drop. And on your drop day, you go before the cross and you tell God, this is what I'm going to do. This. I drop this. I drop this. I forgive everybody. And that would have been very difficult for me prior to going to my walk. Yeah.
How did your faith change during that experience, or did it?
It didn't. No.
It just kind of reaffirmed and...
No, I didn't have to reaffirm anything. It was a walk for Greg Coker to look inward and to try to become a better man, a better Christian. Yeah.
After the walk to Emmaus, you were baptized as an adult. What prompted that decision?
Oh gosh. Yeah, it was, I had struggled with baptism my whole life, and I was raised in a Lutheran family. Jokingly, we call us half Catholics. So Martin Luther was a cool dude and very interesting man. But yeah, after my walk, I realized that, yes, I need to publicly affirm or confirm my Christianity, my salvation. And that's all I needed. And yeah, I got back from my walk Sunday. I reached out to Pastor Zach and I said, I want to get baptized. Of course, we're baptized as babies and christened or whatever they call it. But no, I knew in my heart, my soul that, yes, this is time now that, I publicly confirm my salvation. Yeah.
Yeah, and I love that you're willing to be bold and talk about it. I think, there's a lot of people that really forget that the Bible talks about even the demons know who God is. To know and believe is not enough. It's how we act and how we live our lives.
You bet. People are always watching.
And I love that about you. I mean, you didn't hesitate last night when we sat down to dinner. You beat me to it and asked, you prayed for me and my wife, and it's cool. It's very unique. It's something that I'm seeing a lot of as I start talking about my own faith more. About how many other people out there are starting to turn towards God. It's almost like there's a revival going on, but it's not. You and I talked about this on the phone. The revival's not really happening in a church. It's happening everywhere else. Phone calls at people's houses, and it's really cool to see, man. And I've seen some of my friends who I never thought in a million years would even find faith really looking into that and finding peace and comfort. And, so that's other message I would tell somebody out there that's hurting too, man. You don't have to love God. God loves you. He was there for you. He's always been there for you. He's helped you a lot, even when you didn't think he was there.
His grace is free. All you have to do is ask for it. He'll give it to you.
I always love that old, I don't remember. It's like an old, not a tale, but it's like the footsteps in the sand.
Yeah.
Where there's two sets of
There's
footprints.
2 sets, and then there's 1 set. Where did you go? I'm carrying you, my son. Yeah.
I know you've been slowly kind of, trying to reconcile with your kids and just really try to move on and live these best years of your life. If there's anything you could say to your kiddos, man, what would you tell them?
I love you more than life. I always will. Always have. Yeah. That's all I can do, man. You can't make somebody do something. I've said this before. So
the next thing I really want to talk about is your book. You wrote this book. We've definitely not covered everything that's in this book. That book took me a while to listen to. It was a fun Audible book, man. It's just all these different stories, especially if you like the war stories and you want to really dive into Greg's story, which is super unique. It's a great Audible book. He narrated it on his own. How did the book kind of come about?
Well, so George Han, my brother from another mother, he was a Squadron Delta operator, and he was writing for, I think SOFREP at the time. Is that correct? But there was some big internet, military base. And he is an amazing writer. And I was going through Albuquerque. I was headed up to northwest New Mexico to do some training one time, and called George. And I said, "Hey, man, you want to stop and get some coffee or whatever?" And wound up spending the night, talked all night long, and telling him stories, just what I've been doing, what I'd done. And he goes, "All right," he says, "I want you to start writing some of this stuff, and I'll publish it on these big internet sites." I said, "Okay." Well, the first one was Battle of Haditha Dam, and then the shoot down, and then, some funny stuff. And man, these things were getting just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hits. And George was like, "Dude, we got to write a book." And I said, no, I don't want to be that guy. And, and I hold very near and dear that we are the quiet professionals. But we don't have to be silent professionals. So I came with that, and I ran with it. So I finally, and it took me 15 years to write this thing, and I was scared to do it. I talked to a few other of my guys, the guys that, I served with, and they thought it was a good idea. Kyle Lamb always told me, "Gravy, if it ain't written, it never happened." And I thought about that a lot. So, Kyle was a big inspiration in me writing. But yeah, so once I made that decision, of course I had my journal. If I hadn't had that journal, man, there's no way I could have gotten through it. But yeah, I sat down and started typing it out, and George was my co-author and helped me quite a bit. And God bless him.
What do you think the hardest chapter was to write?
Post service. My fights, my struggles, my demons, my triumphs, my winnings. And I had some pushback because I talk a lot about my faith. And I'd sent the manuscript out to some 4-star generals, some sergeants major, guys I'd served with, and even other people were like, "Hey, man, you might turn people off with talking about God." And I was like, "Okay, don't buy the book. It's my story. It's my faith, and I'm going to talk about it because it's important to me." So they were like, "Okay, it's on you, dude." I said, "Yeah, it is." But yeah, I continued, and I wrote the book in 89 days.
General Cody told you you're going to save lives.
Yes.
How did that responsibility feel?
Golly, man, that's probably the most powerful comment. He and Kyle Lamb both told me that, and I was like, man, these are legendary warriors, humans, men, and I took it to heart. And yeah, so I wanted to uphold that, those high standards that we had learned, we'd been taught, and we'd lived by. So yeah, that was kind of the deciding factor for me. I'm like, okay, let's do this. And of course, George, he was a great inspiration.
Well, I can't encourage you guys enough. If you're listening to this, well, tell everybody where the proceeds to the book go.
The proceeds. So as I started this journey, so I was like, okay, well, how am I going to do this? All right. Okay. Publishers. So I contacted, 3 or 4, interviewed them. Well, then I come to find out that these publishing companies, they keep 70 to 80% of your proceeds. That's a fact. Well, that wasn't in old Gravy's plan. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that, because I'd already decided, and Edie and I talked about it, and we prayed about it. I wanted to donate every penny that this book made to help my brothers and their families. So that's what we did. And to date, we've donated $110,000 from the sale of this book.
That's amazing.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool.
So for all of you guys out here listening, you can go to Amazon. That's where I got my copy. It's on Audible. You're supporting not only a veteran, but you're supporting veteran causes. What nonprofits have you do you work with a bunch of different ones?
Yeah, so let's see. The Unit Foundation, TTPOA, Texas Tactical Police Officer Association, 3 Rangers. God, he gets 30% because he has blessed me. And yeah, so that's where that goes. I'd have to go back and look at my records, but I try to chop it up into like $5,000 to $6,000 checks is what I'll send. And yeah, it's cool, man. It's, I'm just trying to think of all these places.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I just wanted to kind of give people just a small little. So again, man, support Greg, support this book. It's an awesome cause. There's a lot of times people donate money to nonprofits and you really don't know where it's going. And I mean, this is something that I know that you're passionate about.
Very passionate.
And
I know other guys that have written books, and I was like, hey, how much you donated out of your book sales, buddy? So, whatever, dude.
Now we're going to transition to talk about something that's super important to me. I don't know that we've talked about this. Actually, I don't think we have. We haven't talked about this on my podcast, but it's something that's being talked about quite a bit. In February of 2025, you went to Mexico for Ibogaine. What led you to that decision?
I was in a really dark place. November, December 24, January. 2 of my very close buddies, they saw this. They had applied to go. They were in a dark place. And, both of them, we prayed about it, Christian men, Christian warriors, and they had contacted the people and says, hey, we need to get this guy in here ASAP. And at the time, it was a several-month waiting period. And I mean, it wasn't. Next thing I knew, I was on a plane headed to San Diego to get picked up to go to Mexico and do this medicine. So that's how it all came about. It was just, it was all God thing, man.
Talk to me about what kind of research did you do?
Tons.
Before trying Ibogaine?
Oh, tons, man. I researched and read and the medicine I don't know if it's classified. Yeah, it's classified as a psychedelic. So Ibogaine is the most powerful psychedelic in the world. And, all these plant-based medicines, God made them. They've been around for thousands and thousands of years. But people that aren't educated on or don't know, they're like, oh, it's LSD. Well, no, it's not LSD, man. It is not. And
LSD is actually synthetic. Ibogaine is actually a ground up root that's grown in Africa. It's been around for 3,000 years, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I always have to analyze. I'm very analytical. I'm data driven, and I want to know. I'm a skeptic, not a cynic. So, yeah, I read everything I could, and I talked to people. I'm like, well, who else has done this? What's your experience? And on and on and on. And, and everybody told me, they're like, man, God's with you the whole journey, dude. You'll talk to him. But post medicine, I withdrew, dude, in my cave. And because I had to break this down, I had to analyze it and how it has affected my life. And it was life changing. I don't have words to do it justice. I do not.
Can you tell people a little bit, as much as you can make sense of, about, your journey?
Sure. Yeah, I'd love to. So in the beginning, and they told us that the medicine is going to crack your brain open and it's going to rewire it. I'm like, well, okay. And I'd read that. In the past, it had been used for alcoholism and opioid abuse. And they've been very, very successful with one treatment. I think it's over 88% of Ibogaine. So I even dove deeper into that. Now, we suffer TBI, traumatic brain injury, and I hate the word PTS. I've been spending 10 years, bro, into changing that thing. It needs to be PCS, post-combat stress. That's what we as warriors suffer from, especially in the special operations community, or the SWAT guys, or, these firefighters in big cities that they have to detach, man, probably every day from what they see. So that's one of the things I looked at. And then again, our facilitator, he's like, hey, it's going to crack your brain open. It's going to rewire it. That's the first thing I saw in my journey. And the medicine is administered. There's a full-time doctor there. You're hooked up to an EKG machine. You're given multiple IVs prior to the medicine, and it's very controlled. It's it's not like you go to some, pasture out in West Texas and, start chewing on tree bark. No, it's not that at all. But it's a dual, it's Ibogaine and 5-MeO. So the way I explain it, the 5-MeO is administered on that Thursday. You do Ibogaine, you start it on Tuesday. They told me I was in the medicine for 30 hours was my journey. But I physically, when I got into the medicine, I saw my brain crack open. And the best way I can explain it is a very bright red was left and right, and a very bright blue front to back, like lightning, like electricity. And you talk to the medicine, and they tell you, write down what you want to talk to the medicine about.
Before your experience. And I had eight things that, I want to talk to the medicine about. One was alcohol. Please help me stop this. This is no good. Empathy. We can talk deeper about that. And I wanted to be a better husband. I wanted to be a better grandfather. I want to be a better man. Help me do that. So that was my first vision. First thing, I wasn't a vision, I saw it. But you're alert, you can, and you have blackout goggles on. I'd lift them up and be like, okay, I get kind of recage my brain there and where I am. And again, it's very controlled. So, and then I had a conversation with the medicine. I had a conversation with God. And then it was somewhat like a gray cloud. And everybody's journey's different. My wife Edie went through in June, and another whole experience. But so this
it was somewhat of a concrete colored, gray colored cloud started to come. And I was like, wonder what this is, And then it was like a gray concrete, and it was in the distance, and it would get closer. And I was like, oh, that's a face. It was my mother. And she was grinning. She's been gone now for 5 years, but so, and then as she got closer, it really refined, and yeah, I knew who it was. And then there was another one behind her. Well, it was Doc Neal. So I saw him, but all these Leon, Bob Horrigan, people that had a great influence on my life. Okay. That's who I saw. And they came, they passed by, we said howdy, we laughed, we cried, and that kind of faded away. And gosh, I had discussion with and time is irrelevant, man. I didn't know how much time it was or where it went. And so then, so I'm looking, and I see that it's about this big in the distance, and I could see like I guess chartreuse, that's a green, like a really bright green, at a color at the top, and then a little bit at the bottom. This thing kept getting closer and closer, and then I could make out a head. No eyes, mouth, ears, just a head, and feet, green hands. And it got closer. And I was like I guess like a little 5-year-old kid, I was like, because I'm thinking, man, is this death? What is this thing? Because I couldn't quite make it out. I got closer. Man, it was dressed it was like a bronze, dark or light brownish colored armor. Okay. Neck to ankle. And it got closer, and I kept saying to myself, what is this, man? What are you trying to tell me? All right. And then I realized, okay, it's not bad. It scared the hell out of me in the beginning. And then it got closer, and he was holding a sword. And it was the most beautiful Damascus steel I'd ever seen, ever. I mean, it was just, I can't explain it. And he got closer, and then he stopped. I mean, like from here to the door. And I'm just looking, and I'm like, and he's just tapping his sword on the ground. Tink, 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 tink. And then I'm like, I don't get it, dude. Turned around and walked off. I was like, So now I started analyzing this, and I asked the medicine, what is this, man? Who is this? I'm a little slow sometimes. So that happened 3 times. The third time came, and it hit me. I said, that's my guardian angel. That's the dude that was watching over me in all these times. And that's what it was. And he tap, tap, tap. He put that sword in his sheath, and he turned around and walked off. I never saw him again. So that was very emotional for me. Yeah, and then I continued to talk to the medicine about, the things I had written and that I wanted help with. But I tell everyone, and again, man, I analyzed this for months after the medicine. But it's a tool, okay? It's not the end-all pill, man. You can't take this pill and it all be, high fives and accolades and singing Kumbaya. It is a tool, and it will help you. It changed my life. Again, I haven't had any alcohol since January. If I even think about it or smell it, I get sick to my stomach. I'm not kidding. So, if that's something that you need in your life, and, if you want to get closer in your faith, and again, and every one of us, there's 5 of us in my group, and every one of us said, man, God was there the whole journey, no doubt. And even our facilitator told us pre-medicine that he's going to be there with you, man, this whole time. And yeah, and then again, I just, I kept talking to the medicine, man, and you purge, so you throw up. I don't even remember doing it, but I remember hearing the other guys so bad. I was like, oh man, that poor dude. I didn't even know I'd done it. And they're like, oh yeah, dude, you purged good. And one of the fellas brought his can over to his trash can. He goes, hey, Gravy, he said, check this out. And it looked like black tar. This had come out of his body. I was like, I've never seen or heard of anything like this before in my life. But it changed every one of us. And everybody's journey is different. But, oh my gosh, I was so thankful that I had the opportunity to do it. But again, it's not the end all, man. There's work to do after the medicine. You have to want to do it. I've really gotten, I meditate, man, twice a day now. And meditation's so powerful. I wish I'd known this 10 years ago. But yeah, and I've had 3 visions during meditation. It's really cool. It's just really cool. Again, I don't have the words to do it justice. And then so we do that. And then on Thursday, we do 5-MeO in the afternoon. And, my analogy was that's sprinkles, man, on top of the donut. But in 5-MeO is very short. It's probably 10, 15 minutes. But in that quick journey, man, I laid back and I closed my eyes, and then they're like ravens is the best way I can explain it. I did an AI picture of it, but they were flying out of my mouth, just hundreds of them. And I'm like, that's all the negative. That's all the bad. That's all is leaving my body. And that's the best way I can explain it. Yeah.
What was your pain level when you came out of Ibogaine?
I had talked to the medicine about my pain to help me not have so much pain. And it has reduced my pain.
We have this habit of those of us that have done medicine to say that we talk to the medicine. Do you think we're actually talking to the medicine, or are we actually talking to God?
I think we're talking to God. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a podcast guest talk to me about that. I had made similar comments that, that the medicine, had done this and that for me. And at the end of the day, he's like, do you really think it was the medicine, or do you think it was God? Because that's
a good question.
I don't want to make this about me, but my experience was, extremely spiritual. And most of my friends and people that I know that have done, whether it's ayahuasca, hero's dose psilocybin or Ibogaine, with the specific intent to heal, get better. Yeah. I don't know one person that hasn't had some type of spiritual experience. Even guys that don't believe.
Yeah.
They come out of it, with a profound spiritual impact. You said God was with you the whole time. If you're willing to, what did some of those conversations with God look like?
I think the first one, I thanked him. Thanked him for bringing me here, for laying this path out for Greg Coker, and for loving me. And then the next subject was to help. I want to be your servant. I want to be your disciple, and to walk in your word to help my brothers and their families. That was the second one. Yeah. And I guess the rest of it was just general conversation.
Yeah, no, I don't.
God doesn't care. He just wants you to talk to him.
Yeah.
And I told him, I do remember this. I said, what can I do for you? What can I do to be a better person? Because we as humans and Christians, we're always asking God for something. Help me with this, help with my finances, help with my Well, God, how can I help you? What can I do for you?
Huh.
Yeah.
That's pretty well.
Sure enough.
How do you respond to Christians who say psychedelics are incompatible with faith?
Well, everybody has an opinion, And I get it. I understand it. But, and I've had this question a couple times. My response is, listen, God made this, the tree, the plant, the toad. It wasn't made in a lab. It wasn't scientifically developed. He made it. He put it here. It's like no difference in grass that feed cattle that feed humans, fish that swim. We go catch, we eat those. He's responsible for all those good things. So, yeah, that's the best way I can explain it.
Yeah, and I would just go a step further, even to say, I always find it interesting that people who question psychedelics, as a treatment are the same people that will just drink themselves into an oblivion oftentimes, or they're totally okay with, consuming large amounts of alcohol, or just alcohol in general, which is an actual poison. I mean, alcohol's not good for you. And it's crazy how society, you can buy alcohol in every street corner.
Sure can.
And,
yeah,
and let me ask you this. Would you do Ibogaine again? Mm-hmm. Would you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's not something that's like it's not something you would want to abuse on a Friday night.
No. and yes, in a controlled environment. And actually, Edie and I just had this conversation. Yeah, we would both, because now we know. And now I can get down into the weeds, man. I mean, I could come up with some great conversation with whomever that I want to, bring up or with the good Lord. Yeah, she's really pumped. Another good friend of mine he just did medicine a couple weeks ago. Now he was different. He says, I'm good. And I don't need it. I mean, again, it's a tool for your tool bag, but there's work to be done after the medicine. Absolutely. You have to work, man. You do. You have to meditate. You have to pray. You have to work on your well-being, but the medicine will help you. It sure will.
Couldn't agree more, man. How has that experience changed your understanding of kind of God's healing power?
Of God's healing power?
Mm-hmm.
I've always known God's healing power, man. It's powerful. And the other thing I also mention is that, this medicine is well and good, but God is the most powerful medicine in the world. You can heal whatever you need to heal, man, through faith. And I've proved it. I've done it. I've seen other people do it. And he gave us this plant-based medicine. He did.
You're now advocating for Ibogaine as treatment for veterans. How do you think Ibogaine could help veterans that need it?
It helped me. It helped you.
Yeah.
And post-medicine, I met 4 guys that I served with, and they had been through it, and I didn't have a clue. And we talked about how life-changing it was for them. And I advocate for every veteran with post-combat stress, not PTS, traumatic brain injury. Those should be the priority. And, we just passed a bill here in Texas to start study on Ibogaine. And there's some other states. I know Mississippi, Kentucky, and there's a couple others. So it's starting to...
I think it was Governor Rick Perry was on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Yes.
Powerful. I mean, that guy was an anti-drug.
Yes.
Anti all of that. And then, now that guy is a huge advocate for Ibogaine. Because I think he, along with, several others in this movement, have really just seen the benefits, man. I mean, there's stories out there about drug addicts, dudes addicted to heroin and methamphetamines. One time, man.
One time. Yes.
Definitely gives us hope, man.
It does.
It's cool to see Texas leading the way.
It is, but me being a skeptic, man, Big Pharma's not going to let this happen, dude. It'll cost them billions and billions of dollars. So that's who the fight's going to be against. It absolutely is.
I agree, man. Yeah. What would you say to families who are afraid of their veteran trying psychedelic therapy?
are afraid, oh, there's nothing to fear, because that veteran's going to come out a changed person. They're going to be, and I ask for, to be more loving, and I'll go back to empathy. So, and I've really, really studied this quite a bit, especially in the last couple weeks, because I've asked for empathy, man. And then it just hit me just last week. I was like, okay, so when God knits us in our mother's womb, our path's laid out. So for me, for you, for all these bros, we're warriors. Well, does God want a warrior to have empathy? What would that do? How would that change us? Because here's an instance. I'll see somebody and I'm like, man, that guy's stupid. Well, is that empathy? No, that's not having empathy towards my fellow man. And I've come to, and I've accepted that, okay, maybe I don't need empathy, or maybe empathy to a level. I don't know, man. It's been my fight now, and I've meditated on it and talked to other people about it. And, good Lord will show me. Yeah. He sure will.
Today you're operating Blades for Brothers, which is also a 501c3. It's a nonprofit. Tell us about that.
So I started knife making 4 years ago. Thank you, Jared Johnson, for taking me down that path. He was a new knife maker, lives about 20 minutes away. He had moved here to Texas. He's a former Marine, sniper. We've known each other for probably 25 years. We shoot competitively together. And it was therapy, man. I was like, I started to notice things, and because it would give me focus, it gave me a mission. I use geometry, I use math, I use art. And then at the end, I'm like, hey man, look, I made this thing. This is cool. Oh, and people will pay money for it. Maybe not the first 100 I did, but as John Horgan called them, my prison shivs. I was like, dude, I put my heart and soul into this thing, bro. Come on, give me some empathy, give me some compassion. No. But so and then I sought out. I'm way behind. I'm way behind all my peers, all these other guys, and so I sought out the best in the industry: Steve Schwarzer, Bill Harsey, John Horgan, Jim Poor. These guys are world-renowned knife makers, man. They've made all the mistakes. So I'm just trying to cut corners and get better at what I do. So I approached Edie a year and a half ago. I said, hey, this is therapy. And she sees it. She saw it. My neurologist saw it. My test scores went way up, man, my annual checkup. And I said, hey, I want to start a nonprofit. We'll call it Blades for Brothers. We'll bring in vets, first responders, Gold Star members, and teach them how to make a knife. I mean, who am I to teach them how to? I could barely make one. But it's about fellowship. It's about getting them involved, getting them focusing their brain on something other than negative. And to work, to sweat. It's dirty, nasty work, man. I love it. I love it. So we built our new shop, Blades for Brothers. Check out our website, bladesforbrothers.com. And I've had 21 total come through, 18 veterans, two police officers and a firefighter, and the Gold Star son. He came last summer, and his father was a ranger that I knew. He was killed in Afghanistan, but he just wanted to know about his dad. So golly, man, it was powerful. It was powerful.
We'll make sure we leave the links in the descriptions for both your book and the Blades for Brothers. There's two knives. If you're watching this on YouTube, we'll try to get some good pictures and we'll put them in on this video so you guys can see them. Yeah. But I mean, I can't speak to the quality of these things enough, man. They're beautiful. I don't know if we'll be able to zoom in, but we have two displayed here. on the channel. They're just beautiful pieces, and they're sharp as all get out.
Yeah. There's a story. So this blade here is, so after I got shot down, so there are 6 barrels per minigun, so 12 barrels total wound up in the back of my truck one day. So, and I carried them around for years. And, you know, they're red tag, they're burnt, no good. And I was like, man, I'm gonna make something cool out of them, and got into knife making. Long story short, so I call it war steel, and it's, so the original billet was minigun barrels. Steve and Laura Schwarzer gifted me a piece of World Trade Center steel on 9/11 2 years ago. I flew out to Florida to learn under Steve. He's one of the world's premier, Damascus or anything to do with knife making. So he helped me with the billet, and I want to make some blades out of it to raise money to help with the shop. And I did. So I got 4 blades originally. You can go on and read the story. I designed every one of the blades. This one is the Leon. There's the Bob, Purple Heart Fighter, Bob Horrigan. And then there's the 6-gun dagger. And then there's the Mini Bob. So it's an EDC everyday carry. And the gentleman that bought this blade gifted it back to me. Yes. And he said, Greg, this is your blood, your sweat, your brothers, your tears. Just show it. Just take it to knife shows. Let people touch it, feel it, handle it. So that's the story. I integrated a piece of the main rotor blade, a piece of the vertical off the T-tail, a bullet from the crash side, a piece of my uniform, and then the sheath is, and I've got had it made, a piece of leather off my boot that I was wearing that day. So yeah, I try to keep the story in there.
I love it, man.
And then the knife on the left it's war steel and USS Texas battleship steel. So they'd sent me some steel. We're going to try to auction that one off. It's going to start at $50,000. And the steel is war steel and USS Texas battleship steel. The wood came off the floor of the battleship. And then the piece of brass, the handguard, came out of the captain's quarters that I forged into a handguard, brass handguard. So yeah, cool story. And
that's amazing, dude.
There's no more steel left like it, and there never will be.
I know we'll be buying a knife for sure, man. We're going to display one here in the office.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Greg, we've covered your entire life story, from planning train robberies to saving veteran lives. What's the thread that connects that young outlaw to the man sitting here today?
I say my love for Jesus Christ.
Amen, bro.
Yeah.
If you could go back and talk to 25-year-old Greg Gravy Coker standing in front of the judge, what would you tell him?
Don't change a thing, brother. Never quit. Don't ever quit. Yeah. I wouldn't change anything. I wish I did get to go to Ranger School, though. That was one that it got dangled in front of me. I got orders to it, and then I also had orders to flight school. Sergeant Major's like, what do you want to do, Coker? I was like, I'm not the smartest cat on the block, but Cobras are air conditioned, and you get flight pay. So I'll flight school. Yeah, but doggone it. That was one of my, one of the things that I wanted to achieve in my Army career was that Ranger tab.
What's the most important thing you've learned about healing from trauma?
Be patient with yourself. Love yourself. And don't ever quit. Yeah.
What's the difference between the warrior you were and the warrior you are now?
Oh. The word's right on the tip of my tongue. Man, you quit asking me these hard questions.
That's the fun of this, man.
Maturity.
Yeah.
Yeah, maturity. Yeah, as I've grown and matured, I don't like to say getting older. I like to say as we mature, maturity, learning life lessons.
How do you want to be remembered by your daughters and your grandchildren?
Oh, gosh. Man, stop. They can read my book.
Yeah.
No, that I love them more than life, and just to be good humans and help your brothers and sisters. Yeah.
Amen. How can people support your mission to save veteran lives?
Come make a knife, man. Come to Graham, Texas. We got a cool shop, got a bunkhouse upstairs, and if you got any multi-billionaire friends, tell them come buy that knife.
Yeah, and also if you're out there and you got a business and you're looking to donate and you don't know where it's going to go,
sure,
consider this.
You bet.
This
Pleasure,
nonprofit,
brothers.
man. You said never give up on a cowboy from Texas. What does that mean for all the cowboys, military and civilian, who are fighting their own battles?
Gosh, repeat that question again.
You said never give up on a cowboy from Texas. What does that mean for all the cowboys, military folks, and all the civilians who are fighting their own battles?
Man, just believe in yourself. I think I said it maybe in a different way. Yeah, believe in yourself. Love yourself. Just try to be the best person you can be. And if you have any questions, open the Bible. The Bible will guide you. It will lead you. It will tell you what you need. It'll tell you what is right. It'll tell you what is wrong. If nothing else, go read Ephesians. That's kind of my go-to chapter. Take up the full armor of God. Go read Psalm 91. All right? And try to live by those laws and rules that God and Jesus laid down for us. It's easy, man. You got to do it, And you talked earlier about this rise in Christianity, but so the enemy or the devil, I refer to him as the enemy because they are, well, they're not going to pick on non-believers. He's already got them. He's going to come for us. He's going to come for you. He's going to come for me. You bet. So you just have to recognize it, and you have to be strong and never quit.
Dude,
Punch him in the throat.
Yeah.
That's what I always say.
It's been a wild interview, man. I really, really appreciate your time, your honesty, your charisma. Yeah. You are fun to talk to. I look forward to our friendship. I know we're definitely coming to visit. And I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice to this nation and for all you did on the battlefield and all you're doing still to help veterans and to help our community, man. From the bottom of my heart, I really thank you. And I appreciate your time, brother.
I'm honored. Thank you so much.
Thanks for everybody for watching. We wouldn't have a YouTube channel. I wouldn't even have a podcast if it wasn't for you. I just want to, again, man, as I always do at the end of these, just thank all the support we've had. I read all the comments, or as many as I can. The channel's really started to grow, but I just wanted to thank everybody. If you've made it all the way to the end of this and you found this super helpful, just send it to one or two people you think could benefit from it. If you're watching this on YouTube, please subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to this on iTunes and Spotify, it'd really help me if you could either follow us and leave a comment. We're struggling on the audio platform. So anyway, man, stay tuned. We got a bunch of more stuff coming, and thanks for the ride, guys. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, brother.
And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.